utopia. Lord of Babel. A walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さと睨めっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff me while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば暗くなんかい夜が明ける梦想在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and me あなたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and me 明日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember the last time we had.
Forget about the same 新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time 'Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about time fire I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就说牵手奔跑吧
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，一起找秘方。这世界无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘。让我们起出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and me あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう Everybody sing our song
Atlas, show me the way. Guide me to your master. No delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
Even in the bright spot bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining other dots. Time may tell that dreams could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is not gonna stand out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, who the liar? I must figure out. Step on the dusty open memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortunes turn into golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time may tell, but that's never get caught. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, recover from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Yeah, yeah, Once or twice I did stop, lingered in the mist, even confirmed with the fire in my heart. But I choose to wake up, but I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come? Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Curse, child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick one Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here.
But everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Great messenger, bringer of strange joy to yuggeth through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Southeast Asia 2023 IVC. My name is Eli O, joined here with Chocho for our first set of day one matches. Of course, the winner of this event will go on to join the rest of the global teams in the Call of Abyss tournament at the end, or actually rather the beginning of next year. But first, Chocho, I know this is your region. This is the region that you're from, and I know how excited you are for this event. How are you feeling about today's matches in front of us?
Yeah, definitely very excited for sure. I mean, looking at the very familiar teams, very familiar faces that we're seeing here, especially in the first two matchups, I would say is gonna be really exciting and also might potentially, give us a lot of different kind of surprises in terms of new character picks and maybe strategies that we've never seen before. But what about you, Eli? How do you feel about today's matches?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to be very good. Obviously, we do have a few roster changes. We talked about this before. Some of the players that you've typically seen on different teams are now going to be playing on other teams. And we also have a few name changes to some of the teams as well. So that will potentially have an impact in this event on maybe who's going to be victorious and which team will come out on top. We will get to that shortly. Of course, the first matchup today will be FT versus PX. FT we know as the team Future. We've seen them play in the past. A few changes. Some of the players have moved on to different teams, and they have a few new players to their team as well. So we'll see again how that ultimately impacts their overall gameplay here. So definitely a fan favorite there, and one that I'm really looking forward to seeing. And then we have PX as well. So we'll see how they're able to go up against such a well-seasoned team such as Future.
Yeah, and speaking of which, FT, I mean, they do have some members changes. Last time we did see Kuga and Meow Pai being this very two strong hunters right at the front of FT. But this time we're only seeing Kuga and a new hunter, H-Shen. And yeah, it's for Meow Pai, for fans of Meow Pai, don't be disheartened. He's still going to be competing, but in a different team. In our match to Idol, Team Idol, he's going to be appearing there. So do sit back, and if you're waiting for him, I'm pretty sure he's gonna play really aggressively today, especially against such a strong team. If you guys still don't know, it will be Idol versus Mad Penguins, a very strong Vietnamese team as well. As for FT, right, they do have a new survivor in the mix, which is Shirayuki. Not too sure whether she might be playing, or if not, we'll be seeing the very usual members that we're seeing: Mini Blue, Dragon, Panda, as well as Adi.
Right. Yeah, some of the similar players we've known, but also of course Shirayuki, a newer player there. And then the second matchup, of course, as you mentioned, Idol versus MP. MP Mad Penguins, again, very well-known Vietnamese team. We've seen them compete in this Southeast Asia region for quite some time. Of course, we do have the overall bracket here, as you can see, FT versus PX, Idol versus MP. Every bracket on the left, every match on the left side of the bracket will be our 4 matches for today, with the other 4 being tomorrow. Of course, GH, a fan favorite, always currently the strongest team going into this event, but we will see if they're able to continue to hold on to their title as that IVC champion. We do have A versus A, just A, as the 3rd match for today, and we do have UTP, I believe, which is Utopia versus FH. So again, this is going to come down to which team on this side of the bracket will advance. Of course, the top 4 teams will go on to the offline stage at the end of this tournament, so we will see which team, ultimately which teams will be the ones moving on. And the right side of the bracket, of course, will be tomorrow, but today will be the 4 matches on the left side. Those are the ones to focus on for now.
Yep, and you're looking at this today. This will be kind of like our first day live streaming for the preliminary stage. I mean, for the teams themselves, it's been quite a few days of the preliminary stage already, but looking at this top 16 to 8, we have 2 days for this preliminary stage, so that's going to be really exciting. Looking at the matchups that we have today, FT versus PS, as I mentioned, Idol versus MP. The last 2 matches today will be GH versus A and Utopia versus Fly High. So might be kind of new names for you guys, but I guess later when we look at the members themselves, you guys will find very familiar people and very fan favorite people later on. So just kind of sit back and wait, and we'll have this roster introduction coming up really soon. And in the meantime, maybe in the first match up, maybe kind of say, yeah, of course. And looking at this itself, I think FT might come off really strong against this match against PX.
Absolutely. Another one I'm really excited to see, of course, is MP Mad Penguins. Obviously, we've seen them take down FT in the past, right? I think we saw them overall during the KOA qualifiers, I believe, take down FT in the first round, which was kind of an upset victory, right? We didn't really expect that, but MP, again, such a well-seasoned team, very prepared for this event. We'll see how they are going into this one, and of course, some slight changes to their roster as well. I believe a few of their players have recently separated themselves from the IDV game, and they picked up some new members in the process. So we'll see again how well trained and well seasoned they are for this tournament. And yeah, against Idol, which is one I actually really want to talk about. Idol, obviously, a lot of very strong players. Once you see their roster, we should see, if there's really any team I think that can give GH a run for their money, it's going to be either Idol or MP. Obviously, we saw MP very strong qualifiers, and Idol with a plethora of strong members. So we'll see how they're able to go up against GH if it does come down to that. And yeah, another thing I'm really excited for is just GH in general. Obviously, GH, one of the fan favorites, especially here in Thailand. And we will see if they're able to continue to sort of lead supreme in the in IVC in Southeast Asia. They have won IVC last year. They are the reigning champions. So yeah, are they able to hold on to their title here, Jojo?
Yeah, I think that's a question that everybody might be thinking about. But before that, let's get the players' introduction. In BO1, I think we'll be having FT Kuga for their Hunter side, followed by the very usual survivor lineup from FT, Panda, Mini Blue Dragon, as well as RD. So just looking at this itself, I think they're just going to come off really strong. Not going to give any chances by letting out their sub-Hunters or sub-Survivor kind of come into their lineup. And yeah, just kind of waiting out to see whether FT themselves, what kind of banning strategies that we'll be seeing. I mean, we know about the global bans, right, Eli? So any thoughts on the global bans?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the new ban system, obviously it was introduced in the introductory video there during the countdown. However, for those of you who are unclear on the new ban system, essentially how it works is that the Hunter will be able to ban 2 survivors at the start of the round. The survivors can then lock in 2 survivors to choose. Then every 2 survivors that are chosen at the start of each round are actually automatically banned for the rest of that series, the rest of the best of 3. So as a survivor team, if you pick 2 survivors as your first 2 lock-ins, you will not be able to use them in rounds 2 or 3. In the second round, if you pick the first 2 survivors you pick in the start of that round, you're not going to be able to use them in the last round. So any of the first 2 survivors picked at the start of the round, in the first 2 picks of that round, the survivors cannot use those for the rest of the series after that, the rest of the best of 3. And then of course the Hunter will then ban 1, survivors choose 1 more, Hunter bans 1 more, and the survivors choose their last one in that order. So it might be a little bit confusing, but once we get to the actual ban stage and it is shown on screen, I think it'll be a lot more a lot more clear. We are going to look into the PX roster here. Chocho, if you would bring us through these names that I probably cannot pronounce very well, so I'll leave it up to you.
Alright, so for PX side, we do have their hunter Neo Lab. Praise the opera singer as well as sculptor as from the data that we've been given, because these names are actually not really familiar with us. And followed by, for the survivor side, we do have Susu Bin, Ali Kubaibi, and Might, and Cotton. I'm so sorry if I pronounced your name wrongly, but this will be the lineup for PX side for BO1, and I'm excited to see how they might potentially perform against such a veteran team like FT.
Yeah, I think you get the name Cotton right. That's one I was pretty confident in, but the other ones I don't know. But anyways, yeah, again, as you talked about, FT, a very veteran team. We did see on their roster, AHD actually, I believe, was the substitute survivor during Koa, is now going to be one of the main survivor players. Looking into the overall player statistics here, we do have Kuga on the hunter side for FT. We've seen Kuga in the past be very successful in the Southeast Asia region, so very excited to see how Kuga is able to come out and do in this event. Of course, listed as Bloody Queen, has many other hunters to work with. We've seen Dream Witch and Clerk among other characters as well. And on the hunter side of PX, we actually have a indicated as Sculptor, which is not a character that's been too sort of prominent in the overall hunter meta as of right now, but always been a very strong hunter and a very playable hunter when it comes to competitive.
Yeah, and now moving on to FT Panda, well known for his forward, prospector, antiquarian, all this kind of harassing characters. He's pretty good at it, and for this season, he, in fact, as a fun fact, right, he got S-Batch Prospector, and yeah, it's something that he has been kind of talking about, and hopefully you might be seeing it in the upcoming matches. And next to him, we do have PX Susu Bin, priestess that we're seeing here, and in the records, it seems to be that he or she does play the Mind's Eye. So just looking at this as a whole, we do see a lot of harassing on the left side and the support by the priestess on the right. And containment time wise, it seems pretty decent, 60 over seconds for both sides. Escape rate, we do see Panda with 53.5%, which is a lot higher compared to PX side.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically we see the escape rates really indicating the type of players in terms of, which player is going to be kiting first, which player is going to be mostly promoting decoding. The lower escape rates usually indicate that a player is going to be that first kiter, because if they're eliminated first, obviously they're not escaping. So we see a bit of a higher escape rate here with Medieval at 60%, which means he'll most likely be a rescuer player. And we do have overall win rate of 45, similar to the other side with, again, I really don't like to mispronounce names. It feels pretty bad, but the painter, the painter player also here also at 45%. And so yeah, I think a lot of very similar statistics from both these teams. Again, I think what FT gives, has the edge in that they are used to this competitive scene. They are used to this tournament tournament scene. So I think that'll definitely help them here. And we do have Dragon here. Dragon, also one of the main kiting players here. 85 seconds of overall containment time, very impressive, and definitely well above average. And we actually see, so something to point out as well is that we sort of seen, I think in a lot of ranked matches, people have opted to drop Mechanic a lot more because of recent adjustments that have sort of nerfed her, but Mechanic is still a very strong character in tournaments, Chocho. We've seen it over in Japan and China quite often. So I would expect to see it a bit here in the Southeast Asia region as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the mechanic side with 140 decoding progress, which means that that's her main body and then her bot that's decoding. So usually we do see mechanics with 200% decoding, one for the main body, one for the bot, but it kind of means that sometimes the bot might be decoding another cipher or suddenly got hit. So that could be possible. And looking at the win rate itself, right, it seems to be that FT might potentially have a better standing, and cooperations wise might potentially lean towards FT as well, but PX might potentially come out as the dark horse in this instead. Might potentially do some plays that FT is not expecting, and definitely the nerves is gonna be a huge factor for FT. They've been here for longer. FPX might have been new to this. So going a little bit back to the player stats, FT RD, female dancer, toy merchant, very supporting kind of characters from RD's side. And for Cotton, we do see that he has the mercenary as well as the seer, but mainly plays the rescuer role for his team. And Yeah, just looking, I mean, a lot of rescues from PX side, 1.19, at least about 1 to 2 rescues per match, depending on whether rescues would be needed. And I think FT for RD's side have been a member that has been kind of back and forth with this changing of these members, but ultimately did come back to FT to compete for this
Right.
IVC. So we'll see whether DD might potentially kind of value add to this team at this point in time.
Absolutely. I think it'll be very important for them to see, obviously, if this will impact this matchup overall, impact the overall Survivor side for FT. We've seen them, we've seen them be quite strong in the past. They did struggle a little bit against MP Moro during the COA qualifiers. And of course, if FT does advance here and MP does advance in their brackets, assuming that MP is able to get a victory over Idol, we will see that rematch potentially happen. But for now, obviously, we do have these two teams in front of us, FT and PX. So yeah, AHD again was the substitute survivor back in the Call of Abyss qualifiers. So we will see if they're able to come out and play here. I believe replacing Shadow was the player they had in the past. So it is going to be HD instead of Shadow. And yeah, you see our overall match, Future versus PX here. So we are going to get into our band picks, and the first round map is going to be Ever Sleeping Town here. Unfortunately, we don't actually see who selected the map, but we do know that it is going to be the very standard Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, that's right. And, coming to this, we're seeing how PX Survivor will be going up against FT Hunter. And, Eli, just a quick question, right? Do you think it's kind of beneficial for Hunters the team to come up first, or the Survivor side first?
Typically we see a lot of teams, it sort of differs, but for the most part, I believe that Survivor side first is a little bit more advantageous in that as a hunter, there's many different types of hunters you can play, right? You have tie hunters, such as things like Bloody Queen or Anne, and then you have hunters with more win potential, such as Dream Witch, or Clerk, or potentially Night Watch. So you sort of, as a Survivor side, you're able to sort of set the tone for what type of hunter that your hunter faction is going to play. For example, if you're able to get 3 Survivor Escape, your hunter can then play a tie hunter and just play for a tie to win the round. If you have an unfortunate situation and the hunter does win against you and you have a 3 Survivor elimination, then the hunter can then play a win hunter with higher win potential. So it really sort of gives the hunter the extra edge. You can also say the same for the survivors. They can play a tie team comp, but in reality, because the game is so Survivor sided and there's a lot more pressure typically on hunters to do well in this sort of meta, I think it's very relevant for the hunter to have sort of the upper edge, get to choose what type of hunter they are able to play. So I believe that going Survivor first is usually a lot stronger for many teams.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that, Eli. And looking at this, we're seeing the Acrobat and Psychologist being banned from the first 2, which means that from Beyond 2 onwards, it will be automatically banned on the Hunter side already. Just coming in, right, it seems to be that PX strategy is to kind of pick the first 2 characters as like not really meta or not as strong as other characters that we're seeing. Looking at the strategy itself, what do you think about this, Eli?
Yeah, it's interesting we see Psychologist first. Typically, Psychologist is actually become one of the strongest characters. We usually like to see Psychologist sort of get saved for later rounds, and she's very versatile in the long run. Same with Acrobat, but Acrobat is also a good character, as you mentioned, to be selected early, because you don't really mind, because again, the first 2 characters picked here will not be able to be utilized for the rest of this best of 3. So PX cannot use Acrobat or Psychologist anymore after this. So it's kind of interesting we see Psychologist first, because Psychologist is usually good throughout the entire series. You usually want to save that character for later rounds. But using up Acrobat here is perfectly fine. They don't mind not having Acrobat as an availability, as an option in the later half of this round, or in the later second and third part of this round. We are going to have Mercenary here. It looks like Toy Merchant as the last character. So typically we see Merchant being picked in the first 2 because you might get a map like Arms Factory or Red Church where Merchant isn't as strong and you don't mind Merchant being auto-banned for the rest of the series. But looks like they're going to go Merchant last here. And it is going to be overall pretty strong team comp here. Very stable rescue with the Mercenary. You have Toy Merchant for 2-story areas such as the middle 2-story and the corner house building. And you also have Acrobat and Psychologist. Very well-rounded, very versatile characters in general.
Yeah, and just looking at this, seems to be that the first chase will be kind of long, but now we're gonna wait on to Kuga's side. Seems to be that the Dream Witch might potentially be the pick over here. This team comp against the Dream Witch, Eli, I mean, we do have the Psychologist. Seems to be that it's kind of looking better on the Survivor side with this Dream Witch pick on Kuga's side.
Yeah, it's interesting. We don't have we don't have any real harassment characters. Of course, the Antiquarian was banned, and we don't see Ford being utilized quite as much as we used to in the past. But they actually don't have. Yeah, they don't have any decoding character. Okay, so basically how this is going to play out is you have a main rescuer with Mercenary, which is very consistent, very stable. And of course, Mercenary wasn't selected in the first two, so they will have him as an option in the later rounds as well. Psychologist and Acrobat, both very strong characters against a Dream Witch. But if they're expecting Dream Witch, I feel like they could have actually gone Barmaid too, but it looks like they're actually opting for Toy Merchant, just having that overall versatility against any option. I guess if Kuga did opt to go Night Watch, then Barmaid without any real support characters could struggle against a Night Watch. It could be very easy for Night Watch to down the Barmaid within 20 seconds, and she isn't able to get that drink off. So allowing that Toy Merchant to be here does give more options for support and potentially kiting. So the Merchant most likely will be the best chase here for the Dream Witch, as Acrobat and Psychologist are not too strong. But of course, any character here besides Mercenary is chaseable.
Yeah, and just looking at these characters individually, yeah, Toy Merchant's item can only be given to Mercenary. And wow, an interesting spawn location we're seeing here, Eli.
Yeah.
Toy Merchant at the shack area, right inside Graveyard, we have the Psychologist, Center Mercenary as per normal, and the Acrobat at the Graveyard Gate. So Hunter will be spawning at the first stop, so we'll see a possible chase onto this Toy Merchant.
Right.
Eli, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so when you the reason why we see a lot of survivors choose not to spawn in the corner is because when you spawn in the corner, especially in the corner house building, you actually spawn in the back corner. So the Toy Merchant has nowhere to rotate to. The Dream Witch, with how fast she is, will catch up immediately to the Merchant, and Merchant cannot rotate anywhere. So basically how this is going to work is Merchant will be forced to kite corner house, which is indeed a strong kiting area. It just means she cannot rotate because of how far back she spawns with that corner house building spawn. Unfortunately, we actually don't see the traits on screen here. I would imagine we'll see Mercenary, of course, will have Tide Turner and Borrowed Time. Psychologist will probably have Broken Windows, in that you don't really need Flywheel as a psych to kite a Dream Witch. I imagine Merchant maybe will have Flywheel, and I'm not sure about the Acrobat, but it looks like Merchant immediately is going to fly away here. She was leashed. As we talked about, she was leashed right away here. But she is going to fly away, get to this pallet here. It's going to come down to a mind game with the Spawn Follower. Can the Merchant potentially avoid getting hit here? This is going to be very important.
Yeah, and just heading on into it, I think on the bottom left we do see the Toy Merchant got an immediate down. I believe it wasn't even 6 seconds in the match. The Patroller might potentially be just ready at that point in time. So
yeah,
Cypher progress wise, it's looking really slow, and the center Cypher might potentially be camped out instead too.
Yeah, that was a very fast round. Unfortunately, yeah, a slight technical difficulty, but we do have the Merchant down right away. I believe what happened is she probably got hit with the Spawn Follower, and then the Leech wasn't stopped. The Leech continued to follow her and get a free hit. We do see Mercenary is patrolling from a distance here. If he can get a Spawn Follower and a potential double hit on the Mercenary, this could be very relevant. He is able to time that first Patroller bite. Mercenary needs to time the second one, but he has nowhere to time it. If he vaults his pallet, he will get hit. If he vaults the window, he will get hit here as well. And he does get hit from a distance. Will Mercenary continue to go for the rescue? But Dream Witch is already here and waiting for that double hit. It looks like Mercenary is going to leave here, is going to get leeched in the process too. So that means he needs to heal up before decoding, or the Leech will down him. I believe Acrobat might be the one actually coming for the save instead, but the Cypher progress Chocho is very slow here, in that two people have to go for this rescue, and Psychologist has to stop to heal, so there's actually nobody decoding at this point in time.
Yeah, and yeah, looking at this, we'll see whether Acrobat can potentially get this rescue off. It seems to be, since he's so close to the chair right now. Oh, but the Flywheel, will he pallet stun the Hunter?
Pallet.
Oh. But getting that hit.
First hit. Yeah, and he does actually get the save just in time. Gets it down through the pallet onto the Acrobat. Beautiful play from Kuga there. Acrobat tried to Flywheel pass. You cannot actually Flywheel through a body block. Merchant is going to Flywheel early. Gets the down. And a double down here for the Dream Witch. Toy Merchant, of course, will be eliminated as the save was after half. Acrobat will be placed on the rocket chair. And there's just no Cypher progress at all. And Kuga already in an incredibly dominant position. I actually don't see how survivors can come back from this. This looks like a definite winning position here. Acrobat, of course, will be on the rocket chair. Toy Merchant will be eliminated. And the Cypher progress, they have one Cypher done and almost no progress on any other Cyphers, because there were 3 people, unfortunately, not decoding during that last position. Psychologist was healing, and Acrobat was coming for the rescue.
Yeah, and Mercenary will be coming for this rescue, but the Patroller bite, though, this might potentially become a possible terror shot. Hoping for that for Kuga's side. Another Patroller bite, and safely getting that rescue, and now seems to want to get this double down, and Mercenary not wasting any of his chance giving to Hunter, and right now, just Wow, a lot of shifting from the Hunter's side. Very skilled on Kuga's side.
Yeah, I imagine Kuga will probably switch to Blink here, unless he can get this down with down. He should just switch to Blink. He's really trying to get this free hit without having to use the trait, and does eat a pallet stun. A little over-aggressive there from Kuga, potentially a little greedy. He has such a strong position. It's very safe just to switch to Blink here and secure this down. So I imagine we'll probably see him do that on this Acrobat. He's waiting, goes for the bomb. Does he switch to Blink? No, he's just going to hold on to this trait a little bit longer here. And does make it to the Catapult. This will allow the Acrobat to make some more distance. And he is going to force himself to die to the leash here. Goes for the bomb as well. Is Kuga, he's not going to switch just yet. Goes for the swing, unable to get the hit there. Swing and a miss again. Kuga's still holding on to the straight. If he switches to Blink, he can just secure this down so much easier. Goes for the early flywheel and does finally secure the down, but it is to the leech there. And again, yeah, Kuga, he does have trump card, but he's really just holding on to it here. So I'm curious what what he's trying to save it for right now.
Yeah, I think Kuga wise is kind of confident that he wants to just chase him basically without any blink. So if that's the case and you just want to drag out a little bit more time for Cypher's decode, I guess it can be done. I mean, considering how far the Cypher is needed to be decoded,
Right.
I guess Kuga's just giving a slight chance. But Survivor's side, it seems to be that no one... Mercenary might potentially come for this rescue, but he's half health and does not have any elbow pads to kind of come closer to the chair. Psychologist still getting pressured by the leech.
Yeah, and again, the Cypher progress is just very limited. We still see 4 Cypher machines remaining. Acrobat is now eliminated. Psychologist with a Leech in play, and Mercenary already at half health and no items available here. The dungeon hasn't even opened yet. That's how far... oh, Kuga does walk into that pallet, unfortunately. That will be a free pallet stun for the survivors. But yeah, it's so strong right now because of this positioning, because of the Cypher control. A lot of Cypher progress spread out here, but not even 2 Cyphers down, which means, again, dungeon is still not open. They have to have 3 Cyphers remaining to be there. Early flywheel gets the hit through the pallet onto the Psychologist. Of course, it is the leech hit, so the leech will be removed in the process, but it doesn't really matter. Kuga has such incredible map pressure here, and no fear of the dungeon whatsoever as of right now.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it seems to be that this is a slow, but for sure a full elimination on the Hunter side. It seems to be a long one because both sides still have self-heal that they can potentially kind of play it out for another 2 to 3 minutes, but it seems to be... Oh, but the dungeon is now revealed because it's 3 Cyphers remaining, so looking slightly better, but still Cypher's not enough. And the center Cypher, yeah, it's just, it can't be decoded at all.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing against a Dream Witch. You typically, there's 2 sort of plays you can do. Oh, we actually see the Tram leave before Mercenary can take it. You either want to do the center Cypher first, or you want to do it not at all, because the Dream Witch can just pressure it over and over. It looks like we're going to see Mercenary actually did get, I believe, pick up another elbow pad there, trying to elbow pad away, but still able to get that hit there. And again, now it's just a matter of time. Mercenary, of course, still have self-heal. Same with Psychologist, but Kuga has all the time in the world. Psychologist can pop the Cypher machine, but they still have to do 2 more. They have the middle Cypher at 50, but they're never going to be able to do that Cypher machine Chocho as the Dream Witch. It's so easy to constantly pressure down that Cypher machine for a Dream Witch player. Again, that's why you have to either do the middle Cypher first or just not do it at all here. And at this point, it is too late to finish that middle Cypher.
Yeah, it's just looking really unfortunate on the Survivor side. And another unfortunate thing that if we did see it very clear at the start was that they had actually 2 middle Cyphers, one at the center and one at the middle double story area, which is something that's very favorable for a Dream Witch.
Yep.
So placements wise for the Cyphers, it seems to be very perfect onto Kuga's side. And now, yeah, both of them are down. We'll see whether they might potentially surrender or try to fight this out, even though the results might potentially still be a full elimination.
Yeah, you almost got hit by the tram there. That would have extended the game an extra few seconds, but it looks like we are going to see Mercenary get placed on the rocket chair here. Psychologist will follow suit here onto the graveyard chair, and that is going to be a 4 survivor elimination here for Kuga. And we will see a 5-0 lead right away for FT. We talk about how FT is just such an experienced tournament team here, and PX is just a lot of pressure for them going against such a strong team like Future. And yeah, just like that, they will take an early 5-0 lead here, and they're looking pretty strong in this match thus far.
Yeah, I mean, for FT, this is definitely the perfect start they are looking for. 5-0 right from the get-go, and I would say a perfect starting match for IVC as well. So 5-0, a very clean sweep on Dream Witch side. And Eli, any highlights that you'd like to mention about that match?
just a very fast down. Talk about one of the biggest things for Dreamwitch is if you're able to get a quick down, you can easily just snowball the game. We'll talk about snowballing games as Dreamwitch is just every free hit or every fast down, you just take advantage of that and you slowly gain more and more control as the game progresses. And you saw the Toy Merchant went down before Flywheel was even available. And I think the biggest issue was most likely the spawn. In that when you do spawn in that corner house area, you trap yourself in the corner. You spawn in all the way behind the building in the back corner. And there's really nowhere to go. The Toy Merchant, of course, can fly away right away, but it's a Dreamwitch. She'll just catch up very fast. So the best way to approach a Dreamwitch, typically you want to spawn away from the corner. That way you can actually rotate and buy some time early game before the Dreamwitch can catch up to you. And then you start the chase after a few extra 20 seconds, extra 30 seconds potentially, and then that allows for free decoding, and that's really how you can gain an advantage against a Dreamwitch. But unfortunately, the Merchant did spawn in the back corner, which did allow the Dreamwitch to catch up right away, and we didn't, of course, see what happened, unfortunately, but based off of the secondary screen, we were able to tell that there was an early hit with the spawn follower, and then the leech, I'm guessing, just followed after the Merchant. He switched to the leech and downed her right away with the leech. And of course, dying to leech is always very strong, but if it's a fast down, unfortunately, it's not too good in that the Dreamwitch can then gain pressure over the rest of the field. And because the Cypher progress is very limited at that point, then it's very easy for the Dreamwitch to slow down the game to a point where survivors cannot finish Cypher machines. Another key factor was that Mercenary was cut off from a distance, and he wasn't able to go for the rescue, which forced the Psychologist to stop and heal the Mercenary, and the Acrobat had to go for a save, and at that point there was nobody at all able to decode, and all 4 survivors were off of Cypher machines. And from there on, it's just so easy for Dreamwitch to slow the game down to absolutely nothing, which obviously did happen there. And Uga was able to get all 4 survivors eliminated.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely have to agree with you. I mean, the snowballing points, fast down, and then able to chair at the center, camping out the center ciphers, and then Psychologist actually took the time to kind of run towards a removal, get it, and then remove the leech onto Mercenary side. Mercenary didn't dare to kind of decode after he got that free hit, even though Psychologist did heal him up. And I think one thing I definitely have to agree with you is the change of blink, I mean, if Koga technically did change his blink much earlier, like when you mentioned it, I think it might potentially lead to a faster ending game instead of like a prolonged one like we've seen just now. Yeah, I mean, not giving any chance, I think that's the name of this game. I mean, considering how survivors headed this meta still is, survivors can potentially pick up every single point of the hunters giving chance and then just use it to their advantage. So Kuga wise definitely could have potentially played it slightly better in terms of when he should change his blink, but then again, a 5-0 still impressive play onto Kuga's side.
Yeah, overall, this does give FT a lot to work with here. And if I'm not mistaken, we do looking into, it looks like PX actually did choose the map. We do have information on that. So that means if FT is able to gain an early lead on opponent's map selection, we talk about this every single tournament, Chocho, but as the team that gets to pick map, you always want to win on your map selection. If you're tying or losing on your map selection, you're giving the other team an advantage, and that's hard to come back from. So FT with a huge lead right away on opponent's map selection gives them a lot to work with moving forward.
Yeah. Looking at this, like you mentioned, I mean, FT right now has a lot to work with. I mean, they can play this however they want. However, their only goal in this second half is to not get 4 kill. And I'm not too sure whether they know their opponents, but from what the data that has been given to us, this person do have an opera singer and also a sculptor. But considering IVC, we're not allowed to place opera singer yet. But unfortunately, but Eli, maybe I can explain a little bit about this new hunter that we're having, opera singer.
Opera singer, yeah. So we were actually talking about this before. Something that I really like to discuss is that what's been happening in the game recently is we have this thing called what we call power creep, and this happens in a lot of games, a lot of different video games where over time characters start to become stronger and stronger. The more characters released, the stronger they get, right? And a lot of people are like, well, why are these strong characters being released over and over and over, right? It doesn't really make sense. It actually does, because what typically happens is, again, stronger characters get released. Let's take a character like Ripper, for example, all right? Back in the day, Ripper was one of the strongest characters in the game, right? He was never really nerfed or adjusted or anything like that, and he's now become one of the weakest hunters in the game. Why is that? Because stronger survivors and stronger hunters get released every season, and it just goes on and on and on. And that's very interesting to see. And again, people are like, why does this happen? Well, that's very standard for a lot of video games, right? And it makes sense. So a character like Opera Singer, is very strong, right? A character like Antiquarian is very strong, two of the strongest characters we've seen in a while. Of course, it is a bit early to say how strong Opera Singer will be overall, but I do think, not including that her hit, if you exclude the fact that her hitbox is terrible, everything else about her is very strong. A very fast hunter, a lot of great mobility, very strong chase. I'm very excited to see how this hunter will ultimately impact the game. But of course, for now, it will be just no Opera Singer in this tournament, which is very unfortunate, as that I actually really love to play Opera Singer. Very fun character overall.
Oh yeah, I mean, Opera Singer for sure very fun. I mean, if you can manage to get the hit onto survivors and get the 4 kill, but other than that, I would say if you're comparing between Night Watch and Opera Singer seems to be kind of harder to play compared to Night Watch. So we'll see how this possibly turns out. Maybe in future tournaments you might potentially see Opera Singer, but for now it will stop at Night Watch. And looking at this, a 5-0 clean sweep in this first half that we're seeing here. PX have to pick themselves up. Like you've mentioned, this is their map selection. They need to at least, but get the advantage, or not at least tie things up. So pressure is gonna be all on PX Hunter side. Survivor side just need a 1 escape to secure their win in BO1.
Yeah, unfortunately for PX, there is no way that they can actually win this round anymore, or at least this first round. And they really need to, as you mentioned, at least tie. And again, tying or losing on your own map selection, it's not an ideal situation. Considering how Survivor side of the meta is currently, getting a 5-0 as the Survivor side, again, not exactly ideal, but we talked about this before the round. As a hunter, you now know your approach, right? Because your survivors went first, and you know that it was a forced survivor elimination. You now know you cannot safely play a tie hunter. You have to play a more aggressive hunter that has a lot more win potential, and try to turn things back around and get a forced survivor elimination of your own.
Yeah, but now that we're waiting for this second half to happen, I'm kind of interested to see whether FT is what kind of ban strategy that they have, and what kind of team comms they are possibly looking at. Because I mean, from FT side, they're kind of like known for very very interesting way of thinking, strategies wise, ban picks. So of course, I mean, talking about interesting picks, we can't forget about this member MX. So we will see him really soon in the next round, which is Idol versus MP. So people who are waiting for interesting picks, maybe you guys just need to wait a little more and we'll see them again. But for now, second half of this match, PX Neolab Hunter from PX Neolab. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrongly. Neolab and
I don't know.
on the FT Survivor side. Yeah, so so what FT Survivor's goal is to get 1 escape, but if it's possible, they want this to be like super clean, 10-0, 4 escapes. So FT wise, they do have quite a lot of things to work with, but is there any ideal first 2 bans you think at this point in time for FT?
Well, considering that something we've seen FT do in the past is they love to play the character mechanic. I think a lot of people really underestimate Mechanic's potential right now in the meta. The mechanic adjustment, I believe it was the bot's overall decoding speed was reduced, and a lot of people felt that Mechanic was not a strong character anymore, which is not true. Mechanic is still very good. Just the ability, and I say this a lot, but just the ability to have an extra survivor on the field to do a whole Cypher machine, Mechanic essentially makes it so you only need to do 4 Cyphers to win the game. If the bot is able to finish the Cypher machine at any point during the match, you make it so you just have to do 4 more Cyphers. Instead of 5, you have 4. I mean, that's pretty broken, right? So, and a lot of people, again, a lot of people think, oh, Mechanic's decoding is slower, so it's not going to work. Well, it's very easy for the bot to finish the Cypher machine. If the bot has faster, think about it this way, right? If the bot has faster decoding, like it did in the past, the bot finishes the Cypher very early, and the game is still maybe like 3 or 2 Cyphers remaining, so it doesn't really matter, right? If the bot's decoding is still slower, it doesn't matter. The bot's still going to finish the Cypher before the exit gates, before the exit gates are starting to be opened, right? So as long as the bot can finish the Cypher before the other Cypher machines are done, the bot is still extremely valuable because it still only makes it so you have to do 4 Cyphers. And even with the Mechanic's nerf, the bot can still do that. So again, Mechanic Very strong character. We should see FT potentially use it. China IVL, it's very common. In Japan, IJL, it's very common as well. Especially in a situation where FT only needs at least a 1 survivor escape. They will be playing most likely a tie composition here. Mechanic is a very good character for securing at least 1 survivor at the exit gate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got to agree with that. I mean, considering how Mechanic's board after decoding, and if she does survive towards detention period, she can technically place a board at the gate. And
yes,
if Hunter does a detention and teleports to the board's gate, I mean, the board can definitely tank that hit, and nothing will happen to the survivor side. So, I mean, I would say Mechanic is still very strong in this meta, considering if they're aiming for a tie. But knowing FT, seems to be that they might not go for such conservative playstyle. They might go aggressive, and we'll see whether this aggressiveness of FT's side might not turn into favor for them to get this very impressive win right from the get-go.
Right, and something to consider as well, though, is we have seen FT attempt to play Mechanic aggressively in the past as well. We've seen it during COA qualifiers. In the first round of COA qualifiers on Arms Factory against MP Moro's Clerk, we saw the Mechanic being utilized from the FT team sort of to play aggressive, which was a bit curious. We typically wouldn't see Mechanic being used in that situation, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them there, but we'll see if they do have it as a potential winning option. Again, as that Cypher Rush with Mechanic is so good as of right now, even after the adjustment to Mechanic, it's still a strong character, so we'll see if they go that route. They also have characters such as Embalmer, as Embalmer is a very consistent survivor as well, and then Embalmer can self-rescue himself, and you can make it so the survivors don't have to slow down their decoding to stop to go for a rescue. Embalmer can save himself, survivors can continue to push Cypher machines, and they can get to the exit gates very fast. And that could be very important in this situation where they only need to at least get a survivor out the exit gate. But I think overall, because FT has such a large lead here, it is very advantageous, as you mentioned, for them to still maybe try to play aggressive and get as many extra points as possible in this round.
Yeah, I think that would be really interesting to know. And you know, while we're waiting, something popped into my mind. We know there will be this new character from this survivor side, Aeroplanist. I'm not too sure whether I pronounced that correctly. There's this guy that kind of flies and turns left and right. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So Eli, in your perspective, I mean, have you kind of looked at the skills on this new survivor that we're having?
Yeah, I think that it's sort of just like a weaker version of Patient. Now, to be fair, I did say this about Nightwatch. When Nightwatch came out, I was like, oh, this is just a weaker version of Geisha. He's actually become a better version of Geisha. So I was kind of wrong. I will admit to that one.
Okay.
But as for Aeroplanist, yeah, I don't. He's sort of, to me at least. Obviously, I could be totally wrong on this one, and I apologize if I am. But from what it seems like, Aeroplanist seems very inconsistent, because what happens with him is when you use his dash ability, you can't really control which direction it goes at some point. I'm not sure the exact skill, but I believe the second two are random. Right after you use the first one, it could go either way, and that could be a bit of a problem. And then also the flying ability, you can only use once per game, right? So
yeah,
it sort of seems like he's a more risky version of Patient, which in tournament we typically don't see risky characters as much. We see more consistent characters. So characters such as Gamekeeper and Clown, let's just use that as an example. Those characters are a bit luck-based in that you try to go for Terror Shocks with those characters as they go for rescues on the rocket chair, or maybe a character like Photographer. It's very lucky if you can find the survivor hiding. Of course, it is a bit skill-based, but also a bit luck-based as well. So we typically don't see those luck-based characters being utilized in tournaments. We see the more consistent characters that rely mainly on skill and less on luck. This is a very high skill level game. So a character such as Aeroplanist that may be a little bit risky and slightly luck dependent may not be as good as a character like Patient, but we will have to see.
Yeah, we definitely have to wait and see how this new character in this server side might potentially, cause a possible shift in this meta, or might not actually benefit a lot. Like, you know, how when journalists came out, build-up was strong, but then again, right now we're not seeing a lot of journalists being played. So
yes,
yeah, we just gotta wait and see. For now, it's not released as of yet, so let's just see how that's possibly going to turn out. Right now, we're still going to be waiting for this second half from FT, and for the new people that's coming into the chat, welcome. For the first half, we did have FT Kuga getting a 4 eliminations, so 5-point lead for his team. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the players themselves, Mini Blue, I mean, Mini Blue is known to be the rescuer for his team, also also as the leader as well as commander for FT, and has actually got an S badge forward this season too. So we might potentially see him take on this harasser role instead of this rescuer, and maybe someone else in the team might take on that instead. As for Dragon, he's been known to be a very consistent kiter for his team, playing barmaid psychologist. We did see a postman right at the introduction too. So Dragon wise, I'm not too worried that because he's been showing very consistent performances out of everybody in his team. I think the only thing that we might potentially see differently might be from RD, because last time, like you mentioned, Shadow was the one that was playing in the front, but now this time around it's RD. So I want to see how he's gonna kind of play or add value to his team in this second half, considering they just need a 1 escape.
Right. You know what I just realized is the picture behind our head. Have you noticed the team composition here? We have Mechanic, Composer, Prisoner, and Antiquarian. So
against a clerk.
Wonder who did the band pick for that one. Yeah. So that's I wonder if we'll see. I would love to see. Typically in a lot of these competitive tournaments, right? We see very standard team comps, nothing too sort of off meta, right? But I wonder if I'll ever see a character team comp like this. That would be kind of interesting. Triple decoder.
That'll be interesting if they're trying to just Cypher Rush out of this. But Eli, I never actually really got your thoughts on this character that we're having right behind us, Composer, in this current meta. What do you think about it?
Composer's interesting. We haven't seen him being utilized too much over in China and Japan, which typically China and Japan often sort of set the meta for the rest of the world. But I do believe Composer does have some playability on maps with very sort of broken kiting areas. Some map like Sacred Heart Hospital, because Composer is interesting. Composer is a character that is a decoder that can kite. Typically, we don't see decoders being good kiting characters. So for the reason why a character like maybe Prisoner isn't as strong as some other characters is that his kiting is not that strong, and you could argue the same about Mechanic, but Mechanic can still decode while she's down because she can still decode with the bot. So Mechanic is still strong in that instance, right? But whereas Prisoner cannot do that. Composer cannot do that as well, but he actually has better kiting potential than Prisoner does, and that's what makes Composer mildly decent. So Composer, if you are on a map with a very strong kiting area, such as Sacred Heart Hospital or Big Boat Lakeside Village, or potentially the corner house building on Chinatown Hotel, Composer can be utilized in that you can just abuse that kiting area. And if the hunter does want to take down the decoder first, they're going to have to kill them in a very strong kiting area overall. Looks like we are going to see, of course, PX on the hunter side here. It looks like Priestess will be the first ban here. So I believe they have one more to work with. It looks like it is going to be Seer here. So Priestess and Seer, very standard. Those are, typically the overall first two bans we see in a lot of situations. Looks like we're going to have female dancer first, so FT is going to sacrifice their dancer character for the rest of the series. If they do go dancer here, they cannot use it in the later rounds, but I don't think they mind that too much. And looks like they're still hovering over dancer, but I do think for this map, dancer is a very strong character overall. And it looks like we're going to have Patient as well. So something we really see, we talked about this a little bit before the tournament, but what happens in the first two picks, because again, you won't be able to use these first two picks in the rest of the best of three. You typically see a lot of teams pick one very strong meta character and then another character that's in the meta, a meta character, but isn't one that they care about using too much in the later rounds. So Dancer obviously is a very strong character that you'd like to have later, but they're going to use it up here early. And then Patient, they don't really care about too much. A very strong overall kiter that we usually would see picked later, but they don't want to waste a different character for the rest of the series. Again, Dancer and Patient now cannot be used in rounds 2 or 3 here for FT.
Yeah, and looking at this, a forward will be secured potentially. Usually we don't see forwards being picked at BO1, considering there is still other rescuers and also harassers in their team comp that can be chosen. But it seems to be that this pick has specifically been picked for Mini Blue, since he is potentially the only forward main in his team at this point in time. And yeah, we'll just be waiting for that last bend on the Hunter side. But kiting wise and support wise, just with these 3 characters, it seems to be that it's gonna be a really strong start for Survivor side.
Yes, absolutely. So forward here, again, not as standard. It means they are sacrificing the mercenary pick. We might see a little girl here, which is not a very wow. We haven't seen little girl being used in quite some time. Little girl is a very situational character, right? You can really only use little girl. It looks like we're going to see potentially a Night Watch here. Little girl is very good when you can play against something like a Dream Witch, because you can just teleport away when the Dream Witch gets close, or you can combine with a Mercenary. They don't have Mercenary, though. That's the thing. So they actually go forward here instead of Mercenary, and then they go Little Girl. So FT is taking a very risky approach. You almost never see Little Girl get utilized with a character besides Mercenary, because Mercenary is very hard to get a free hit on. But forward, Night Watch can chase a forward. So Little Girl combines with the forward. Night Watch can still hit him. So I don't know. This is
very
interesting approach. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. It seems to be the FT is kind of going not really a normal path that we will usually be seeing. And considering they just need a one escape, seems to be that, like you mentioned, kind of risky. And Hunters will be picking a Night Watch, which is something that might not be something that they kind of were expecting. But looking at the spawn location, center we're having the forward. Right below forward, we do see the Patient, Female Dancer nearing the graveyard, and inside graveyard we do have the Little Girl. So we'll see whether Hunter decides to chase Female Dancer, Little Girl, or potentially chasing the forward to eliminate that potential type turner in this team comp.
Right, now I think this spawn is actually not too bad for survivors, because Little Girl spawns all the way in the corner of graveyard here. So if the Night Watch opts to go graveyard first, you can teleport to the Patient, and then go and make a lot of distance from the Hunter. You also don't really want to chase Dancer first as a Night Watch, and that Dancer is actually very strong at kiting Night Watch. If you're able to get those slow boxes down, it's very difficult for a Night Watch to deal with. So I think the overall best target here is, well, probably the Little Girl, but if she's able to teleport away, it's very hard to actually find her. So I think while this may be a very curious team comp, I think it works out quite well. I do think Mercenary instead of forward here could potentially be a lot more ideal for FT, but they're really going with the aggressive strategy in this sort of situation. So we talked about how they had 2 approaches, right? You can go with a conservative approach and just secure the win for this round, or you can try to go aggressive and get as many points as possible. It looks like Dancer actually missed the music box drop, misses it again here, so she's not able to get the box under the pallet, which means she can't go for another pallet slam, and a triple box right away from Dancer. Goes for the spin here, gets the hit early right away, so I missed spin from Dancer, and unfortunately 2 missed boxes. She was not able to get the boxes down under the pallet, which is not ideal for the Dancer here. We're going to see him jump over the pallet here, but she was able to get this vault here. Will she transition back to the slow box? Nope. She's going to continue in this area. Has another pallet to work with. She must drop this now, and Night Watch is going to jump this. She does have this this pallet vault to work with, but there is confined space, so Dancer is going to go down relatively quick here, and forward is not here to support. So this is going to be a fast down for the Night Watch. So if there's any opportunity for this PX team to potentially come back and secure a tie for this round, it is right now with this fast down.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's actually a really fast down, Blink wasn't even utilized, but then again, Cypher's actually progressing pretty fast. I mean, I think they kind of decoded right from the get-go instead of waiting for Hunter. And yeah, I mean, when we went inside, Female Dancer was already at check and used up all of her boxes, so she doesn't really have any second kite potential at this point in time. Pulling her back and missing that swing. Little Girl giving that little support from her little pages over there. Body blocking for the Female Dancer. We'll see whether she can potentially kite this out without any tools.
Oh, she actually does cancel the pallet break though, unfortunately. So that's going to give more time for the Night Watch to catch up here. We do see the tram here. This could be a tram mind game. Dancer tries to get it, but is unable to do so. Night Watch is not fooled, and unfortunately because of this, does die in the open. So forward cannot harass at all here. He's going to be placed on the chair for the second time. Will they actually go for a rescue? Forward does not have Tide Turner. It looks like, actually Patient and Little Girl are the characters with Tide Turner. Of course, it makes sense for Little Girl to have Tide Turner in that she can just combine with the Survivor and she won't need to have broken windows. But Patient here is quite curious. We will see, looks like no rescue at all. They're going to stop to heal up here, just play the conservative strategy here. And it looks like there's not going to be any rescue at all. So Nightwatch has a good position because there's no conservative character like Mechanic or Embalmer here. Potentially the aggressive strategy from FT may actually backfire here.
Yeah, it may potentially backfire, and Hunter hasn't opened his second skill yet, but he soon will. Chasing the little girl right from the get-go, will be getting this swing onto her since there's no flywheel as well. Still has 2 pages to work with, but considering that she's going up against a second skill Nightwatch, and has a blink still, I really doubt Panda might potentially kite this out. Forward is here for that support. We'll see whether the leech will happen, but no.
Oh, and cancels the attack recovery or doesn't cancel, but does get down as well. Forward is here to support though. Goes for the pickup. It looks like he does blink, but gets the stun. Oh, the blink there. Little girl's gonna. No, she goes down. She tried to combine, but went down. She should have just taken the Valid Vault. If she takes the vault there, she would have been able to, and Ford's gonna try to football away. He is able to avoid that hit there. But Nightwatch can still catch up and get the hit here. So FT playing so aggressively here, and unfortunately it is not working out, and PX is working themselves right back into this match. Yeah, Little Girl, in that situation, if you take the vault first, and then you combine after you take the vault, there's no way for the Nightwatch to get that hit. But she tried to go for the combine first, so unfortunately a slight misstep does give the Nightwatch a free down here. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining here, Chocho, and now things are looking very good for PX.
Very, very amazing things that we're seeing here for sure, Eli. And right now, pulling back Mini Dragon, and we'll be getting this rescue perfectly done. But Little Girl only has 1 page, and with this tight turner,
he
destroying the...
Yeah,
it's because it's a new method.
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. Adjustment, yeah.
Yeah.
Eli's not paying attention. Apologies.
Apologies on my side too. So getting that double down though, amazing stuff we're seeing here. Forward is the one with half health, half ball, but he's kind of far away. Oh, but potentially changing targets over here. Oh no, it was just to kind of scare him away, not giving that potential harassment factor over there. So we'll be chairing the little girl right back at the same chair. I think you kind of know where Patient is as well. Forward for sure. I mean, he literally had this eye contact moment with him at the shack area. We'll see how this might potentially play out. And is he gonna chair Dragon? Because if he chairs Dragon, it kind of gives chance for Forward to get that one escape through the dungeon, Eli.
No, I think he's just trying to bait the Forward to try to rescue here so he can get a free down. It looks like, yeah, he's not gonna do that. Still 2 Cypher machines remaining. Yeah, Little Girl is just such an uncommon character. I totally forgot that there was a change to her abilities. It just goes to show how little Girl is used. Not a lot. So it looks like we're going to see Chase onto the Forward here over at the corner house area. And Patient's also not decoding, so he's going to go to that Graveyard Cypher. It is about 80% of the way done. There is a possibility if Forward can last long enough for the Patient to finish 2 Cyphers, but the problem is the Forward is kiting on the last Cypher machine, the last Cypher at 60%, but it is that corner house Cypher here.
Yeah, and now Forward is using a lot of his ball, and the down will happen with that blink. Amazing stuff from Neo Lab, and right now we'll be chasing the Patient. Patient doesn't have self-heal, but Forward does. So we'll see whether Patient can potentially last long. And from what we have, I think, yeah, Hunter does not have trump cards, so
yes.
If Patient might potentially kind of make it, kind of kite it out all the way through until Forward stands up and is on the chair. Is on that Cypher, he might potentially pop the Cypher, but Neolab is being very cautious over here, Eli.
Yeah, so the thing is, because the last Cypher is at corner house, right? So, but Forward gets up early. Ooh. Forward gets up early, so now the Nightwatch can just down him. Forward needed to wait until... Okay, so I'll explain a little bit after the match about how this could have played out differently. But Forward's going to use that football to stay alive a little bit longer here. And there's no way Nightwatch can actually down Forward without breaking the pallet, is that he does have that increased vaulting speed. But now that the pallets are gone, Forward doesn't have much to work with here. Nightwatch is going to use that speed boost to catch up. There is no more football, and he is going to secure the down. Forward does not have self-heal. What I was going to say is that Forward actually could have waited until Patient got chased, right? And then once he knows that the Patient's getting chased, he can then self-heal and finish that last Cypher machine, because it is about 60% of the way done. But because he got up before the Nightwatch fully left, Nightwatch can simply just go back and down the Forward on the last Cypher. And now Forward does not have his self-heal, and now that means there is no opportunities even for a 1 survivor escape here, most likely. So it looks like he is, Nightwatch is just going to circle this area. He can kind of just stay here and wait until he sees the Cypher machine moving and then go for the Patient. Or he can actually go look for the Patient early, because the problem is, if you don't look for the Patient, it does let the Forward bleed out here, and Patient maybe can find a syringe. But yeah, it looks like he's just gonna he doesn't want to allow a free heal. So he is staying around this area. Does he get tinnitus here?
Ooh, it seems to
does.
be Eli. Yeah, the tinnitus at the geisha area. We'll see whether Neolab will sense it. Oh, but going up the tram, I think Neolab might have. Oh, is still following the tinnitus. He thinks that he's still in this area. Did not go up the tram, but very interesting play from Dragon's side. Very smart indeed. But then again, the only way Patient can potentially get out of this game with one escape is to wait until forward bleeds out. And he's half health. Dragon's half health is not full health. He has 3 hooks though, but the half health, I think that's the factor that might potentially make this into a 4 elimination instead of potential 1 escape. But oh, the tinnitus popping out of the graveyard, it is very clear. And forward is just halfway through the bleeding.
Yeah, so Patient obviously can try to kite as long as possible. Oh, misses the blink here, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in that, you know, Patient can... It doesn't have much to work with. He does have the 2 hooks. He can, of course, hook over this window, but the Hunter can actually just vault through their own confined space without a problem. So Patient's just going to loop around here as much as possible, but again, it's just a matter of time. Forward no longer with any sort of self-heal, and this will be a 4 survivor elimination here and a 5-5 for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really impressive from Neolab. I think we didn't really had high expectations for PX, considering that we didn't really, see the names and we're like, oh, remember this person. So, considering that and able to get a 4 kill onto a veteran team like FT Survivors, I think it's amazing stuff onto PX Hunter side, Neolab specifically, and Dragon's still trying to kite this out though, a little bit more till the bleeding ends, but Patient does not have anything to use anymore, Eli, so it seems to be, like you've mentioned, a 4 kill for Neolab. Just a little bit of this mind game at the palette, jumping over that window, confined space being activated, and that down will happen onto Dragon. Amazing things onto PX Hunter side. I really did not expect this, Eli, at all.
Yeah, excellent. Actually, it's kind of interesting to see how well Dragon was able to kite there at the end, especially against a full presence Nightwatch. So it really goes to show maybe if Patient got kite first, it could have been a bit different. But yeah, unfortunately, the little girl strat, the LG strat, did not work out here for FT. And you know, again, it really goes to show why little girl. It's not really used too much in competitive, not even used too much in rank. Little girl's just unfortunately not a very strong character as of right now. I was thinking about it a little bit, and I think the main idea for using Little Girl is that she's pretty decent against Nightwatch in that you can actually, if you use the pages, you can stop the wind ability and force it to go to cooldown. So any character that has the potential to stop the wind ability at the start of the game, the zero presence wind ability and force a cooldown is very good against Nightwatch. But unfortunately, once the Nightwatch has presence, then he can just use the instant wind, and the pages don't really do much against the Nightwatch then. So it just didn't, the strategy didn't work out. I understand the approach, but I do believe that unfortunately in this meta, Little Girl is just not quite as strong as some other characters. And PX Hunter taking full advantage of that, getting a 4 survivor elimination. And I think this round still does slightly benefit FT in that they were able to tie on their opponent's map selection, so they do have a slight advantage now that they can pick map in the second round. But overall, it is going to be a tied game in this first round.
Yeah, and just many things to saying. I think a possibility that why they picked the little girl and this team con they were seeing specifically, it could be because they were potentially expecting another hunter. I mean, we did see in the introduction, it was a sculptor introduction at the start. So just maybe because this PX specifically, they might have been concealing this hunter's character pool, and this hunter has been kind of training for this Nightwatch potentially, and it kind of took FT off guard with that. And just Little Girl pick, it has been pretty unconventional, and considering they just needed a 1 escape, like if I said, it's very risky, and it didn't turn out very good for FT's side.
Yeah, I think they were expecting Nightwatch, because the only reason you play Little Girl is because it's good against Nightwatch in the early game if Little Girl kites first. Kind of, because you can cancel the wind ability. And then obviously Dancer is very good against Nightwatch, Patient's good against Nightwatch, Forward is good in general. So I think they probably were expecting Nightwatch. I just think that Little Girl's, as you mentioned, is not really the best character. I mean, obviously Little Girl is good at first kite against Nightwatch in some instances, but I think there are, as you mentioned, better characters for that situation, right? You know, characters such as we didn't see Acrobat getting utilized. Acrobat is not bad. Obviously, even a character like Enchantress is not too bad. Obviously, Enchantress is not a main meta character, but it does work in that sort of situation. So yeah, it's just we could have also seen a Decoder mechanic would have been okay, I think, and Bomber would have been okay. So unfortunately, they did not have, or even Prospector. We've actually seen FT play a lot of Prospector before. Prospector, I think, would have been fine here as well, but they did take the Little Girl approach, and PX did work out in their favor, so it is going to be 5-5 in this round here. We're going to look up the overall match statistics for this round.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the ciphers wise, 228% on decoding for Dragons, Patient. Kiting wise, it still looks pretty decent. It's just that, I mean, against Neolab played his cards correctly and able to kind of target on potentially the weakest spot that he potentially feel might be, which was the female dancer at that point in time. He did an amazing start, and I think it finished off perfectly for his team. And kind of looking back at the match, right? I mean, we did see how the Little Girl and the Patient brought Tide Turner instead of the forward with, in fact, 3-9. So, Eli, what are your thoughts on the persona picked just now in the second half?
Yeah, so I think that something I want to mention is, well, I think it does impact the. Typically, you see Broken Windows is actually pretty good against Nightwatch. As long as you can keep distance, it's hard for the Nightwatch to sort of deal with that unless they have presence to dash after you. It's good for first chase. Flywheel is not as effective. Something I did want to actually point out though is that the Dancer was not able to get the boxes down inside the pallet. So we talked about this at the start of the match. As a Dancer player, you want to get the boxes. There's two approaches. You can put the box in the pallet and not throw down the pallet, so when the hunter goes to break the box, you can go for a pallet stun. The more common strategy is you actually put the box down, and then you put a slow box down, and then you put the pallet over the slow box. So the hunter has to break the pallet. They break it very slowly because of the slow box, and then they have to break the slow box. And during the time that they're breaking both of those things, the Dancer makes a lot of distance. And this is very good against a no presence Nightwatch because they can't dash to catch up, so they have to slowly walk after you. And then you get to a new area, you put the slow box down in the new area and put the pallet over the new slow box, and the hunter has to break it again. And while they're breaking it, you make a lot of distance. And you keep doing this until 3 Cypher machines pop, and once the hunter finally gets it down, it's a 3 Cypher kite. But unfortunately, the Dancer put down a slow box and actually missed getting the pallet down on top of it. So the hunter was able to break the box without having to break the pallet. And the Dancer also was not able to transition during that time. They just put another slow box down immediately. That one, unfortunately, was not inside a pallet either. The hunter was able to get a free hit. They were not able to transition, and it sort of just fell out of sync. As a Dancer, there's a certain approach. Again, slow box, pallet over it. When the hunter breaks it, you make distance. But yeah, the Dancer was not able to set up that because of that first box did not get inside the pallet, and the Nightwatch was able to take full advantage.
Yeah, I think definitely could have been played better with that female dancer on RD's side, but you know, looking at map selection wise, I mean, Ever Sleeping Town, it was PX selection, 5-5, FTT tie in their opponent's map selection, so that's still fine. I mean, it could have been done a lot better for sure. So it'll be prolonged into a BO3 for sure. And you know, we kind of look into the match just now. It was we saw how at Fake 8, when Little Girl down, there was this blink stunned by the forward. So I honestly I was looking at it and I was thinking whether it was actually a blink prediction or was it that the forward was actually expecting an excitement, because considering that prediction, and I mean, blink wasn't used the entire time from the first kite all the way until Little Girl. It could be possible that FT was expecting its excitement and was kind of dodging it out on Mibu's side, but it just so happened to be a blink stun. So it worked out perfectly for FT's side. I mean, definitely a good play for sure. But then again, Little Girl, with that little bit of misstep like you've mentioned, instead of waiting at the pallet, maybe vaulting over, forward rotating from the other side and getting leached on, that might have potentially been better instead of waiting before the pallet. But it's just... yeah, I think there was a lot of plays that could have been done a lot better in terms of the details wise. But then as a whole, we'll just have to wait and see how FT is going to perform in their own map selection.
So for those of you wondering why Antiquarian was not actually chosen, if FT chooses Antiquarian in their first 2 characters, they can't use Antiquarian for the rest of the Best of 3 series. So that's going to be really bad for them. So you typically, we don't see Antiquarian get chosen in the first 2 characters usually because, again, if you choose Anti first, you can't use her in rounds 2 or 3. And Antiquarian being one of the best, if not the best character in the game currently, you don't want to give that up right away. Because they had such a large lead, I think they most likely thought they could win the round without having to use Antiquarian. So they're conserving it for later rounds when they might need to potentially make a comeback or go for a more aggressive Survivor strategy. So I definitely agree with them not choosing Antiquarian there, but as we talked about, there are other characters that can also counter Night Watch. But now that they are through this first round, they won't have to worry about Night Watch anymore. You can ban Night Watch in the later rounds. It looks like we're going to have PX does ban Chinatown. FT, again, they still have map selection here, right? So they did, unfortunately, tie the first round after a good start. That's still okay for them because they now still have a slight advantage in that they can pick the map here going into the second round. And it looks like it is going to be Moonlit River Park. So let's see what kind of approach they want to go with because Kuga is still on the Hunter side here. We'll probably see Dream Witch get banned. And because it is Moonlit, I don't think Kuga's going to play Clerk because Clerk is really bad on Moonlit. Moonlit is actually the worst map in the game for Clerk. So I think Kuga most likely will be opting away from that Hunter. And we may see possibly a Night Watch from Kuga here. And of course the PX Night Watch will be banned. So they will no longer have Night Watch as an available option on their Hunter side.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see whether FT might potentially, PX is potentially going to let their survivors out for this first half, or, you know, allow his Hunter first, considering the performance of the Hunter side, maybe the Hunter coming out first might be better to kind of lessen the pressure on the survivor side. Seems to be that the survivors of PX is putting on quite a bit of pressure onto PX Hunters. So, yeah, Moonlit River Park, I mean, we know how Sacred Hospital is a very strong survivor-sided map, but what about Moonlit River Park, Eli?
Moonlit River Park is, it's a little bit different in that you do have some very strong areas such as the 4-stop area can be very good for characters like Acrobat or Patient. The 2-story area can be very good for characters like Toy Merchant. And you also have the roller coaster to work with as well. So any character that spawns their first stop can actually just jump on the roller coaster and create distance from the Hunter that way. Now, even putting that into perspective, you still have Hunters that can kind of counter that sort of strategy. So a character like Geisha is very good for a map like Moonlit River Park because they can just dash after the roller coaster and catch up. They can dash across the platforms at 4-stop and play around the Acrobat and Patience hooks. And so it could also be that Kuga is opting to potentially go Geisha here as well. So some Hunters are very weak on Moonlit in that they don't deal with the roller coaster very well, and some characters are very good because they can deal with roller coasters. So Geisha can deal with roller coaster. Night Watch with Presence can deal with roller coaster because they can catch up with the dashes. So I'm guessing because Moonlit is chosen here, Kuga has a Hunter that's going to be very good for playing on the Moonlit River Park map. And it could be that PX's next round Hunter, which maybe is the Sculptor we saw earlier. Sculptor is not good on Moonlit because she doesn't have any real way to deal with the roller coaster setup.
Yeah, so yeah, considering all of that and the performance-wise on both sides, and considering also this is Moonlit River Park, FT's map selection, they would definitely have this certain strategy that's going to play with the roller coaster and, you know, pull distance between Hunter as well as the survivor. So, banning the Night Watch for sure, like you mentioned, it would be for sure on FT's survivor side when they're going against PX Neo Lab. And yeah, for PX, what Hunter do you think they might potentially ban on Kuga?
I think we'll see Dream Witch get banned 100%. Obviously, Dream Witch is not incredibly strong on Moonlit, but after that first round performance, there's no way they're going to safely give Dream Witch here anymore. Dream Witch is just too strong of a character from Kuga. It's just, it's too much win potential. At PX, while they may be tied here, they don't want to fall into the same situation they did in the first round. So you might as well ban that Hunter with a lot of win potential, such as Dream Witch, and take a Hunter that has less win potential here in the second round.
Yeah, I think PX will definitely try to gear up to this, and really very surprising performance from PX side. I mean, considering this might be their first time officially, you know, playing against FT, a veteran team like this, and in this stage, live stream, and
yes, live stream.
Yeah, I mean, considering all the nerves and the pressure onto PX side, expectations to meet, and yeah, I think PX is performing exceptionally well, and for FT, it could be kind of complacency at the start, I would say. I mean, with that ban pick, it's very interesting. I think we might potentially see more stable, normal team comms that in the later rounds. So for now, Acrobat and Psycho is banned on PX Survivor side, and then Female Dancer and Patient onto FT Survivor side.
Right.
Yeah, I think it might be a pretty interesting matchup in this Moonlit. I'm excited to see what strategies FT has been preparing for. I mean, it's been a very strong team for a long time, and picking Moonlit River Park, for sure, their Hunter Kuga is able to kind of overcome and go against PX Survivor, but I'm not too sure about Neo Lab though. If he's gonna go up against FT servers again and they decide to be more conservative with their ban picks, Neo Lab might potentially struggle more than he did in BO1.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's when you get onto this big stage, it's a lot more stressful to play. When you're playing in, just playing for fun with your friends or playing in a ranked match, it's really no problem. If you lose the match, who cares, right? You can go on to another one. But it's not like that here. You have a lot of people watching. You have to win. It's not like, okay, we can just, it's fine, we'll just win the next ranked match. It's not like that anymore. You have to win this series. You have to try to advance here. You're playing against a very good team like FT. For PX, it's very difficult, right? It's very stressful, a lot of pressure. So it's never easy in a tournament situation. Also, your team's relying on you heavily as one of the starting players on the team. If you throw a match, who cares in rank, right? You go on to the next one. I mean, maybe people get mad, but it is what it is. But anyways, if you make a mistake here, it's so much more pressure. It's so much more people are relying on you, people are watching, people are judging you. It's a lot more stressful. So you really it's a lot more consequential if you do, the consequences are a lot higher if you make a mistake here on this big stage. So a lot of pressure for PX here. And of course, FT has been here before. They know how this goes. But PX here, again, I mean, they tied the first round against an experienced team like FT. So definitely no shame there. And they are holding on here. And we will see 3 rounds against this team here. So they really did come out to play.
Yeah, for sure they come out to play. And yeah, I mean, definitely, like you say, nerfs, and that might potentially be the reason why the ban picks as well is taking quite a bit of time. I mean, they need to carefully consider every single aspect, whether it be, do they have a kiter, do they have a decoder, a harasser, a rescuer, stable rescuer for this team, and if they use this corrector now and it's potentially banned in the later rounds, is it something that they want to go for, or are they just gonna wait it out and play in the later rounds? So all these considerations are being made by these teams behind the scenes, and for sure might take some time. So at the meantime, maybe, if you guys are supporting FT or you're supporting for PX, do show your support in the live chat, and they might potentially see it, because I think I saw some of the players were kind of commenting at the live chat before it started. So do give your cheers to all of them, and I think PX for sure would need this support a lot more compared to FT, who is kind of comfortable with this scene since they've been here for more than a year already.
Absolutely. While we're waiting for the next round here, I'm going to take a moment to apply more lip balm. So I'll just do that real quick.
Yo, I thought that was French fry before you started.
Yeah, before the round, we were literally, me and Chocha were just talking about random stuff, and I literally put my lip balm on, and she's like, "Is that a French fry?" And I was like, "No, it's my lip balm. Why would I put a French fry on my lip? Like, what?" No, yeah, I was just, I have to apply my lip balm every little bit. I used to have the one where you like take it out and then you like put it on like that, and that one's a lot better, right, than this one, but I lost it. I lose everything because I'm very clueless. So that's something you'll learn about me. But,
yeah, before we start the live stream, I mean, we'll always just be joking around behind, and the question I still remember until now, he questioned me twice, Eli, where's my comb?
Oh, I was looking for my hairbrush. Yeah, I was looking for my comb. And I was like, "Trisha, where's my comb?" And she's like, "I don't know where your comb is. I don't know." But yeah, I lose it quite often. I lose my comb, I lose my lip balm, and I just forget where I put things. So I've lost my phone a few times. I lost my iPad. I lost my computer. I don't know how that's possible considering it's relatively large. So yeah, don't be like me, guys.
Yeah.
Take notes.
Eli gives off chaotic energy, but as for me, I give off calm energy. But Oh, but we're seeing a little bit of
substitution.
change. Yeah, PX and me, which is the survivor side, will be swapping with Wooly. And from what we have in our stats here, he does play the Seer as well as Perfumer. It's a kind of taking on this kiter role for his team. I think if that's the change that they're kind of going for, it seems to be that they want a more stable kiter in this team compared to maybe Enmite. Sometimes there might be a certain shift in how you're feeling. You might not be feeling emotionally stable considering that 4 kill that just happened in BO1 first half. So if you have decided to change for that, we might potentially see a different strategy or maybe a much better kiting at the start, considering we see how Toy Merchant got a fast down against a Dream Witch.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see how this substitution impacts this match. I do think that because it is Moonlight River Park, it could be that they're sort of going for a different approach with terms of character selections. Obviously, we see certain characters have, or certain players have certain characters that have more strength with. So a character such as Acrobat or a character such as Toy Merchant might be a lot better on this map than when it would be on something else. It looks like, of course, Psychologist and Acrobat, as you can see, are automatically banned as they were the first 2 characters selected at the start of the first round, so they will not be able to be utilized for the rest of the series here. It looks like we're going to see Priestess, and Mercenary actually is the second one here from Kugo, so he's opening up Seer as a potential possibility for the survivors. I expect them to choose it right away here. And as for the second character, you do have Patient, obviously still available, very good on this sort of map. You do have Toy Merchant. They may want to go with the Rescuer early as well. We're actually going to see Mechanic. So Mechanic picked early here is, obviously we talk about Mechanic as very strong in this meta, but as an early character selection, not quite as strong. We are going to see Patient as well. So they opted not to go Seer, and they also opted not to go Rescuer. So Kuga now has some opportunities to work with. He can ban First Officer, and then there's sort of, PX is sort of left with no safe Rescuer anymore, with Mercenary and Officer gone. What do they have left? Wildling and Gravekeeper? I mean, Gravekeeper is fine. Wildling is fine, but they're not at the same level as Mercenary or Officer. But it looks like actually Kuga's going to go Seer instead here.
Yeah, I think from Kuga's side, it's a very smart ban to ban out the Mercenary, considering how his elbow pads can give him mobility to travel around the map and rescue survivors easily. And I mean, considering other survivors, they have to use their own 2 little feet to run towards the chair. It's going to take a lot more time.
2 little feet. Yes.
Yeah, and coming way before the survivors chat. And looking at this, we see the anti-Korean pick of securing the harasser and First Officer banned on Kuga's side. So a strong 2 strong rescuers are being banned here. And they are not considering a rescuer, Eli. They might potentially pick a prisoner here.
Yeah, So this is interesting. So they're going double. They're going, like, light speed decoding here, I guess. We don't see unfortunately we don't see the composer. If we saw composer instead of Patient, it would be the dream composition like we have in the background screens of our cameras.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately we don't get that. That's kind of sad. But it looks like if they go prisoner here, so they're gonna go prisoner. So on a map like Moonlight River Park, it's very crucial to have a stable rescuer because it's such a large map. It's very easy for the hunter to cut off the person from a distance. So when you go onto a big map like Moonlit, it's very important to have a rescuer. Going for a strategy like this where you have no rescuer is a little bit more viable in a small map like Arms Factory or Church because it's harder for the hunter to cut off the survivor from a distance because the map's a lot smaller. Oh, Kuga's gonna go Clerk. We were so close. We just needed the composer. No, it was almost the dream scenario.
Oh, but really unfortunately, we'll be seeing this calm instead, and yeah, it seems to be that they have made an adjustment from BO1. In BO1, we saw there was 3 ciphers remaining, and Kuga got a 4-kill. This time around, they think they kind of want to cipher rush it, make sure all ciphers are decoded, it can be popped so that they have this end game. But then again, Cluck's end game though is a different story.
Right, and so yeah, so now they have very fast decoding, right? So that's not going to be the problem. I would imagine Patient will have Tide Turner and no one else will have Tide. I'm also curious to see where they spawn each survivor. See, the way Clerk wins games is that she gets fast downs. The way survivors beat Clerk is that the first kite is very long. Clerk's early game chase is usually not that strong. Transition kiters are very good against her.
Ooh.
So we do have... Okay, so this is a pretty standard spawn. If you spawn... So usually we see a survivor spawn... Actually, no, it's not. we typically see a survivor spawn 4-stop. I'm actually curious why Patient isn't 4-stop. Patient usually goes 4-stop because he can loop that 4-stop area very well. Sometimes you will see a survivor spawn over that 2nd stop area to hit the stop sign. Yeah, it's actually, we have someone intent as well. So I don't know, Chocho, what do you think about the spawn?
I think what they're going for is for Patient to kind of click on touch the 2nd stop sign, such that if Hunter chases the prisoner, he can sit on the thing and then go all the way to 3rd stop. Same with Patient, and then if Hunter chases the mechanic can technically drop down from double story, go towards 1st stop, and take the train to 3rd stop. So that's what I think it seems to be that that's the case. And but mechanic will be rotating towards the moving carousel, and Hunter will be right behind her.
Yes, she leaves 2-story. So you spawn in 2-story because it's a pretty safe area, but she actually leaves it instead. Oh! Interesting route from the mechanic. She just runs away from the pallets and gets a free hit in the process. So a very fast hit for the Hunter here. And this is the way that Clerk wins games, is they get a fast down on a character such as Mechanic. Did he get the pallet pickup? He did get the pallet pickup. So Mechanic is going to go down relatively fast. She doesn't have any broken windows. She does have flywheel, but it's not going to be ready. She's just going to die in the corner. And Clerk gets maybe a 20 seconds into the game, already has it down here. And I really don't like to jump to conclusions here, but when a Clerk gets a down this fast, it usually means that the Clerk can win from this position. Again, the way you beat Clerk is the first kite is very long, and the way that Clerk wins games is that the first down is very fast. And now Clerk can easily just control ciphers for the rest of this match. So how does PX work out of this? I actually don't know. Even with fast decoding, I don't know if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, and just looking at this, he's just gonna pull out and kind of check whether Tinnitus is around this area. He's gonna know where the stuff is coming from. But now Tinnitus is popped up, and Patient will be coming for this rescue. And just to note, Patient do have the Titan, like you mentioned, Eli, and getting that rescue very safely. A Mechanic still has flywheel, so we'll see whether she might potentially kite this out. Oh, this mind game at the pallet. Able to pull away though, has this distance. Still has flywheel to get through the pallet. We'll see whether she'll need it.
Oh, doesn't use it. She actually doesn't use the flywheel. And Mechanic does unfortunately waste the pallet drop as well. So yeah, Kuga taking full advantage of this. And this is again why you don't really see double decoder in this sort of situation. It might not be bad against a Hunter, say like Bloody Queen, because Bloody Queen can it does struggle against the increased cipher rush. But against a character like Clerk, where Clerk relies on getting a fast down, characters with weak decoding such as weak kiting such as decoders, Clerk can just take full advantage of that. And unfortunately, the Mechanic's route as well, just rotating away from 2-story, which is the strong kiting area. It gives a great position for the Clerk to get a fast down.
Yeah, and we're seeing the harassing from Antiquarian now. Oh, triple stun right from the get-go, and we'll be still chasing this Mechanic into this area. Mechanic still has this flywheel to use. We'll see whether she'll be able to use it now this time. But
he throws the pallet on himself. Oh, but does get the blink there. Tried to use the pallet to block the Mechanic here, but also the Patient could have harassed. Sorry, not the Patient. The Antiquarian could have harassed, but she was out of position there, so she wasn't able to get that stun. And now, yeah, this is looking pretty good. I mean, they have pretty good cipher progress because the bot was out, because the prisoner was out. They have good progress. But if Kuga can find where they're healing, I don't know how they can play around this. And does see the survivors healing, I believe.
Yeah, and if we're noticing, right, he keeps recording the prisoner, and at that point in time in both rescues, he keeps recording prisoner, forcing him to stop decoding. And considering that prisoner is one of the, at this point in time, fastest decoder during Mechanic's sharing. Yeah, and unable to use that hook very efficiently as well, downing pretty quickly considering he still had 2 more hooks. So we'll be downing the Patient over here, but yeah, like I was saying, prisoner fastest decoder at that point in time, but keeps getting recorded. Kuga knows his priorities, and he's showing to them that I am one of the better hunters, and we're not here to play. So right now, 3 ciphers remaining. Prisoner has to come for this rescue, and Antiquarian keeps getting recorded. Eli, it's gonna be a tough match, yeah.
This is a Moonlit River Park too. Keep in mind, this is a Kuga's not gonna hit the prisoner. I think he's trying to force the rescue after half here, because if there's rescues after half, the game's over. Kuga's able to win from this position. He's gonna flywheel to get close. Does get the save before half. And he misses 2 swings there, but prisoner stops body blocking for a split second, and that allows him to get the Patient down. Prisoner had to body block that hit there, Chojo, because if he did, Patient can actually just hook away, and the rebound kite could be quite long. But Prisoner was not able to get the body block. They're down to 2 ciphers, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Again, Kuga can just look at the ciphers. He can block the cipher machine here, and it is going to get blocked off and also reduce the progress. So I don't know if PX is going to have any more opportunities here to potentially get a survivor out.
Yeah, and considering from what we saw in the connected ciphers from Antiquarian's side, added together they still need 1 full cipher, so it's still not enough. Tugging that hit onto Patient, that's the thing that Kuga is aiming for, and he got it. We'll see whether he'll be able to get this free hit onto Prisoner, but he'll just be cheering just to be sure. And Antiquarian's still at that cipher is still locked, and Prisoner will be running away from that area.
Alright, it looks like it is going to be another recording on to Antiquarian here. Just gonna try to slow down the decoding a little bit more, and does get that recording there, so that's gonna block the cipher machine there as well. So yeah, it's just a matter of time. It looks like Kuga still has trade swap, still has blink. So you know, even if you do go for this this prisoner here, and an Antiquarian pushes the cipher, you could just teleport away. So Kuga just all the tools available to him as of right now.
Yeah, keep recording Antiquarian, and now we'll be kind of focusing onto this Prisoner. And yeah, he doesn't have any recordings at this point in time since he's recording the Antiquarian's decoding, preventing her from decoding. We're seeing the cipher is locked as well. Electric shock onto the Hunter, and that hit through that pallet Eli. Amazing stuff on Kuga.
Yeah, so another fast hit there onto the Prisoner. Kuga's just getting very quick downs onto these players, trying to mind game around this pallet here. Does mind game the Prisoner with the red light as well. And another extremely fast down. Is going to teleport to Antiquarian. Is able to fly with that swing. She needs to use the stun here. Is able to do so. So she can kite a little bit, but yeah, I mean it's not too much to work with. We can't see the Prisoner's trait, but I believe I think he still has self heal available. Oh, misses the swing. Swings too early. And another fast down for Kuga. Does Prisoner have self heal? I'm actually not sure.
I think he wasn't down at any point, so I think he does have
Yeah,
self
so-
unless he didn't bring it.
Okay, so
That's
I
the
don't
only
think he's
way.
going to chair. I think he's just taking him over to this area. Yeah, so he does see the self-heal is activated there, and he now will go back and get that Prisoner, secure that 4 kill. I'm actually curious what the last cipher machine is at.
It's the third stop. The third stop is the last cipher, but that's only 30% at most.
Right.
30 to 40% at most. So ciphers is not enough for sure. Antiquarian is down on
Yeah.
the floor. Still has self-heal though, and Prisoner does not anymore. So if he can downs the Prisoner, find the Antiquarian, cipher is completely not enough. Yeah, 4 kill seems to be that Kuga will be getting that once again in this BO2.
Oh, he blocks the pallet there with the recording. No flywheel. Gets the hit, slows down the vault while recording. Very fast control from Kuga, working out very nicely here. We're going to see the Antiquarian. No tools available, no flywheel, and no self-heal. And no self-heal for Prisoners. So really just a matter of time here for this Clerk to try to secure the final down. And as you mentioned, that third stop cipher is being guarded as well. Not enough progress to finish, so Kuga is looking very well positioned right now. If he finds his Antiquarian, this will be the last survivor elimination. And another 5-0 here for this match, which means, yeah, 3 5-0s in a row here. Just a lot of dominant Hunter gameplay. We are going to see Antiquarian actually able to pick up the Prisoner, so this game is not over just yet. But as soon as the Prisoner gets up, Kuga will know where both survivors are at.
Yeah, and both servers now doesn't have any self-heal. So regardless of which he chases, that person will be down unless the other person picks out like what Antiquarian just did. So I mean, we came into this team com looking that like, yo, they pick Mechanic, Prisoner for fast decoding, but still in the end, Cypher can't be popped at all. So adjustments have been made. It's looking slightly better than BO1, but then again, Kuga is not letting them decode at all with that recordings consistently in every minute. The amount of recordings that he got on them. And right now, getting that pallet and just will be done immediately without the flywheel being utilized.
Yeah, you really can't throw the pallet down when being recorded, because then the Clerk can just pick it up right away. And of course, Kuga does still have teleport, so we're just going to teleport to the Prisoner. Prisoner does have shock to work with, but in theory, we'll have to kite all the way until Antiquarian bleeds out, which at this point is most likely not a possibility. Oh, he actually misses going up the slide. Yeah, and that is going to be the last down here. And that is going to be a 4 survivor elimination, a 5-0 game here for FT Kuga. Just waiting for the surrender at this point here. And that is going to, Kuga can Just wait for the surrender. No need to chair anyone. I guess
Hope he
maybe
sees him.
trying to crawl to the dungeon, but I
Yeah.
mean, Kuga doesn't have to chair anyone. He can just wait here as long as he wants.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think he will potentially. Oh yeah, he sees the crawling and that little stars above her head. So, we'll be cheering the antiquarian, and for sure he knows where the prisoner is this time around. So, cheering the both of them, securing that 4 kill once again in BO2. Amazing stuff from Kuga,
There it
and
is.
yeah, I think the most impressive thing definitely have to be in this round. It has to be that red light bait. Oh, that was done so perfectly. Got that terror shock right away. I think it's so clean. Like the way he plays, it's very
Right.
very clean on Kuga's side. I think that's something that is very commendable.
Yeah, very fast control as well. We talk about how he goes from, I think there was one point, I believe he was chasing the prisoner, where he goes from recording the prisoner to slow down his vault, cancels the recording, throws out another recording to block the pallet from being vaulted, and then records the prisoner again right after that to slow down his vaulting speed, so he can then get a free hit on him. There's just so many fast interactions, which is very difficult to play Clerk, and you see why, but Kuga's still able to do it. And I sort of understand the double decoder strategy, in that they're trying to play for a tie, I guess. But the thing is, it's, you know, you play right into Clerk, right? Because if you go for that strategy, Clerk, the way you beat Clerk is you have good harassment, good support, and good kiters who can kite Clerk for a long period of time and put yourself in a good position, right? But the problem is, if you have a bunch of decoders, it's like, okay, this works against certain hunters, but against a Clerk can just down one of my decoders very quickly, and then I lose because Clerk can control the ciphers very well. And that's exactly what happened, right? So I think the approach from PX is interesting, and I sort of understand it, but just not in this round where Clerk is available. That's sort of the downfall for them. The other issue is that mechanic. She spawned in a good kiting area 2-story. Typically what you want to do is you want to wait in the 2-story for the Clerk to come in 2-story, then you vault the window, and then you run towards either the God kiting area, or you run towards the first stop to take the roller coaster, right? But she didn't. She actually ran away from 2-story, which is very good for the Clerk, because then it's just so much easier for him to chase.
Yeah, I mean the setup by the patient at the second stop as well. Setup wise is great. It's just that it wasn't really utilized. I mean, we didn't even see a single time where the roller coaster was put into good use in the kiting. So, I really hoped that would have happened, but unfortunately that did not happen. Mechanic did down at the 4th stop, from what we remember, at the corner in the first kite. I mean, if the harasser wasn't Antiquarian, it was Prospector, it might potentially turn out better. I mean, considering you died there, and then the harassment can happen. But it's an Antiquarian, and plus, I think Antiquarian they weren't even expecting such a fast down onto Mechanic. Mechanic, instead of playing around palleted areas at the 3rd stop, she went towards the 2 pallet 1 window area right at the center. So I think such chances given to Kuga was able to capitalize on these things and ultimately allow him to get that 4 kill very beautifully done, with 1 cipher still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be that they weren't expecting Clerk because it's Moonlight River Park, which is typically not a very good Clerk map. But that comp is just, it's quite easy for Clerk, I guess. I guess maybe the idea is like, they're thinking, okay, if we played 2 kiters, such as Antiquarian and Patient, that are good at kiting against Clerk, Kuga will be too scared to play Clerk, but it doesn't matter. He knows that he can just chase one of the decoders, which he did do in this case. So yeah, the pressure is right back to the PX Hunter here. They will have to get a 4 survivor elimination if they want to get a tie for this round. And you see the first kite from the mechanic with rebounds, only 70 seconds. And, you know, that is unfortunately the issue with playing Mechanic. Against a lot of hunters, it's good to play Mechanic, because even if Mechanic goes down quickly, you can still promote Cypher Rush with the bot. But against Clerk, that's one of the very few hunters where it's not quite as good, because Clerk can just slow down the ciphers so much to a point where that extra decoding may not be an important factor overall.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. And yeah, considering that this time around FT has this advantage once again, alright? FT has this advantage in the second half. I really hope that FT survivors play more towards the normal meta that we're usually seeing, rather than a little girl pick that we saw in BO1. And we might potentially see a Prospector being picked over here, because I think in one of their matches in the past few tournaments, they did play this Prospector 4th stop thing, where
Yes.
Panda was the one throwing the magnets and they just keep stunning the hunter or harassing the hunter all the way. So it would be great to buy out a lot of time for decoding. So we might potentially see that play onto FT survivor side, and also them making use of the roller coaster. I think them as veterans, they know how important it is to make use of all the tools that they have at that point in time. So we just have to patiently wait for that. But other than that, clean plays on Kuga's side. Still a 4 kill on average from BO1 to 2. So might potentially get this MVP at the end of this matchup between both teams.
Absolutely, we will have to see. So now I think that FT is going to have a different approach the first round. The first round, their strategy was, let's try to play aggressively as possible and try to get as many extra points as possible, right? Now that the first round, it didn't really work out the way they wanted in the first round, I think now they're just going to take a more conservative approach. A character like Embalmer or Mechanic, I think Embalmer would be the best character for this spot. In that Embalmer is very good on Moonlit. It's a very sort of 2-story based map in that you can set up the coffin in 2-story, which is very easy to just teleport back there with the coffin. Or another thing you can do is you can put it on first stop at the first station platform, and then you can take the roller coaster across the map, and then use your coffin to go back across the map, back to the coffin, and escape the hunter that way. So those are a few strategies they can use in this matchup. And additionally, Embalmer is very good for securing at least a tie, because when Embalmer goes down, he can just save himself by rescuing with the coffin. So the other survivors can continue to decode, and they don't lose any progress at all to stop to go for a rescue. So that's also a strategy I think that would be very beneficial here for FT.
Yeah, Embalmer pick, maybe picking a stable rescuer as well.
Yes.
Well, they did pick female dancer and patient at the start, so they do still have an acrobat to kind of work with to play around first and fourth stop. They could pick that. And maybe a toy merchant could be. I mean, we do know that D plays the toy merchant, so it might potentially be picked here in this second half. I mean, looking at this mercenary, toy merchant, Embalmer, and an acrobat, very strong kiting and support team comm, very stable rescues as well. Hopefully they do go for that and get this advantage in their map selection.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, so I mean, I guess the one upside for PX is if they can tie this round, then they get to choose the map in the last round, which means they will again have the advantage back in their favor. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's really just, it comes down to, you know, can FT hold on to this lead? They had the lead in the first round, and then PX was able to turn it back into their favor. They had the lead in the second round. Now, the upside here is they don't have to worry about Nightwatch anymore. Nightwatch is no longer available. If it is going to be a Sculptor here, as we saw in the potential character pool from the PX Hunter, Sculptor's not very good on this map. But then again, neither is Clerk, and Kuga was still able to get a 4 kill, so anything is still possible.
Yeah, anything is possible. I mean, Neo Lad coming in with this Nightwatch in Ever Slipping Town. No one expected, you know, his expectation was low, but got a 4 kill regardless. So if he decides to pick a Sculptor, he might potentially still get a reverse 4 kill unlike we imagined. So we'll see how that plays out. But let me consider this factor that on FT side they do have this prospector gameplay strategy that they're going for. If that's the case, will he be bringing in excitement, or if not, he's just gonna go for the traditional blink skill that most hunters do bring to get that fast down. So I mean, considering all of that, I mean, we did see how Kuga did bring in blink with that Cluck, but in the end he didn't really use much of it in the first kite as well. Like, I don't even think it was ready when the first kite ended. So it just shows how strong Kuga's chasing potential is with the Dream Witch and also with the Cluck.
Right, absolutely. So yeah, just waiting for the new band picks to come out for the second half of this round. So yeah, if you're the FT hunter here, or the FT survivors here rather, what do you think is going to be their approach? I mean, we talked about how you know, Embalmer is an option, characters like Mechanic are an option, but they did go in the first round. They tried to get as many points as possible, playing a unique team comp and aggressive comp, and they didn't really play conservatively. I personally think that it would make more sense for them to switch the conservative route, but if you're in the minds of FT here, Chocho, do you think they'll continue to try to just gain a huge lead by going for an aggressive survivor escape, or do you just play things safely?
Play things safely, I would say. I mean, if they decide to go for something aggressive and it doesn't turn out well, like in BO1, Moonlit River Park is their map selection. After this, it's gonna be back to PX, and if PX manages to win again, it's just gonna be a deja vu moment when FT went against MP in that COA qualifiers when things didn't work out at all. And I believe this time around FT is coming here with a lot of expectations on themselves to win
Right.
this and reach to top 4 like what they did last year in IVC. So FT, if they're thinking like how I'm thinking, it's to play it safely, conservatively, get that one escape first, followed by tie. If you can get more than that, great.
Yes, absolutely. Why do I have this one hair that keeps like falling down? This is so annoying. Okay, sorry. Yeah. There we go. Hopefully it'll just stay put. For those of you who, you know what? I give up. Never mind.
No, you look cool, bro. You look cool. It's
No,
fine.
this one hair is. Look at this.
Dude.
What is this? What is this?
Dude, it's
Oh, the
making you
other
look
one.
cool. It's fine.
Now it's like 3. I'm just gonna just do that. Okay. Whatever happens, happens. Anyways, yeah. So for those of you who have the same struggles with the singular hair that continues to go out of place, hopefully you can relate to that. It's very unfortunate. Probably should get a haircut soon. Yeah. So Chocho, let's now that we have some time here, we can talk about. We talked about Opera Singer a little bit before. Let's have you had any opportunities to play this new hunter yet, or?
Playing this hunter, usually what I do is to kind of get used to it in customs first with this new hunter. But for me, I am getting frustrated when I play Opera Singer. Reason because you have to keep spamming that button to kind of go through different objects, right, across the map. And that frustrates me because I think I can go through it without having to dash, and then I'm just like, my body is like frontwards, but then I can't dash through. So it looks really weird, and that's why I say Opera Singer is just not my vegetable to kind of play with. But
Not
Night Watch,
my-
it's yeah, not my vegetable, you know, in this.
Okay.
But Night Watch is though. Night Watch is kind of fun to play with. The attraction, slow attraction at the start, and then once you open your first skill, you get this huge pulling effect on the survivor.
Right.
That's a lot easier to play compared to Opera Singer, and I personally hate to meet Opera Singer in ranked matches. Like, I personally just ban it all the way. Like, no, it's not something I want to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, Opera Singer is my vegetable. I actually like to play Opera Singer. It's pretty fun hunter. I think definitely has a lot of potential going forward. I think a lot of similarities to characters like Geisha and Night Watch, obviously. It's sort of like Geisha, except you can't really dash over things, but it's so nice because when you're as Opera Singer and you're going to a pallet and you go to break the pallet, your cooldown actually doesn't happen. Like it just, there's no cooldown, so you can just go right back into the dash. So if you have fast pallet breaking speed, you go NASCAR, zoom into the pallet, and then you break it, and you continue to dash after them. And there's not really much the survivors can do. Obviously, the hitbox is quite miserable. There's been many instances in where I'm literally standing this close to the survivor, and it's just, you swing, and it goes through their face, and it just doesn't even do anything.
You see the black fog, but nothing happens.
Yeah, you just go, whoosh, and then nothing happens, and it's just like, bruh. So it's just kind of inconvenient. However, everything else about Opera Singer I think is quite strong. It's a very fast hunter, and it's gonna be very hard for a lot of people to deal with. But we said that about, let's take Violinist for example. When Violinist first came out, Violinist was people was like, oh my god, this character is so good, I can't kite Violinist, we have to ban it in rank. And now look where Violinist is, one of the worst characters in the game, arguably. So not one of the worst, but definitely not a very strong character overall.
Yeah, especially compared to the current hunters that's being released on the east side. For sure, Violinist has been way off the meta already, but still playable, of course. But looking at, let's jump right into the ban pick, we see the Night Watch being banned, and same ban picks that we're seeing as what Kuga did in the previous round. The Priestess as well as Mercenary Eli. So FT, wow, picking the Seer from the get-go instead of just waiting it out. A Seer and possibly an Embalmer pick, I would believe. Oh no, just an Acrobat instead of playing the very safe Embalmer, Coffin, no rescue kind of thing. But they're just gonna pick a kiting survivor picks over here, and New Lab do have a lot to work with still. I mean, still as the first officer to ban, or if not, harasses.
I think that here, I think it's fine with these first two picks because it is Seer available. They're most likely not going to have Seer available in later rounds, right? So if you go for Seer now, I think this is a lot safer. because you know, again, it's probably going to be banned later, so you might as well just use up the Seer here. And then of course Acrobat on Moonlit is very strong, so picking Acrobat now I think is very advantageous. It looks like they do have a Rescuer open in First Officer, so I would expect them to take that right now. You don't want to have to be stuck with a suboptimal Rescuer. They're going to go forward, so again, yeah, Chocho prioritizing the aggressive strategy rather than the conservative one here.
Yeah, I get it. Like, forward can be a rescuer sometimes, and also like a harasser. Like, you know, best of both worlds. But banning Enchantress, could it be a geisha that we might be potentially looking at? I mean, I'm not too sure, but I get it that you do have a very known Asbash forward in the team. But considering all other characters that can be potentially picked, I really don't agree with this forward pick, Eli. And lastly, with the psychologist, so technically, if he's kind of going for this, for forward to kite, then no harassers at all in this team from Eli.
All right, and it looks like we actually have Clerk here. Enchantress was the last ban too, so it was a little trying to avoid the Enchantress does open up the opportunity for Psychologist. And obviously Psychologist is a lot more versatile than an Enchantress, so curious to see that is the decision here from the PX Hunter, but it looks like we're going to see a Clerk of their own. This could also be the strategy here, as you pick Moonlit River Park as FT to try to counter your opponent's Clerk and Sculptor, as Clerk and Sculptor are not too strong on this map. And FT definitely has a better team comp against Clerk than PX was able to get. Obviously, you can spawn Acrobat in your 4-stop. It's very easy for Acrobat to kite there, and there's not much Clerk can do to play around that. Psychologist being a 3-hit character against a Clerk is very strong. And then the Seer, obviously, giving an extra hit with the Owl against a single hit hunter like Clerk is important. So a very strong team comp here for FT against this Clerk on Moonlit. So I think this matchup will play a lot differently than it did in the first half of the second round with PX on the Survivor side.
Yeah, we actually see this spawn locations for it will be not confirmed yet. We see the Acrobat at the 4th stop, Seer at the double story area. Oh, but a very almost identical kind of spawn locations we're seeing here. Forward might potentially close the second stop sign. Seer, if it kind of goes towards their plan, Seer potentially will be waiting out at the 2nd floor, waiting for Hunter to come and then goes towards the 1st stop. If not, like you mentioned, the God kiting area to kind of absorb some hour to kind of tank the hits by the Clerk. So I think we kind of see the strategy over here, Eli. I mean, Psychologist with forward, able to heal if he gets this free hit during harassing. So for sure, the FT survivors do have a better lineup. But before that, we'll be heading into BO2 second half, match between FT survivors versus PX Hunter, New Lab, and goal for FT side is for 1 escape. 3x, it will be a 4 kill to balance out the points.
Alright, so unfortunately, yeah, again, we don't see the traits here, but I think probably there is going to be heavy broken windows here from the survivors. I would imagine that Ford is going to be the tide turner character, and the rest of the characters do have broken windows. Again, no real reason to bring Flywheel unless you're worried about something like Geisha or potentially Dream Witch. But I think they definitely knew a potential Clerk or Sculptor was incoming. That's why they did choose this map. They would not have chosen Moonlit River Park if they were worried about Geisha, because that would have just been too advantageous for PX. So, oh, yeah, here we go. Sorry, we are into the match. I did have a freeze on the screen there, but it looks like it is going to be first chase onto the Psychologist here. Does have this first stop to work with. Dragon will kite here until he takes a hit and then take the roller coaster away here. And he does know this is incoming. Clerk, nothing you can do about this. You just have to hit. They can take the coaster, and there's no teleport. There is going to be an up-down blink. So up-down blink on Moonlit, which means the map pressure here from the Clerk is actually quite limited.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing how Adi, the I'm sorry, Adi with the the Seer is actually kind of rotating away once Psychologists kind of say like, yo, Hunter is gonna change targets. I'm all the way at 3rd, so I'm gonna chase me.
Right.
Oh, but going all the way to 4th stop instead, I think the Acrobat actually turned off the 3rd stop sign as well. So we're potentially chasing Panda over here. He does have this tinnitus popped up, and he can't really see the survivors as of yet. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna look pretty tough at this point in time. We do see the Psychologist is still at the 4th stop, waiting for Hunter to come by if she does come, but we do see that that's exactly what Dragon has been planning. If you're gonna come here, you're gonna come from 1st to 4th stop. That's a lot of time wasted already. Decoding progress is so much in front, Eli.
Now here's the problem: is he gonna try to blink this? I don't think.
Can you?
I don't think you can. Yeah, he's not gonna. He's just gonna break this pallet. And he's just gonna leave. Yeah, you can't chase Psychologist, because what happens if you chase Psychologist, she's just gonna jump on the coaster and just take it across the map. And now, because this hunter has no trump card, they just get rotated, and this is looking so good for Survivors. You really see here why this map is just so strong for Survivors against a Clerk, because Clerk just gets rotated for so long. You know, you can commit to the forward here. Forward is going to vault that. Looks like Forward did have broken windows as well. He's going to be able to create a lot of distance here, and there's just really not much the Clerk can do against this.
Yeah, I mean, chasing one of the slowest decoder as well in this entire team comp, something that is not the most optimal thing for the Hunter side, but at this point in time, that's all he can do. He wants to force out this ball, but not even a single bit is being used because of how disciplined this forward is. So just slamming that pellet down, not even taking a record. Oh, but he does have a recording, and right now forward's forced to use the ball, but he kind of loses sight of the forward. Will be interrupting Dragon a little bit at the 4th stop, but I think he will be fine regardless. It won't be an instant down for sure.
Looks like he did miss the recording there, so he should be able to get the first hit. But we still have the Seer observing here. Will Seer go for the out? Does go for the out and does take the hit and can take the roller coaster away, which means he now will change targets to the Psychologist here. Now he does have Blink here, and the roller coaster is not here for the Psych to take. So this is a little bit easier for him to down the Psychologist here, but the Cypher progress is very extensive. We're going to see one Cypher machine almost done here, and they are onto the last Cypher, and still nobody down yet. So this is looking very well positioned for the Survivors. And again, this is why Clerk on Moonlit just really tends to struggle.
Yeah, and one Cypher remaining. I believe that Cypher is behind double story on the bottom left. We do see the Acrobat Panda is on that Cypher. It's being recorded, so maybe Sia will be going together with him to decode the Cypher together. That'll be the best. Getting that hit onto Psycho, doesn't want to use that flywheel, might potentially use it for endgame, save it for endgame. So we're seeing Forward and Acrobat at the bottom left, decoding the Cypher together, and Sia might potentially be here to absorb some Owl, I believe. So yeah, Dragon's still trying to kite this out. We'll be at this pellet area, we'll see this mind game, but flywheel.
Oh, he does get the flywheel. Yeah, beautiful flywheel there to avoid that hit. He is able to pick up this pallet and does get the down onto the Psychologist here, but the last Cypher already 50% of the way done. A lot of progress here already for the Survivors. And it looks like we are going to see Forward most likely come in for the next rescue.
Yeah, both Cyphers are being decoded, so regardless of whoever Hunter records, the other one can decode regardless. Sia's one, in fact, is actually the one that is almost prime compared to Acrobat's one, so a little bit of... Oh, Neolet does realize that now, and Forward will be coming for this rescue. I'm not too sure whether Forward does have tight turner though, but we'll see right after this rescue. Psychologist, will he be able to get this hit? Oh, immediate stun, not giving Hunter any chance to get the Terror Shock. Popping the Cypher immediately after that second skill popped, and does not have anything to work with on the Psychologist.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to record the Exegate here, but yeah, just because it is an up-down build, there's no opportunity to teleport. So at this point, it's really just a matter of securing one kill for this Clerk so there isn't a forced Survivor escape. And Dungeon is in the area, goes for the swing, does get the swing recording to down the Psychologist, so that will cut off the kite here. But the Exegate should be... Oh, no, it's only 13%, so it's not open just yet.
There is still trump card. There is still trump card. He can potentially... Oh, he's just gonna play this conservatively. He did.
Yeah, no, there's no trump card. It's a up-down build. So.
Oh, it's an up-down build. All right. Oh, but we're seeing Acrobat still at the second stop, in fact, and this might allow a free rescue, a backdoor rescue onto Acrobat, onto the Psychologist. So a potential 4-man could be. I mean, it's still definitely still there. The chances of it. So.
Yep.
Oh, but the Acrobat will be in this area. The Hunter still has Blink to use. So will he use this Blink onto Acrobat, or how can it be possibly played out here from here onwards?
Yeah, it looks like Acrobat was trying to distract there, because there's a better chance Acrobat can secure Dungeon here, because Acrobat's just a stronger kiting character here than Psychologist. Trying to bait the Acrobat to go down the slide here. Still not going down. Does go down the slide just in time. Psychologist, they're healing. they're actually going for a full heal here. So they're going to go for a forced survivor escape. Acrobat, oh, misses the bomb, but it actually ends up working out for a second there. This will slow down the Clerk a little bit here. Acrobat does not have broken windows. Oh, Clerk's just going to blink and secure the down. All survivors are healed up, so they're really going to go for this forced survivor escape. So, or are they going to take the 3? I think just take the 3 here. If they get a 3 survivor escape, they have a very large lead going into the last round. So we're just waiting for this forward to actually just leave the exit gate here. And there it is. It's going to be a 3 survivor escape here for the side of FT, which means they have an 8-1 lead going into this last round.
Yeah, like a 7-point deficit over here. And looking at this, I mean, we did see how, I mean, it kind of really shows how Clerk is really not the best at this map if the roller coaster is being used very well. We see that Psychologist at the start get that first hit, goes from the first stop to the 4th stop. We see the teamwork between Forward offing that 2nd stop, Acrobat closing that 3rd stop, and amazing play from FT side. We can definitely see why they picked this map as their map selection to get that huge advantage in this BO2.
Absolutely. So yeah, just like that, FT, obviously after having a difficult first round, they were able to turn things back into their favor there. From a what looked like it was going to be, I mean, obviously the Hunter from PX was trying to repeat the first round. They were trying to get that 4th survivor elimination. But you really see, if you're able to get a good comp against Clerk on a difficult Clerk map such as Moonlit, it's so good for the survivors. They're able to take full advantage of that, the rotation, the utilization of the roller coaster, and it makes it so Clerk just can't chase anyone. And this is definitely a map that Clerk needs to have trump card, because if you go with an up-down blink build, you know, you're just going to get rotated. The survivors are able to continuously rotate, avoid being chased, using the roller coaster. Just an excellent setup overall from FT. And even with Clerk's Cypher Control, it just was not enough there. Yeah, just excellent job from the Psychologist and the Acrobat there. Acrobat wasting a lot of time at the end. Excellent job from the Psychologist to constantly rotate, create distance, utilize that roller coaster. So I think definitely the MVP of that match was the Psychologist there.
Yeah, and you know, we saw at the end when the backdoor rescue by the Acrobat onto the Psychologist at the near tent area at the Cypher Bridge area. So like, if there is a possibility for a 4 escape there, right, how could FT have potentially played that out better?
Right, I'm trying to remember, was the roller coaster at the 1st stop or the 4th stop at the end there? If it was at first stop, yeah, if it was at 1st stop, they could have actually rescued body block to the coaster and they could have all taken coaster across the map. But if it was at 4th stop, they wouldn't be able to do that. And they wouldn't really be able to open 1st stop gate because the Clerk can just block it over and over. So I think their only strategy is if you can go for rescue and then body block the survivors all the way to the 1st stop, the rescued survivor, the Acrobat, and then you can take the coaster across the map, because by then attention would have ran out. But I think it just doesn't really make sense because they have such a good position. Now the last round, PX has to win the last round 8-1 or better. If it's anything less than that, then FT wins. So I think it's better to just take the 8-1, which is an excellent lead to have, and just really go from there.
Yeah, so right now looking at this, PX, right, they need this huge advantage, which means that either their Hunter has to 4 kill once in BO3, or if not, their Survivor has to get this 4 escape once to kind of potentially give them chance to reach, to kind of win against FT. But the professionalism coming from FT is kind of showing already that we might have made a misstep in BO1, but we're gonna come off even stronger in BO2, followed by BO3. So I highly doubt FT is gonna give this chance, but then again, hope is still there for PX. Let's not be disheartened, and we'll see how this BO3 PX map selection might possibly be.
Yeah, they're really gonna need to sort of pull out something here, or else it's just not gonna work out, and FT will be advancing. But yeah, if there's any opportunity for PX, I think we'll see. They're going to pick a map. They have to pick a map that's good for Clerk, because they have to force FT to ban Clerks. So if they force FT to ban Clerk, and then they also ban, obviously, Night Watch, then it gets a situation where they're going to ban both those Hunters. And then what Hunter does PX have for the last round? Again, we've seen Sculptor in their player introduction, but we haven't actually seen it being utilized just yet. So if that's an option, we could see that come out. Sculptor is not a very strong, not a very consistent hunter in the meta, but it is sort of like a do or die hunter, does have win potential. So we could definitely see that be an option here if that's what they opt to go with. And it may be their best choice because they don't have Clerk anymore. They probably won't have Clerk because it's probably going to be banned. They probably won't have Night Watch. And I don't think this person plays Dream Witch because we haven't seen it in the early rounds. It's probably going to come down to what is their last option, most likely being that Sculptor.
Yeah, and looking at this, we do see that the Acrobat with 260% decoding, and after decoding so much, in the end, he's just gonna be the one that's left behind in the mana, really unfortunately. But what can he have done there? I mean, Hunter had Blink and Detention. With that Blink Detention, drop down hit, there was nothing he could do over there. And yeah, we're seeing a very long kiting time onto Psychologist, 167 seconds. So it kind of really shows how strong this this stress that she has at the start really does come in beneficial coming into the later rounds that we're seeing in BO2. The fact that the Seer did not even see the Hunter once, but manages to give that Seer support onto forward though. Amazing stuff, and forces Hunter to change target, keeps changing target from Psycho to forward and back to Psycho once again. It's just forcing Hunter to change targets. I think that's something FT has always been very known for, and NeoLab has no chance of, didn't give NeoLab a single chance to kind of come back from that situation with that roller coaster used by the survivors.
Yeah, and that's why we also see Seer usually get banned as a Clerk player, right? Because Seer is very good against any hunter that has single hit abilities, and so Clerks typically ban Seer early so they don't have to deal with that Seer Owl. Kuga didn't actually do it in the last round, but because they didn't pick Seer, he was still able to ban it. And so because the survivors had an opportunity to pick Seer, they went with it right away. That definitely makes sense because Seer will probably be banned later rounds anyway, so you might as well let it get auto-banned here, being in your first two character selections. So I think that was sort of the strategy, sort of the approach here for FT, and it works out. And obviously the Psychologist definitely being the MVP there, the Seer Owl does extend that first kite significantly. I mean, Psychologist, a character that already takes 3 hits, plus Seer Owl, that's 4 hits before you go down. I think the Seer Owl ended up being used on the forward, but yeah, just excellent job, excellent communication there. And FT really, they came back from that first round, right? After an unfortunate survivor side here, they came out here in the second round and they showed why they are this high-level competitive team.
Yeah, and yeah, right now, Nell in our group chat, he did say like how most of the members like Wooly and Susubin from PX actually were part of a Vietnamese team called FLA 2 years ago, and was actually in a team with Beloin in team MERC, Merc, and yeah, qualified for IVC the last time round in 2022. So I think they did change their names, or at least my bad, I'm unable to recognize them, but definitely impressive plays on their Hunter side for sure. I mean, NeoLab, definitely have to remember this name from now on. Coming off really strong with that 4 kill at the start, but then again, in BO2, when it comes down to them, FT survivors playing really conservatively and playing normally with the basic, very traditional picks that we're seeing, yeah, it seems to be that FT do have it at the upper hand. And BO3, we do have some maps that might potentially be good for Sculptor Eli. So any potential picks for the PX side?
Right, so now that Ever Sleeping Town is no longer an option because PX already selected that, that's usually a pretty good map for Sculptor. I would expect, because they have to go for an 8-1 here, the Hunter has to 4 kill. It's easier for Hunters to 4 kill on smaller maps than it is larger maps because there's a lot more opportunities to pressure ciphers when the map is smaller. So Arms Factory isn't exactly the best Sculptor map because it's very hard to see through. There's a lot of high walls, which is hard for a Sculptor to see through to play statues, and then also you have to deal with a lot of open transition areas between shack and middle and factory, things like that. There's a lot of open areas to dodge statues. So I think Red Church would definitely be a more beneficial map for a Sculptor. It opens up a lot of opportunities for a 4 kill, is that it is the smallest map in the game, being Red Church, so it's easier to pressure ciphers. It's pretty good for Sculptor because there's a lot of narrow areas to place statues. So I think if it is a Sculptor, obviously we don't know, but if it is a Sculptor, I think Red Church would definitely make the most sense. And it's also a good Clerk map, so it does force the survivors to also ban Clerk.
Yeah, so while we're waiting for the teams to kind of pick their maps and also, you know, get themselves ready for BO3, let's just give a little bit of a shout out in the chat, and also, you know, kind of if there's any questions that you like to, you know, ask our very analytical Eli, this is the time to kind of ask him. And yeah, I'm just gonna give a little bit of shout outs to whoever I'm seeing right now in live chat. We still see Reverie, hi Reverie, CZ's Fen, hi Sun, Chiu Zhibi, Buttero, and some Chinese name. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in for this live stream, and also for people who are fans of CZ, MX, this very household names and played really well in COA. They will be in this team Idol, which is our second matchup of the day against Mad Penguin. So it will be coming up after this BO3, so do sit back and anticipate quite a bit, because Idol, they have a long history and we can't wait to explain it to all of you guys. But before that, FT survivors seems to be that their condition is coming back quite quickly, considering the 4 kill in BO1. So
Right.
let's see how they're gonna perform in this BO3. And for Kuga, I think without question, he might potentially get this 4 kill streak all the way from BO1. So let's see how he's gonna play. And what potential picks on Kuga's side could he have? I mean, he does have a huge Hunter character pool, right, Eli?
Yes. Considering that Kuga just has to tie, so you probably just play Bon Bon. I mean, you don't have to go. Obviously, the first 2 rounds playing aggressive is nice. Playing aggressive in the first round is always good. Try to gain as much of a lead as possible before your strongest hunters are banned. In the second round, because it was tied, it was sort of like a reset. It was almost like you're back in the first round again, because you're going to the second round with everything tied up. So you might as well play aggressively. But now they have a 7-point lead. What has to happen here is that the survivors for PX, they have to get a 3 survivor escape and the hunter has to 4 kill, or they have to get a 4 survivor escape and then a hunter has to 3 kill, and that's just to tie things. So Kuga can just play Bon Bon, and just if he gets a tie with Bon Bon, then FT just wins.
Oh yeah, so the winning, okay, the only winning condition to end this in a possible BO3 first half is only if Kuga, if he starts first, he gets a 3 kill. Correct? Or is it a tie?
3. If Kuga goes first, if he gets a tie, then FT just wins. To force the third round, the entire third round, PX survivors need at least a 3 escape.
Wow, so pressure definitely on PX side. The winning condition for FT is a lot, the percentage wise is a lot higher compared to PX. So definitely PX do need this support given to them right now. Considering the 8-1 lead in BO2 in fact. So I think for now we just got to wait and see what map will be selected. I think that's what we're most curious about, and also from there onwards we can probably see what potential hunter picks and also survivor picks from there onwards. So for now, Eli, we do see that the FT side, if they're kind of looking into conditions, right, they will be picking the site to come up first. So do you think they might potentially go for Kuga once again, or are they gonna go with the survivors to kind of put things chill and not pressuring Kuga too much in this first half?
I don't know if it matters too much. I mean, basically, I think it's fine. Typically, you want to send survivors out first because you are like, yeah, you know, if survivor, depending on how survivors play, I know what type of hunter we have to play. But I think Kuga just knows that he can play Bon Bon. I mean, because it has to be a 3-1 and a 5-0 for PX in both sides. They have to 3-1 and 5-0 or better. So both sides can just have the same approach. So it doesn't really matter. Survivors can just go out and just get a tie with a tie team comp. But I think it's better to actually just send out Hunter here, because if Hunter ties, then there's just not a lot of pressure. Like, if the survivors go out and say it's a 4 survivor elimination, then there's a little bit of pressure on the Hunter. They have to get at least 1 kill or else they lose, right? Or they have to at least get a tie or else they're going to be forced to go into an extra round. So I think it's better to send Hunter out here, and if Hunter can tie, then everything's good. If Hunter can't tie, then obviously there's some pressure on the survivors, but it's more of like it's not quite as difficult for survivors. I just feel like overall it's better to send Hunter out, but in reality it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how each team kind of thinks. If they do think
Right.
that, okay, bring the hunter out, there's going to be lesser pressure on the hunter side, then yeah, sure, go be it. But if your survivor is stronger, you want to just get that possibly a 3 escape, 4 escape is your norm for a survivor side, then it makes sense to kind of allow your hunter to come out afterwards and be like, okay, yeah, my goal is to just tie things up or just get this 1 escape. And once they are more kind of focused in a way, they possibly can get the objectives done right. So
Correct.
I mean, looking into this, we do see that for future side, PX, I think we'll go with PX first. They do have the Acrobat, Psycho, Mechanic, and Patient banned out. So all the kind of kiting characters, Acrobat, Patient, and Psycho is being banned out. They still, if they kind of want to play things like the Embalmer, things that can help them potentially second kite, a big map might be beneficial for them, like Chinatown might be a good map for them. But if they're kind of trying to play a smaller map with to kind of rotate and run towards Cypher much more easily, Arms Factory or Red Church could be potential picks over here. But it seems to be that PX Survivor kind of might be struggling a little bit with their BP system in a way, considering in BO1 we saw ciphers not being enough, and then BO2 with that double decoding strat. What adjustments do you think PX should be having in BO3? I mean, considering we don't know the map selection at this point in time.
You know, I feel like it's in terms of the map. Okay, so well, first of all, I don't think the heavy decoding strategy really works now, because I mean, if you want to play double decoder, you know, and try to go for a tie, that you can't do that, right? You have to go for a win here on the survivor side. They could technically go the RC strat. For those of you who don't know what the RC strat is, it's you just play like 3 decoders and 1 rescuer, and then you just try to decode so fast that the hunter can't do anything. But even then, I mean, I guess now that Kua doesn't have Clerk available, that's a little bit better. And because they don't have Dream Witch or Clerk, you can technically pull that strategy out. But the RC strat is so specific to RC, you almost never really see it being utilized by anybody else. So, but it is possible. We saw them try to use something similar with 2 decoders last round. Of course, it did play right into Clerk. But now, I don't know. I think here, maybe they could go with they should be going with if it is a sculptor, they need to go with a small map, so it's easier for the sculptor to go for a 4 kill. Unless they have something like maybe a do or die Breaking Wheel or Geisha, you might see a large map to get better opportunities there. But in reality, if it's a sculptor, I think Red Church is really the only option that's left here.
Yeah, so that's something that PX have to consider. And yeah, they're losing by a large margin. I mean, if it's something like a tie and then they got a 3 kill, that deficit will just be 2. But this is a 7-point deficit that we're talking about.
Right.
So it's gonna be extremely hard for PX, I think. But then again, right, I mean, looking into this, you're going against such a veteran team right from the get-go. It kind of gives you the chance to you know, see how you kind of go against such strong teams in Group A. I mean, we know that Group A for the first place is actually, it means that you have these survivors are actually all pick tiers, and also hunters wise, probably a pick tier hunter as well. Very top-notch hunters, and it kind of it will be kind of like a good practice, or in a way a good experience for them, and maybe teams who kind of catch eye onto specific members can recruit them into their team. And yeah, it really depends on how they're gonna flourish from now onwards. So I think the most important thing when coming into competitive gaming, of course, the ability for you to kind of be calm in very tough situations, and to work as a team regardless. I mean, sometimes there is conflicts that happen in between matches, and it can be tough to come back from, but in the end of the day, the main goal of all these teams is to win, or if not, get as much experience or reach the highest point that they can have in this tournament. So coming into top 16 to 8 right now, FT seems to be that they might be securing the first out of the top 8 spot, moving on from here onwards. So yeah, I think PX might potentially be needing to have to try a lot harder from here onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we have some downtime here, any predictions for MX character selection next round? Because I actually won't be able to. I will not be commentating the next round's match, so I actually kind of want to know now. We gotta make our predictions. Everybody, place your bets in the chat. What character will MX play this time around? Chocho?
You're like some better or something. Lawyer. I think 100% chance we might see a lawyer, honestly. Okay, 99.99, we can't be too sure. 99.99% chance we'll see a lawyer. Other than that, I mean, let's see, what do we have here?
I mean, Thief's not cracked, dude. I don't know. Like, Thief's kind of broken.
Yeah.
You know?
MX kind of broken. MX is very broken. I mean, considering that he's just picking a lawyer, the only trait that lawyer not trait, but the thing that he has on hand is a map, which allows him to see where the hunter is coming from or where the hunter is at a point in time. So he's gonna come off really strong as a kiter, and plus anti-terror shock rescue. So if you're gonna go, how are you gonna counter MX when it comes to these kind of situations? Like, this guy knows how to kite. He can rescue without getting terror shock.
You're asking me how to counter a lawyer.
How to counter MX specifically, not lawyer.
I mean, I don't know. Just down, get it down, get him down quick. I don't know. Better hope the veterans bonus doesn't give too much distance. I don't know. I mean, technically, if you want to be very like specific, right? You can play characters that are like, I guess, theoretically good against something like lawyer. So lawyer is good. Okay, so lawyer is technically good against characters that struggle against transition kiters, because when lawyer gets hit, he gets a lot of distance, right? So if you have, because of the veterans bonus, right? So, and also, I mean, there's a lot of things. You can actually vault a pallet or vault a window, get a broken window speed boost and a veterans bonus and a hit speed boost all at the same time because you can't get terror shock, and you're gone, right? You're literally just gone. I wonder what it's like. You know, I've never actually seen this, but what if you pop the cipher? So you pop the cipher and you got a borrowed time speed boost as you're getting hit, so you get a veteran speed bonus as well. Plus you get a vault speed bonus from broken windows. How fast what do you think happens? Like, I feel like the game would just crash. I feel like your iPad would just blow up. That would happen to me probably, but
I think maybe the hunter's feeling might blow up, and like the Tinnitus is just gonna like disappear within 3 seconds. But we're not
just
sure.
Gone. Just can't even see him anymore.
I mean, yeah, bro is just gone. I mean, not just MX, but lawyers. I mean, lawyer main, seriously, it really challenges your basic kiting skills, like dodging, for example, sculptor statues, bombs. These kind of things are very slight, but that's what makes you a very good lawyer.
Right.
Sorry, a lawyer main, I guess. And I think after MS kind of showed his skills playing the lawyer, I think a lot of the SEA members were actually starting to pick up lawyer in rank as well. So
really?
Yeah, we do have quite a lot of CB badges lawyers out of nowhere after COA. So it's the MX influence, y'all. It's the MX influence, and it's working out well in SEA, I guess. I mean, if MX plays it and it's really strong, and it's a character that's not like Thief, which is very, you need to use your torchlight and look back, moonwalk. Lawyer is a lot more easier character to play with, so that could be a potential reason why people are picking lawyer, playing with it, getting badges instead. So
yeah, I think we can also see Thief as well. Thief is really, I think out of all the original characters, I think Thief is probably the best one when it comes to like how good the character is. The Thief flashlight is so annoying. Like literally, you can. Sometimes when I play Wax Artist, right, and you're playing against Thief, okay, you're like, okay, Wax Artist should hard counter Thief, right? Because like, what is Thief gonna do? He's gonna flashlight you, but you just freeze him. But it's actually not that easy. You have to be really far away, or else he can flashlight you and just turn off your ability from even using Wax. It's so inconvenient. But it looks like we are going to see. Finally, we'll have the map selection. It is actually Arms Factory for PX. So they are going with a small map. As we talked about, a small map is very important if they do want to go for a 4-kill. Now, the biggest question is, what hunter will we actually see from PX here? I
mean, I mean, with the data that we have, it's only just Sculptor
Not
for
much,
now. Yeah, and the Night Watch and Club was the ones that he has played. We're not sure whether there's gonna be a bend from FT side onto PX Hunter with the only 2 hunters that we know that he has played. So we're just gonna wait and see for that. As for FT Kuga, he has a huge selection. I mean, he can pick Bonbon, he can pick Buddy Queen. So many selection, and it really depends on what PX are aiming for. They have 2 choices. Either the hunter side, he comes out, he gets a 3 kill or not 4 kill, or the survivor 3 escape or not 4 escape. There's not a lot of options for them, and considering how versatile Kuga can be, it's gonna be a huge battle for them, and might be a swift ride for FT for sure.
Yeah, for PX they have to, as you can see here, FT wins if the PX does not get. So okay, so this will be FT is playing Hunter based off of these based off of the win condition here, because if Kuga gets oh no wait, sorry, FT is playing Survivor. Wait, is that right? Yeah, FT is playing Survivor. Okay, because if it's a 4 escape, FT wins. If it's a 3 escape, FT wins. And if it's a 2 escape, FT wins. And then if it's a 1 escape and a 0 escape, then we are going to play the next half of the 3rd round. So that means FT will be on Survivor first based off of this win condition here. So I would imagine that FT is just going to try to secure things right here. You know, again, you have many ways to do this. You have characters like we talked about. Characters like Mechanic would be very good. Small map is fine for Mechanic here. We've seen actually Explorer being utilized a little bit over in China IVL, so that's also a possibility. And that Explorer has a lot of areas to hide on this map, and maybe a small map, so it makes it slightly easier for the Hunter to actually find the Explorer. But because there is a lot of sort of grassy areas for the Explorer to hide in, this does benefit him as well. So I think that that's also a possibility. Most likely not going to be the case, as FT doesn't really play a lot of surprise options. They sort of just play very aggressive meta characters. So they might just stick to that here, but I really do think Mechanic would be very beneficial as of right now.
Yeah, and actually the Mechanic main that was playing the...
Yeah, I would say FT is Survivor. So.
Yeah, for FT Survivors, for Mechanic, I think it was Shadow last time when he was still in the team. So right now Shadow is no longer in FT but instead in Idol. I really wonder who's going to be playing this Mechanic, and we'll see whether there's going to be a potential forward pick once again to, you know, continue that forward strike from BO1. So we just gotta wait and see, and the goal that FT survivors are focusing on if they want to finish this in the first half is to get a tie. Just a tie, and they win this without a second half, without having Kuga to come out and play on behalf of the team. So considering the matchups in BO2 with that 3 escape, and they were trying to go for a 4 escape, the FT survivors are pretty sure they're pretty confident about this, considering they actually picked FT survivors to play first in this first half, since it's PX map selection, correct?
It is PX map selection, yeah. So they did go Survivor first here. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. We do have my boy Black Phoenix says that there is a cap to the movement speed, so maybe we can't do triple speed boost with Lawyer. So unfortunately, that's not that might not be possible. Which is sad. I really wanted to NASCAR Lawyer go like 200 miles an hour over the pallet, but we can't do that anymore apparently. So I don't know. We'll still try it at some point and see, but it might not work out. But there is still a lot of speed boost to be gained from a Lawyer. If you do get, I think you can get. I'm not really sure the exact amount of speed boost you can get, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've seen Lawyers go incredibly fast before, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see that, but yeah, zoom. Bro's booming out of there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, just looking, I mean, with the chat, Venus is saying it's 4 a.m. and I want to go sleep. Yo, if it's 4 a.m. for you and you have like things to do tomorrow, just call it a day, and you can always look at the VODs of these matches afterwards. And this is just the first match of the day. We still have 3 other matches that will be upcoming after this. So do get your do hydrate yourselves, and of course do get your snacks if you need to. If you need to rest, do that as well, because I believe once you wake up, we'll probably still here. Yeah, so just do whatever you need to. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of love for the members themselves. FT Panda, I love you. I see a fan of Panda. Let's see, Venus, I'm trying. He's trying to stay awake. Hanako, drink coffee. Yeah. If you're trying to stay
I had coffee
awake.
this morning. Yeah. I had my
had
7-Eleven coffee this morning. So typically if I didn't, I would actually be asleep right now. But because my sleep schedule is quite bad. But yeah, I had to wake up early. By early, I mean 12:30 in the afternoon. And then I had to have my 7-Eleven canned cold coffee, which was actually kind of good. So currently have enough energy to sustain me through this event. And McDonald's that much because it's not healthy. But I did go there one time to get an iced coffee, and I can't remember what happened, but I think I put it in the freezer for like a few minutes, and it wasn't even that long, right? And then I took it out of the freezer. I'm like, okay, I gotta drink my iced coffee because the tournament's about to start. Because I think it was during an Asia event, and this is back when I was back at home in California, and my time zone was really bad. It was like 3 a.m. for me when I had to commentate. And so I go to the freezer to get the McDonald's iced coffee out of the freezer, and half of like the bottom half of the coffee just turned into like an ice cube. It was just like a block of ice. And so I was like, how am I supposed to drink this? And then Chocho was like making fun of me for my my iced coffee, literally a block of ice of coffee that I was attempting to melt, but it just wouldn't really melt because it was like just not melting. So yeah, so I only could drink like half, and the other half was just like a block of coffee. So if you guys ever want blocked coffee, just go put it in the freezer for like 10 minutes, and then actually probably longer than 10 minutes, but it'll eventually come out as ice cube.
Ice cube. So
nice.
I think in the end, I like the stream ended, and then I think it was still frozen at some point in time, right? So,
yeah, it never unfroze.
Yeah. So
we tried, but unsuccessful.
Yeah. So yeah, lesson learned. I mean, Eli has a lot of life experiences with very weird things,
Very
like
much so.
iced coffee.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, of course, I think this morning he has coffee. I'm literally having coffee right next to me as well. So of course, to pull through this, we need coffee, but it really depends on what brand you want to drink. But personally, I think Eli likes the sweet kind of coffee. So
Ew, no, I don't like sugar. No.
Oh yeah, you're the milk tea with 0%
Milk
sugar.
tea with zero. Yeah, milk tea with 0% sugar. Yes.
Bruh. Thing is that he does very weird things, but like, why would you drink milk tea with 0% sugar? Like, what's the
Because
point?
that way I don't have to like have too much sugar. That way I can actually have something that tastes good without like having too much. Okay, because like if you get like people are like, yeah, you might as well just get a lot of sugar, because it's like if you're gonna get something with sugar, just go all out, right? But like, why not just like get something with like that tastes good but not have a lot of sugar? Kind of. That doesn't really make sense. But anyways, like it's like it still tastes good. Like I don't know. I don't really like things like that are excessively sweet, Like a little bit of sweet is okay, but excessive amount of sweetness, like unsweetened iced tea, I think is pretty good. To be honest.
Yeah, so you're special.
Jojo disagrees, but
yeah. Who okay, wait, chat. Who plus postman speed letter.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we're back.
And we are
Hola.
back. Yeah, so we had this long discussion about milk tea. I'm not too sure whether you guys were listening into that,
Probably
but
not.
again, 0% sugar is what Eli goes for. 0%, sorry, milk tea is what Eli goes for. So who in this chat drinks milk tea with 0% sugar? Please,
Everybody raise your hand.
please raise
Go.
your hands and tell us who exactly drinks milk tea with 0% sugar. Like, if it's gonna be something unhealthy, you're just gonna drink, even if it's a little bit of sugar, I think it's still fine,
No.
right? No, see,
Wrong
this is
answer.
something we disagree
again.
on all the time. So, yeah. So right now the band picks is taking quite a bit of time. So yeah, we're just all waiting patiently for that. Yeah, Chocho, please tell the audience to free novelists from the NPC pool. Yeah, novelist has been banned for the longest time. Not because, I mean, you know, it's because of the very buggy issues that it can happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you can get stuck, or like, because you're switching perspective from a survivor point of view to a hunter, and hunter to a survivor point of view. You can sometimes get really buggy, and to prevent all of that and suddenly restarting the match because of something bad happens, they just kind of ban it officially for all official tournaments. So
Yeah.
that's why we don't really see that. And yeah, Eli is a California girl. That's right.
Who?
That's
Oh, I know
Red,
you're
the
not talking about.
person.
I know you're not talking about this, Eli. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh,
I've
but
never had an oat milk latte in my life. No sir.
oat milk latte. Wasn't it pumpkin spice latte?
No,
that you
that's
talked about.
like 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
The modern day is oat milk latte. Yeah, oat milk latte, just something like that. I don't know.
Oh, but I mean, if we're talking about coffee, honestly, I do drink like those black kinds, like the Americano one. 0% sugar though. That's the only thing I'll agree on
Wow,
0%
that is-
sugar. Okay,
not
but
expect
not
that from
milk
you.
tea. Not milk tea, like.
Okay, well then what's the point? What's the point? If you have to either go all out or you go conservative with your sugar intake.
Conservative with my sugar intake. I mean, of course, go all out, right? Right?
Well then why do you have Americano with no sugar? What? That makes no sense.
Hey yo, Black Phoenix. Shout out to Black Phoenix. I'm sure Eli is one of those people who puts cereal after the milk.
No, I actually don't do that. That's one thing I would never do. I'm actually this is a very important topic that we need to now discuss because it was brought to light. I actually always put cereal before milk. That is something I would never not do. Like that's just, yeah.
I think it's only right.
I don't go there. I don't go that far. I will say that. I do some very interesting things with my life decisions, but that is not one that I will ever mess around with. That's very, yeah.
Yeah, so I think majority of us do put cereal before our milk, so
What about
yay
you?
to us. Me too, bruh.
Yeah, I
Me
don't
too.
do that. No, I feel like you wouldn't do that.
Do it.
Nah,
Nah. You nah, bro.
that's
you
cap. No.
I do
bro's
put my
capping.
cereal first. Yeah, to put my cereal first. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Apparently, I got cut off in the middle of my question just now. So I mean, I did. Yeah, I just went through it again. So yeah, I guess intermission, yeah, is actually this long. And also just for you guys to understand as well, because right now the players themselves are playing in the global server, not in the tournament server yet. So the BP wise, band pick wise, it has to be manually done through chat, and they can't do it in game because some characters are not being bought by the members themselves.
Yep.
So that's why this manual band pick is taking quite a bit of time. So yeah, to everyone that is waiting very patiently, we thank you so much for it. And also, yeah, we are coming up with very weird things to talk about at this point in time. Coffee, cereal after the milk, or milk before the cereal, whatever it is. But yes, we are trying to wait for these teams to kind of get ready as well. So what we do know for this BO3 is that it's gonna be Arms Factory, and FT has this 7-point lead. So as we are all waiting patiently, just throw in any questions, any random questions that you have, because right now is the time for that.
We're gonna take a hair check break. Ready? Okay, we're done. That was
I
the break.
definitely wasn't judging you for real.
That was the hair check break. All right, it's done. And look, the one little hair is now not a one little hair anymore. It's with the other hairs. So it worked out.
Yeah,
Okay, we are into our band pick here at long last. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IDV tournament, which is what we were, what we're all here for. So it looks like we are going to have the 4 auto band characters. In this case, it is going to be Acrobat, Seer, Patient, and the Female Dancer. Obviously, those were the first 2 characters selected at the start of the first and second round, so those are no longer an option for the FT Survivor side here. Keep in mind, they only need to get a 2 Survivor escape to prevent the last half of this third round here. It looks like we're going to see Forward and one other character here from the PX Hunter to be banned. Looks like it is going to be Antiquarian. So not wanting to deal with any harassment characters. Keep in mind, this PX Hunter does need a 4 Survivor elimination here, or at least a 3 Survivor elimination to force the next half of this round. Of course, FT Survivors will be playing for at least a tie, but we've also seen them play quite aggressively in the past, so I suppose anything is on the table as of right now. We'll see what FT opts to lead with. They can, of course, pick any 2 characters without worry of them, being banned later, unless we go to a 4th round, but I don't think that's going to happen. It looks like we're going to see actually, I don't know how the 4th round rule works, but it looks like we're going to see Bloody Queen and Clerk is banned. So they actually banned BQ, which is interesting. Considering that they only need to get a tie, it feels okay to actually give up the Bloody Queen and ban the Night Watch. So now this gives the PX Hunter the option to play Night Watch. So it could be that FT just wants a rematch here, or they're also considering that, this is not a great Night Watch map. They could just be saying like, okay, this is not a good Night Watch map, so we're fine with taking Night Watch here. But I don't know. I feel like it does give PX a little bit of an opening here to work out of this one. But because Mercenary is on the table, we're going to see that. And actually, Coordinator, which is not a very common character for a small map. We usually see Coordinator on maps where, like large maps that allow the survivor to transition when using the flare gun. A map like Arms Factory, maybe not quite as strong, but it looks like they are going to go for it right away here. And of course, the Mercenary is on the table. So I'm surprised Mercenary wasn't banned. Because I think here, in a situation where you have to go for a 4 kill, or at least a 3 kill, banning a stable character like Mercenary, forcing them to pick unstable characters would be better. But it looks like they are going to go with Mercenary instead. And Jojo, what do you think? You hear?
Yeah, it's looking really interesting over here. For No Lab, he does have 8 bans in total. 4
Yes.
auto and then 4 manual bans. So that's actually gonna be a lot better for him, considering that right now more bans means that he has higher chance of playing the character that he wants and potentially winning it, considering more bans. So looking at this, Bloody Queen and Clerk, so just removing all the hunters that might potentially FT feels that it's gonna be hard to go against, or at least, yeah, if you're aiming for a tie, it's still fine. New Lab does have this this sculptor to work with, so we see the very stable selection over here from FT this time around. Mercenary Court, and then the Entomologist. So Eli, with that last pick on the FT side, we see a barmaid. So what do you think they could be prepping for, or what do you think New Lab could possibly pick if he has this very huge character pool that we're not too sure about?
I don't understand. Well, the thing is, this team comp is sort of like, they didn't ban Night Watch is the problem. I feel like if they're worried about Bloody Queen, they could have just banned Night Watch and Clerk and then just played a comp that's good against BQ. But they actually banned BQ and Clerk. So, they're actually going to go Sculptor here, it looks like, instead of Night Watch. So this Hunter did have Night Watch available, but they're actually going to go with that Sculptor, which we did see in their original player profile. So, yeah, Sculptors, I think here is gonna struggle against this comp a bit. Obviously, Sculptor can technically play around Coordinator. If you're able to block the flare gun with the statue, that could be quite strong. But overall, if you do get the flare gun, it allows for a lot of distance against the Sculptor, which can be hard for her to deal with. Barmaid, as long as she runs in the open and doesn't get statue, you can force a basic hit. And then you can bring the Entomologist bees to help the Barmaid kite out that drink, and then Entomologist is just a good kiter against Sculptor in general. This could be a bit of a troublesome situation for the PX Hunter.
And yeah, considering that FT just needs a tie, this is looking extremely favorable for, not extremely, but there is a chance for Neo Lab for sure. But FT Dragon with the barmaid. We do know that he is a S-Badge barmaid, and for ID, he's been proficient with his entomologist support. And then with Mini Blue with the rescuer, it's usually no big deal. And for Panda with this coordinator, we do know that, coordinator with this recent buffs, getting this speed boost nearing windows, pallet areas, it's amazing. So we're seeing this spawn location at this point in time. Center with the mercenary, very standard. Front gate, we have the Ento. On top of mercenary, we have the barmaid, and below we do have the coordinator. So Hunter can potentially spawn at the factory, or if not at the front gate corner area. So Eli, any thoughts on this spawn locations?
So it looks like we're actually going to see, this is pretty standard to go for the 3 survivors across and then 1 at the other side. We also see the sculptor go for the factory spawn, so this actually forces the survivors away from the factory kiting area. So that actually is a pretty decent spawn for the hunter. Obviously, you don't really want to chase anyone inside factory because it's such a great kiting area. So if you can spawn factory and then force them away from it, could work out in your favor here. And yeah, unfortunately, still no trades here, but I would imagine all broken windows, obviously, except for mercenary, will have Tide Turner. So it definitely, because again, they know it's going to be probably either they know it's going to be either Sculptor or Night Watch here. So Flywheel is not too effective, whereas Broken Windows would be the most optimal builds for these survivors, especially for Barmaid, because Barmaid does need to create that distance after using that drink.
And to everybody that has just entered the chat, just to let you guys know that FT just needs a tie in this match, so we'll be heading right into the match with a mercenary in our faces. So yeah, so we'll be heading into BO3 first half. It's your caster Chocho and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this potential last match.
All right, looks like we have the mercenary. He's gonna search the chest early. Wow, this is what incredible hunter. Okay, now here we go. Looks like we have the camera angle switched here. So actually, this is interesting though that mercenary is searching the chest early. What he's gonna do is he's gonna drop his elbow pads for the coordinator after she uses the flare gun. She can then pick up the elbow pads. Mercenary can trade out the item. Will she use the flare gun now? She needs to use the flare gun early here. Looks like no. It looks like she's not gonna use them, and the entomologist bees will push the hunter back during the attack recovery. Now, she doesn't want to use the okay, well, she doesn't want to use the flare gun too early because she doesn't want to get blocked by the statues. But it looks like we are back to the hunter's point of POV here. And he does have blink, not excitement. So coordinator can use the flare gun, and if she is able to use the flare gun, she can then pick up the elbow pads or whatever item is the mercenary got from the chest. It looks like he is going to throw down this pallet. I wonder what that item was. But she does still flare gun, so she definitely wants to use that first here. Oh, she actually picks up a football and leaves the flare gun. This might actually be better against something like a sculptor because you can actually use it to transition away and create distance against the sculptor, and there's no risk of the flare gun being body blocked. She can actually football back to the flare gun as well, which we might see her go around this area and then football. She's not going to football early. This way, there's no risk of a blink.
Yeah, that's right. And they're looking into this, the distance established between the sculptor. It's not even giving him a chance to have this distance to blink. So that's amazing stuff we're seeing from Panda's Kite. And also teamwork between the mercenary at the center 3 pallet area. So just prolonged this kite a lot longer than we thought. And with 4 ciphers remaining, the 2 other ciphers to be decoding is actually really progressed.
No there. Interesting. Looks like he's trying to save it so he can have that trade swap later. Coordinator is not going to take the ball, which means does have a little bit more football. He's going to use it to get to this next. Oh, but actually just goes in the open there. I think our only chance was potentially to try to go back to that window, but it is going to be the down there. But this is already 3 cipher machines will pop here shortly, and that flare gun is still available. So coordinator can go get the flare gun with Tide Turner. And actually, I think the sculptor needs to chair in the corner of the map. If she chairs here, obviously she can pressure cipher machines a little bit better, but the coordinator still has the flare gun somewhere on the map, and the sculptor should know that it is middle.
And the gun, like I mentioned, it is with mercenary right now, and we'll see whether he's gonna make use of it to get this free rescue onto.
Yeah, but usually we don't see mercenary. We usually don't see other characters pick up the flare gun because the flare gun stun is actually shorter if it's someone besides the coordinator, right? So.
That's right. Interesting play for onto FT's driver side, but I think there is gonna be this sort of this elbow pad at the center area. We see this 2 elbow pads onto coordinator, potentially for second kite or if not this dungeon escape. So, having this I think my site's like this.
Yeah,
difficulties
mine also.
once again.
We had
Yeah,
a little bit of a freeze here. Unfortunately, we can't see what's happening, but it looks like we are back there. We had a bit of a McDonald's frozen coffee moment, but it is back here. And it looks like we are going to see Cyber Machine is ready. So that Cyber Machine is primed over at Factory. Barmaid will come for the save. Mercenary still has a flare gun to work with late game here. And Coordinator still has 2 elbow pads to potentially kite to dungeon. We are going to see the rescue here. And the trait is still available. Does get the down. And there is the Cypher activation. Keep in mind here, this hunter needs a 3 kill. Does blink and gets down by the pallet there, throwing the pallet on the wrong side. I'm imagining that he wanted to vault the pallet for a speed boost there. But yeah, he still had blink available, so he is able to get the down. But this will be all 3 survivors out the exit gate as the trade is no longer available, which means FT will secure the victory here with that 3 survivor escape, and they will be advancing to the next stage of this competition.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, really coming off really strong for FT survivors in this BO2 and 3. Congratulations to them for securing the first spot in this top 8 that will be coming from next week onwards. So congratulations to Kuga, Panda, Mini Blue, as well as Dragon, Abi as well for playing, giving such impressive plays, I would say. I mean, coming off with this forward picks from BO1 and 2, I think it kind of worked out for them eventually.
Absolutely. So yeah, after obviously a bit of a difficult first round, FT definitely making a comeback there, or not making a comeback, but conserving, showing that they are really one of those strong competitors here, and they do have that tournament experience to succeed here, and they do take a decisive rounds 2 and 3 here. And of course, we will no longer see the second half of this third round, and that the point deficit is now too far for this PX team to come back from.
Yeah, that's right. So just gonna let you guys have this little bit of recalling session. BO1 we had this 5-5, which was a tie. BO2 with this 8-1 in favor of FT, and in BO3 the only win condition for FT is to get a tie on Survivor side, and they got a 3 escape. So congratulations to FT with this, I can't count, 9-point deficit. Yeah. 9 points. Difference of 9 points.
It was 7 and 2, yeah, so 9. So yeah, it is impossible. Even if they did get a 5-point, even if they did get a 5-point game here, they would still be behind by 4 points. And even if they won the round, so it goes by rounds, and if the rounds are tied, which in this case, if they got a 4 survivor escape, then it would go down to points, which FT is leading.
So congratulations to FT for securing the first spot in top 8, and we will see them once again next week versus their opponents. But as for the schedule, we just gotta wait for the other teams to compete as well. Right now we have Group A done with their preliminary stage. Right now we're moving on to Group B, Idol versus Mad Penguins. 2 very strong powerhouse over here, and gonna go against each other. So Eli, you might not be here later on for the second match, but you will be in 3rd and 4th. But anything you're kind of expecting in this second round that you might not be here for?
Yeah, I mean, we should expect, this might be the best first round matchup we see. I mean, obviously we'll see some great matches as this tournament progresses, but I think this is definitely one of the more anticipated matches. Idol has a lot of players from the team ZT that did compete in KOA from Southeast Asia, so a lot of people will be looking forward to that. And then Mad Penguins, one of the stronger teams out of this region, out of the Southeast Asia region. We saw them take down FT in qualifiers with a decisive 2-0 victory back in KOA qualifiers. So I think that MP has a lot to put out here, and Idol definitely, a lot of big name players here from the Southeast Asia region will, we should expect some good things from them. I believe we also have Yush on that team as well, right? So a very strong player, arguably one of the strongest, if not the best survivor player from Southeast Asia, actually didn't play during KOA, I believe, and is now back for to play on this team. So we'll see if we expect them to come out here or not. So yeah, I definitely, I do wish that I could be here for that one. I will be watching, of course, MP versus Idol. That will be one of the most anticipated matches. So we'll see how that one turns out.
Yeah, but I mean, in this round 3 alone, right? I mean, BO3 first half, we did see FT kind of this slight teamwork we're seeing here. But any special mentions or highlights in that match specifically, Eli?
So for Idol or for this one?
FT.
Oh, for FT, sorry. I literally, I had one of those moments where like you're listening and then you like space out for a single word and I didn't hear what that single word was. Okay, and I heard the other half of the sentence. So basically, yeah, I mean, I think overall here, FT, if they want to win this tournament, they can't really afford to have that first round situation that happened against PX. They can't really let that happen again, right? I think they really need to sort of figure things out because in that first round, they tried to play aggressively in a situation where they didn't need to play aggressively. They need to play conservatively. So it could be that they're trying to just gain a really early lead, which sort of makes sense. But when you have such great positioning after your 104 kills, you don't need to do that. You just need to play safe, and they didn't really do that. And they kind of just let things slip out of control for a second there. They were able to bring it back and win the last 2 rounds. But once you start getting deeper into this tournament and you play teams like Idol and you play teams like GH, you have to win those rounds. You can't afford to play aggressively. You have to hold on to your lead there. And, you know, that's something that's going to be really crucial for them as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, that's something that they kind of have to learn it and hopefully not learn this through the hard way. So,
Yes.
FT definitely will be advancing forward regardless, and we'll see whether they kind of make it through all the way to top 4 this time around once again for IVC in the next few weeks. And as for today's matchup for FT, I mean, there's gonna be a potential MVP that we're gonna be seeing here. So do you think it's gonna be Kuga with that 2-4 kills from BO1 to 2, or could it be some other member in this team?
Probably will just be Kuga. I mean, obviously we saw some excellent gameplay overall. We saw an excellent job from the coordinator at the end there, a very strong kite. So I think definitely the coordinator player could get a potential MVP as well. But I think Kuga most likely will just receive it. You know, 2 forced survivor eliminations. Not much better you could have done there, obviously.
Yeah, sure. I mean, for now we haven't really seen any new strategies being played out by this matchup alone, but maybe Idol or maybe Penguins kind of have prepped against each other and gonna go against each other, and we'll see how that's gonna possibly be playing out. But before that, let's take a look at our statistics. 200%, well, just very clean Cypher progress over here. 2 person with 200% and 1 person with 100%, which is the Mercenary. Makes sense because Mercenary kind of took the time to open chest. We had that front view right in front of us, and 119, almost 120 seconds kite onto Panda's coordinator. So great teamwork, great kite, and great results that we're seeing here. So congratulations once again to FT, and hopefully a lot better and amazing performances from you guys from now onwards.
Absolutely. So yeah, we will see, of course, FT advancing. So I think for those of you again who don't know how it works is there's no like wildcard stage or anything like that like we saw last IVC. This is just a single elimination straight bracket. We do see the final results here for this round, and the top 4 teams will go to the offline stage. So basically the winner of this round, which is FT, will play against the winner of the next round, which is Idol versus MP, and then then those 2 teams will play, and then whoever wins between that will play against FT, and the winner of that will then go on to the offline stage, if I'm not mistaken. So FT has made it through their first matchup here, but things definitely get more challenging. They do have MP and Idol in their brackets, so that is definitely not easy. Idol and MP, of course, 2 of the best teams in this tournament, with the exception of FT as well and GH. So I definitely expect to see some really close matches in the next part of this bracket. But yeah, of course, we do have the final score of 16-7, the 5-5 tied in the first round, but then an 8-1 victory and a 3-1 securing that win for FT here in the last round. So of course, excellent job from PX overall. They did go 3 rounds against a very strong team such as FT here, but FT will ultimately be coming out on top.
Yeah, and also for PX Hunter, Neolab especially, getting that 4 kill against FT Survivor is not an easy feat for sure, especially using a Night Watch as well. Amazing stuff from you, and also hopefully we'll see you in future tournaments, because for PX their journey will end here for now, but for FT it's gonna be prolonged slightly further to next week and probably the week after if they do perform well. So congratulations once again to FT, 16-7, amazing scores that we're seeing here. And yeah, just looking at our MVP, you know, like you predicted, Eli, it's gonna be Kuga from FT with a detection point of, oh, quite low in fact, 4,779. Terror Shock 0.4, and eliminations average at 4% out of 4 persons. So, very interesting stuff that we're seeing here. And remaining cipher 0.6, I thought it was kind of a lot higher than that, but
yeah, I don't think he allowed the exit gates to be open at any point, right? So
yeah,
they never got to the exit gates. So yeah, excellent job there from Kugos. So yeah, I think wouldn't it be higher than 0.6?
Yeah, I think they kind of,
mathematically speaking, but I don't know.
I think they kind of counted the last match as well, BO3, like all the ciphers and decoded by 3, then divided by 3. Maybe that could be the 0.6. I'm not too sure. My math can't.
The first round was the second round was 1 cipher remaining. Let's do the math. The second round was 1 cipher remaining. The first one was also 1, right?
3. Right?
No. They got down to 1. I think they got down to 1.
No, 1 was FT survivors.
Or maybe it was 2.
I think it was 3.
No, it was 2.
No, it's 3.
No, it was 2. I don't know. We'll go back and look later. But assuming that was the case, and then assuming that they popped all the ciphers in the last run, which obviously that didn't happen, but if you added that into the total, that would be 0. That still wouldn't make sense, though. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, we're gonna leave that up to the experts, not us. I used to be good at math, but it's been a while from my math days. So back in my day. Which is no longer my day anymore. Yeah, we don't remember any of that stuff. So, yeah, so FT will, of course, be moving on, and we will have Idol and MP up next. So, Chocho, anything else? Any predictions?
Predictions-wise, it's gonna be exciting though, because Idol is like a compilation of like all generations of 0 to last time, and then now they've merged together as one to form IDOL, Idol. So the name itself is pretty huge. I mean, like Idol, it seems like someone is like either is like popular, someone huge and famous, or you know, it kind of goes along that lines with this kind of idol kind of team name. So
doesn't idle also mean to like not move? Like you're just idle, not moving? Like when your car is idle, your car's not moving. So maybe
that's
probably not that one. I think it's that one. No, it's not. Wait, is it?
IDLE, I think that one. Idle.
Alright.
Yo, you're.
Oh, you're right. But I didn't see what the spelling was. To be fair, I didn't actually see what the spelling was. So I just saw the IDL name. So, anyways, yeah. We are gonna send it to a short break here. Thank you guys so much for watching our first match of today. We still have 3 more ahead of us, so stick with us. We will be back with you shortly.
Yep.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises. Fate hanged me high above on frames of steel. Luckily, I had a loyal companion. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. Until I sold my blessing for a decent fortune. We took flight at a price exacted by fate. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. As for this letter, is it a way to escape the curse of fate? Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again?
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face, that is so unlike my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet. Who stays by me, Matt?
Hi everyone, and we are back with this second match of the day. And right now, instead of Eli, we are having Nello Mello next to me. And yeah, Nell, I mean, you watched the first match just now, but right now we're into our second match at this point in time. How are you feeling for this match, Idol versus MP?
First of all, I have to say, a lot of the matchups, usually we have this little thing, right, behind the scenes where we do a little bit of predictions of how things are going to go for fun. And honestly, PX caught me off by surprise, like in the Night Watch with the 4K, and that is already a very pleasant surprise. But right now, it is going to be MP versus Idol. Idols, the champions, this is the first time they're using the name Idol, but they're actually XAR, which are the champions of IVA, the most recent one, and they're like from, as you mentioned before, the past generation of ZT, some of the members are, right? Versus MP, who is supposedly the strongest. One of the strongest, if not the strongest in Vietnam right now. Unfortunately, they are going through a little bit of reshuffling. But all in all, new MP versus new AR. I'm very excited to see this match, Chocho.
Yeah, I mean, we do see this addition of MX and CZ Zuishin into this, as well as Shadow into this matchup. So Idol is just like a completely revamped version of the all generations of ZT added together. And for MP side, we do see like new faces: Kaisen, Lamb, Nguyen. Sorry, I can't really pronounce that. Yeah, these people like new faces. So maybe they might potentially bring something new to the table, and that's something that Idol is not really expecting. So excited to see how it's gonna play out. But before that, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of players introduction. We're just gonna talk a little bit more about them individually. And I think many of us in the chat are just excited to see Idol themselves. I mean, we have CZ's fan, people's asking where's MX, we want to see that lawyer. So the question is whether we're gonna be potentially seeing that lawyer in this matchup. No.
I mean, with MX around, we're definitely not just gonna see a lawyer. We're definitely gonna see a gardener, most likely, and a thief, 100%, if there's the opportunity to bring it. But yeah, speak of the devil, MX is in the chat saying, Idol is not ZT. You are right, Idol is the new AR, and MX has actually been reshuffled into Idol. And ZT, they will go through a little bit of reshuffling, and they are known as a new name now, which is Utopia, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, Utopia, correct.
Yeah, so I mean, reshuffling can be a good thing. Yes, you want to be with your friends, but sometimes you gotta move around to find new synergies, and honestly, finding new connections might make you stronger in this case.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at this lineup from Idol, right? I mean, I actually kind of knew that this Idol team was being made. The members themselves, I was like, wow, this lineup that we might potentially be seeing, it might potentially be the strongest lineup I've ever seen, and a team that can potentially go against GH and winning this IVC first place this time around. Could be a completely different winner, and I think Idol has the best chance at that at this point in time. So, but before that, we have to, you know, kind of slow back a little, go back a little bit in the past. We have this IVC preliminary stage from top 16 to top 8 in Group B, which is what we're going to be witnessing very soon.
Yeah.
Any expectations or any specific member that you're kind of like looking forward to now?
MX is definitely one of those highlights, but if you're talking about those members that are unsung heroes, those we never really talk specifically about, I would say Xizhi, who is now known as Senior, has also made quite a good impression in the last game where he was outstanding as the Antiquarian. So that's one of the players that has definitely shown promise. Not to mention Neolab, who is actually below a little bit of history. He's also part ex-Merc player who has actually been a sub player in that team because they have another main hunter. But now, given the chance to shine, he has shown us that he's able to 4K a strong team as FT as well. So, but that's for me. What about you, Chocho? Any new, not to say new, any under-mentioned character that Survivor or Hunter that you know of?
I think for me it has to be Okay, I'm just gonna think about
Sorry.
it a little bit more,
Yeah,
but
sure.
let's just jump into the players' introduction for this BO1 lineup. We do see Miao Pai playing as the hunter for Idol, and Leah, MX Light, and Xenia. I thought Leah was gonna be possibly subbing as a hunter, but no, we'll be seeing him instead. And Shadow will not be playing in the Survivor BO1 lineup. So, you know, fans of Shadow, if you guys are expecting him or kind of wanting to see him, maybe there might be a possible switch in BO2, who knows. So, but before that, just this lineup itself, Nell, how do you think about it?
I like their synergy when they were playing in IVA, and I definitely like what they're doing here with the addition of MX. Honestly, MX is like a dark horse. He's super individually gifted, but at the same time, you have to wonder the synergy with his new team, because Idol has been working without MX before this. Right, so given that short time to practice, you have to wonder how is it going to impact their performance.
Yeah, and I just have to agree with you now. And looking at this MP for their side of their hunter, very expected. We do see Moru as the hunter coming up first, and for the Survivor side, Elsie, a very common face, Siru as well, and kind of newer names in this table. We're seeing Kaisan as well as Lam. So hopefully things do work out, and we'll kind of go into specific members players introduction, and we can talk a little bit more about them. But going back to your question now about who I'm kind of expecting a lot to, I would say Miao Pai. Yeah, I mean, considered as one of the strongest players, stronger hunter mains in SEA. Definitely have expectations for him.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Chocho, especially after he has done that 4K elimination as the Bloody Queen against a team from Japan, AXZ survivors. That's super crazy. I remembered when we were watching it, it was super exciting. Like, whoa, AXZ has been untouched. The survivors have never gotten 4K before, and Miao Pai did it. So honestly, I'm very excited to see what Miao Pai is going to be bringing in IVC. He's been to the big stage, making his debut at 16 years old, going to Koa straight away after that, now coming back to IVC the second time round. Very excited to see him. But let's not forget about Moru, Chocho. Moru has been a very consistent and steady and regular player in IVC. Am I right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always see him once he's entered MP already. And fun fact, he actually currently is S-Batch Bonbon in the global server.
Wow.
And has over 10k character points for it. So, amazing stuff. And followed by, we do see Idol Leah. I thought mainly a hunter main, but we do see a mercenary over here. Might be the rescuer for the team. Escape rate of 49.5%. That's a lot. And for MP that plays forward, we do see the professor in front of us, and he does play the prospector too. So mainly the kiter and harasser role, he is in charge of that.
Yeah. LC also plays the forward, right? We know him as the harasser, the OBR that we know and love from Vietnam. He's been in the Chinese global servers to train as well. But Leah, though, I have to just add on a little bit. Leah has always been a hunter main, right? Usually in a lot of the teams, you can't find hunter mains. We are lacking in hunter mains, but in this with them, it's like they have so many hunters that they have to switch to survivors, right?
Yeah, like we have so many hunters right now. We just need a survivor. So sweep. We're gonna just switch it a little bit, dual fractions, amazing stuff from Idol. And just going a little bit to a very interesting left side of the screen, we see this lawyer on MX side. I mean, for new people that are coming in, the MX is a very known player for playing this kind of picking unorthodox characters like lawyer, thief, doctor, gardener. Amazing stuff. And also we see that Seer, I believe that was Shiru, also a very stable kiter.
Yeah, stable kiter, stable. I mean, he's always been known as a seer and an occasional prospector. But moving on, the batter. Honestly, I miss seeing a batter, Jojo, because batter is super strong against certain characters, super strong against OBR, especially if you don't want to come close. Like forward, you have the risk of getting hit when the hunter use excitement or drop or you know, you're just getting hit. But with the batter, well, you can safely rescue from a distance. So loving it from light. And Kaisan, I believe this is a new name to us. Mad Penguins has recruited, they've put up a post, they've recruited, and I believe Kaisan is one of the two, Lam being the other one. For now, we know that Kaisan mains the dancer, and looking at the stats itself, it's pretty impressive. 82 seconds of containment time, with a respectable 1+ cipher decoding. Not too much on the pallet strikes, I believe. Very, very peaceful with Hunter. But I'm just very excited to see what the new blood for Aoi-sama's team can do in IVC.
Yeah, new bloods indeed, and maybe Idol might be kind of caught off guard with certain picks that Malphite might not be expecting, but then again, a very interesting pick once again on Xenia's side. Xenia, known as, if you guys know him as CZXI, ZI, Mind's
Yeah.
Eye pick over here. Actually, I did meet him in rank a couple of times, and he's always been picking Mind's Eye, and kites really, really well. So, it could be just a CZ thing. He's just amazing. But for now, we're just gonna call him Xenia so that majority of us will know who we're talking about. And for Lam, we do see the prisoner over here. Lam praised the thief and also Antiquarian. And fun fact, he's an A batch thief. So maybe we might see this thief versus thief gameplays between MX and Lam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited. If that is the Lam that I know in ranked, he probably plays the journalist as well, and he's pretty good at it as well. So another fun fact, in case we get to see that in action. But Chocho, I believe we have not seen enough of a journalist, right? Like, unfortunately, I mean, it's such a strong character as well, and we definitely hope to see it as well. But moving on into round one's map ban pick, Chocho.
Yeah, we're seeing Idol banning the Chinatown and MP picking the Ever Slipping Town. So we're seeing kind of like a deja vu moment with FT versus PX just now, where Ever Slipping Town was also the first map selection that we had in BO1. So if MP has picked this map, it's definitely sure that they have this certain game plan, or possibly maybe they want Moru to pick a breaking rule from the start. We did see the player's introduction. That was something that he mains, Polun. So other than Polun, I mean, Moru does play the Night Watch, Bonbon Sculptor BQ. I would say his character pool is really huge and very versatile. And I think I'm quite curious whether Moru might be targeting on what weak spots Idol have at this point in time.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to take inspiration, right? Neolab has used Night Watch and caught FT off by surprise. So, honestly, I do not agree with Moru going Breaking Wheel because it's just too high of a risk. He doesn't need to take this kind of risk. Go with the Night Watch. Go with the Bonbon that he has practiced so much against. That is my personal opinion, honestly. But Idol versus MP, very excited. Guys in the chat, Chocho, any colors for them before we start the band picks?
Colors, I mean,
heart colors, yeah.
Heart colors, dang it, heart colors. Idol, maybe. I personally like pink, so Idol pink, MP.
Blackpink.
I like black, so black.
Blackpink. Oh my god. Oh wow, you're trying. Oh, I see what you did there. Idol. Okay, so Idol's gonna be pink hearts, guys, and MP is gonna be black hearts. So guys, spam the black hearts if you are a fan of the Vietnamese powerhouse MP, and pink hearts if you're a fan of Chocho. Wait, Idol.
What? Oh, but we're seeing this thief being secured right from the first two picks. So a reminder to everybody for global bans: if you're gonna pick thief and seer from the first two picks, it's just gonna be auto ban from BO2 onwards. So, well, this is gonna be the only time we're gonna be seeing MP Lam's thief. So let's see what the rest of the ban picks is gonna be like now.
I mean, anything can happen. They already have a thief straight off the bat. It's like, yo, this is our staple character, and it kind of makes sense though, right, Chocho? Because with the new recent global ban implementation, they want to save certain characters for the later picks. So kind of makes sense that they go straight for the thief here first. Probably go unorthodox a little bit. I cannot even call it unorthodox because thief has been so strong that it's almost considered meta. Actually, it's meta. So Antiquarian to secure the Obier, to make the Obier even stronger. And finally, with the Shadows of First Officer. Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, we're looking at this, we see the survivor picks have been confirmed, and you know, every time when it comes to MP, right, I can't help but think that they always have a strategy with whatever team they're going for. If you guys kind of recall back in the days where MP actually went against this very strong Japanese hunter, they had this I mean, when Club was like at its top-notch era, MP created like a blueprint at Moonlit River Park to go against a very strong Club. Remember that now?
Yeah, I remember. Super strong. Yeah, but sorry, I was just caught off guard because Yes, it's going to be the Night Watch. I know that I mentioned it on the side of Moru, but it looks like Meow Pie is also taking that stance. He's going straight for Night Watch. So Chocho, Night Watch against this composition. I I would say the thief is gonna harass the Night Watch, especially if he doesn't have any presence yet. But that's me. What do you think about this, Chocho? Like,
I think for me at least, I think Night Watch is gonna kind of work. May not be as well for the first card. I mean, considering that he only has the slow attracting a win onto the survivors. Seal has this bird to tank. Antiquarian has stick to utilize to stun to disarm the hunter. Thief has this light thingy that prevents hunter from using his skill. So, and also first officer with this watch now. So very hard. I think first chase might be taking some time, and then we're gonna dive right into the spawn locations now.
yeah, spawn locations, very important. You want to place your harassers or your rescuers in the middle so that whatever happens, well, you wouldn't have to take such a long route to go and rescue. So Lam is going to be the thief. He's going to be spawning on the top right. Siru, surprisingly, is going to be on the second floor. And Elsie is going to be the furthest away. Meow Pie is just going to spawn right next to the thief. Honestly, if I'm Meow Pie and with the vacuum, even with the vacuum, I wouldn't chase the thief first. It's so annoying. The blinding light is like, yo, yes, I know you can vacuum me in, but if you want to vacuum him in, you have to stare into the light. So honestly, not the best target to chase first. But Antiquarian is also such such a difficult character to chase. Everyone here is so difficult to chase, Jojo.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, if you're looking at but if you're looking at this late game, right, Thief and Seer might not be very good against a late game second skill Night Watch, but going against other characters actually is still fine. So I think MP is kind of prepping for this early game, but let's see how it's gonna play out. Getting that boost from that pallet now.
Yeah, I mean, very, very good awareness. Trying to just get the speed boost away when the vacuum has been activated. Meow Pie has already wasted his first vacuum. It's going to be up very, very soon. But Elsie has already made that rotation away, going through the window, probably going to rotate behind. And this is where it gets a little bit difficult. Yes, you have the vacuum, but as long as the survivors can maintain that distance away from you, you're not going to be able to get sucked in, and you're going to be able to prolong your kite. So Elsie still has a bird to work with. So Chocho, honestly, pretty good start for MP.
Yeah, I mean, very good start. I mean, Meow Pie acknowledged that in this team call, wow, a blink hit onto Seer, the bird did not register out. So let's see how this is going to be possibly played out. He's not going to jump out, he's just going to destroy that pallet. We do know that Night Watch is very slow pallet breaking and bolting speed, so kind of was into advantage of the survivor side. Let's see, Antiquarian support coming in right now.
Yeah, Antiquarian support coming in. They know. Okay, here's the information. They know that he has the insolence because of the skill availability, and he knows he already used up his blink. So honestly, oh my god, that start is totally fine. But Chocho missing the flywheel.
Yeah, really unfortunate sequence of events over there. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication whether to use the bird or the hunt. And Screen's gonna come for this OB. Yeah, so also we did see the attraction back and getting that hit down. And we also just now saw how the Seal was actually halfway bolting and got pulled back because of the attraction. So really unfortunate. And yeah, I think Meow Pie really acknowledged that in this team comp is gonna have a very tough first chase, and he just brought insolence just so that he can kind of make it slightly better such that the starting game wouldn't be that bad, and kind of worked out into his favor. There's a very terrible situation we're seeing, and First Officer is coming for this rescue now.
Yeah, beautifully done. And not to mention Chocho, even though we do not have the Cypher progress here. Oh, the hit's gonna happen! Successfully rescued. Totally fine. Elsie will be able to maintain that kite a bit longer. Careful of the tram. Another owl has been gotten! Wow, beautiful job by Elsie. Oh my goodness. I think we should just go for the tram, but missing that hit as well, Chocho. Elsie can buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, and getting that down onto Elsie. Cypher progress wise, it seems to be that it's looking pretty good. I'm not too sure how much the Thief Cypher is, but Thief will be coming for this next rescue, and like we mentioned, the potential harassing. And something to note as well, his persona, 912. 9-12. He didn't bring any 3, so um, he can't be seen
Yo!
and a flywheel. He might be denied of this rescue now.
Oh my goodness. Oh wait! He's gonna be able to rescue, but Elsie is gonna go down straight away. And Cypher's not gonna even be enough, so yeah, just very unfortunate that he missed the flywheel that time. Everyone's at half health, so Meow Pie still has a chance, but Kai-san, wow, forcing that Cypher to pop, that's super important because last Cypher is being worked on now. It's already at almost 80%, and apparently Siru with the clock, well, he'll be able to make that rescue happen successfully. 5 seconds if he gets hit during tide.
Yes.
But wow.
I mean, Siru with this first officer is gonna get held back. He's gonna be forced to use his watch, which means that his end game he has nothing to use. Hunter might potentially want to target that. We'll see whether Meow Pie wants to focus on. Oh, he wants to get out of range so that Siru uses his first officer watch and getting that hit registered. Oh, I think it might be a denied rescue now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a denied rescue. Even if he has the speed boost, doesn't matter! Meow Pie, decisive blink into a hit. Zero's down. My goodness, this was supposed to be a tie situation. It looks like a tie situation, but Meow Pie with the reversal, very brave actually, going into the middle, going for the far camping, and it paid off. Now, Kai-san has no one to rescue. He's gonna die in one chair. Zero's on the chair. Thief has no choice. He has to go, but even then. Oh my god!
My goodness, getting that hit registered now. Amazing stuff from your puppy. See him zooming his way to the graveyard gate. Amazing stuff we're seeing there. How can it? Yo, I was thinking like it might not be able to make it because he needs to chair the first officer. He has 2 dashes in total, but he made it. Meow Pie made it. He got that 4 kill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we always see like Hunter having amazing start, but the survivors pull it back in the late game. But here you see that Meow Pie has kind of like a slow start, but honestly, so far, his end game has been on point. And MP, like the kite was super long, right? 3 Cypher kites by LC on the Seer with the support of Antiquarian. Honestly, the reversal into a 4K, I'm baffled, Jojo.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the survivor side, LC actually managed to absorb another bird, so he actually used that to kind of prolong his kite, but it didn't really ultimately work out. And I think the crucial point definitely has to be that field flywheel on the thief side.
Yeah, I mean, flywheel is so double-edged, right? Sometimes you pull it off, sometimes you don't. If you don't, then that's what's gonna happen, especially against the Night Watch. You cannot fail the flywheel, otherwise it's just gonna pull you back, or it's gonna dash forward, hit you. And honestly, that was so that was kind of disheartening for the survivor side because LC did an amazing job kiting. So after being rescued, he went down instantly, so that's gonna be rather disheartening. But fret not, this is only game number 1, first half, right, Chocho? So Moru's gonna come in the second half. But before that, Chocho, the highlights. Let's both give our highlights.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Yeah.
I start.
Okay,
you go first. I think you have something.
Okay, I go first.
first.
Yeah, I have something. It's called the double owl. I mean, absorbing the second owl is already good enough. So I think that's already amazing enough. A Seer against a Night Watch. No, don't forget, it's a Seer against the Night Watch and getting a second owl with minimal support by Antiquarian. I would say that's a very impressive fight. But what about you? It can be the Hunter side. I mean, I'm
Hunter
biased.
side. Yeah, since you give Survivor against Hunter, I think it got to be the zooming to the gate. Yo, like we were like at the edge of our seats, bro. Like, yo, is he gonna make it? Because the thief was actually so near the gate when the ciphers popped. He was at S pallet. He ran towards the graveyard gate, and still, it's not enough. Melvin is zooming all the way to the gate as if he's like some Percy. Amazing things, and definitely not expecting any less from Meow Pie. I mean, he's gone through the worst, going against a Japanese professional team, AXC. And
exactly.
This is the result, of course, from a very professional hunter at this point in time.
Yeah, and can I say he's very decisive as well? Usually you would stop and think, oh wait, maybe the survivor is hiding somewhere, trying to steal a rescue. But here, it's kind of weird, right, Chocho? Because instead of hiding and waiting to, to just hide and wait for the dungeon or try and steal a rescue. You persist on a gate when you know that the Night Watch can zoom in on you. So, and at the same time, Meow Pai's like, how does Meow Pai even know that MP's last survivor is not hiding somewhere else and is at the gate, right? Like, so I have to say, very good decision making by Meow Pai as well in this game.
Yeah, no hesitation at all. And I think Meow Pai respecting the survivors, knowing that his early game is gonna be difficult if he doesn't bring insolence. He brought in insolence. He had this. He reached to his second skill super duper fast, and also because of the Seer's Bird, it kind of like give him additional chances if he wants to kind of get his second skill as soon as possible. But what's most important to a Night Watch at least is to open his first skill first, where he can change his wind forms and go for this speeding, attracting, vacuuming action that attracts survivors and prevent them from coming any further. I think that's the most important thing, Meow Pai.
Yeah, that's a lot of attractions in one sentence.
Yeah,
I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
I totally
like,
agree with you, right? Yeah.
Not belittling his survivors, his opponents. That's very important.
Exactly. I think he was very stable. Like, despite getting kited by the Seer, I would say getting kited because 2 to 3 ciphers, that's already kiting the Hunter good enough, right? Especially against Meow Pai, who's been on the Koa stage, I would say MP did an amazing job. Just very unfortunate, that slight slip up, that little slip up there with the flywheel. It can happen to anyone. Allowed Meow Pai to come back. So I think that was very important. Not to mention, MP kind of like, remember, that rescue failed, but Kai-san managed to pop the 4th cipher. So honestly, MP was still doing great. Like, they managed to pop. Imagine if Kai-san went down and that cipher hasn't even been popped. That would have been even worse. But I don't know, man. I think in this case, Hunter did not make any mistake, and the little slip up by survivors usually wouldn't cost them that much. It cost them the 4K, unfortunately, Joe.
Yeah, and also, I'm not sure whether MX brought Thief with this kind of persona before. I think he still kind of brings 3. I'm not too sure whether maybe I see a potential Thief pick, who knows. So we'll see whether MX kind of go with the same thing or differently, because usually with this kind of persona, we usually see it with like Embalmer, better, but not necessarily on Thief. And I feel like because they had to kind of switch positions if we saw that, because Thief doesn't have 3. If he's down, the cipher pop, no one can get the rescue regardless. And also, I think for the survivor side, MP, they nearly kind of ended their match with that 4 kill before that 4 kill even happened. It was when the Thief filled his flywheel, and Meow Pai just zoomed towards the chair. He could have potentially prevented the rescue, but the Thief's fingers very, 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 very fast, able to rescue and still able to get away. So I think the Thief still, I think he did a great job.
Yeah, exactly. Great job. I think they were kind of expecting the Thief to be chased first, but I don't think anyone would normally chase the Thief, especially when you don't have your skills unlocked, right? So he was probably thinking about that 9-12. But Seer didn't really make that rotation, or Meow Pai sniffed him down, chased him. Honestly, the kite went very, very long. Like, thank you in the chat. Some people say, it wasn't 3 cipher kite. Honestly, it kind of is close because we don't have the cipher progress, but it kind of is close. Think about it. 2 ciphers have been decoded the entire time, and the first officer cipher was being decoded in the middle. So when the first officer was going to rescue, the cipher was already at 70%. So honestly, it was 2 to 3 ciphers, close enough. Yeah, everything happening behind the scene too fast. But one thing you have to admit though, that was a really good kite by LC. In the start of the game.
LC doesn't disappoint. I mean, from all the matches that I've kind of commentated for MP, right, when I've seen LC kite, he's without a doubt, he knows what he's doing and knows how to kite against certain different kinds of hunters. And I think that's not what every single player can do, and MP just happened to do it very well. I mean, able to kind of rotate around the shack corner house area for that long, and then still able to get into a kind of, he actually forced Hunter to use his blink to get that first hit registered onto Seer. And I think that's amazing already.
Yeah, forcing out the trade of the hunter, right? And who can? I mean, you gotta believe it, guys. Okay, fun fact: LC posted a video. I mentioned this before. I don't know if you guys remember it, but LC, okay, he posted a video where he was playing forward on the phone, and he was showing how he dashed and stunned the hunter using his toes.
For real?
He was playing using toes. I believe it was him. If I recall correctly, there was a video of him like playing forward, and he was using his toes to control the dash. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, if my memory serves correctly, that was what happened. But if anyone knows about this, please do share with us in the comments.
Yes, please. Yo, that's another level, Nell. That's another level. Using your toes. Yo, I can't even use my hands properly. You're using your toes to play forward.
I remember because there wasn't a lot of videos like that, like using your toes to play forward on the phone.
Wow.
So yeah, so
was it a challenge or something?
I'm not sure because it's in Vietnamese language or another language at least. So, but you know what? We'll leave it to the viewers who has any recollection of that to tell us, share with us in the comments, because right now we are going into the second half of fan picks, Jojo.
Wow, and right from the get-go, we're seeing the antiquarian and psychologist being picked. Usually in these global picks, right, we don't really want to pick such strong characters that can be used in later rounds. Antiquarian, harasser, psychologist with this Wi-Fi heal, very strong. And right now, picking the acrobat, trying to secure all the good characters at the start to, I mean, Meowpie already give that 4 kill. They just need this 1 escape, so I guess they're kind of playing conservatively, securing what they need.
Well, the question beckons, with this kind of lineup, do you think Moru's confident enough? I feel like answering my own question, but honestly, I feel like with this kind of lineup, it's not exactly the strongest against a Night Watch. I mean, Moru can definitely do a mirror match and pick Night Watch here, right?
Yeah.
But the Gravekeeper is also a very good rescuer. Apart from the first officer, like, yo, you hit me, it's fine, I'm under the ground. But Chocho, Moru, high risk. He has to go high risk now. He has to go Broken Wheel.
High risk, yeah. High risk, high rewards. That's the name of this game. We'll see whether it work out in favor of him, or is it gonna backfire and allow this potential for escape. We've seen many teams going against Polun at this map and getting a 4 escape before. So we'll see whether that's gonna be happening, or is Moru gonna probably write something new in this chapter that we'll be seeing. Let's see. We see Leah with that rescuer role, and MX very surprisingly with that psychologist. I mean, considering in this team comp itself, psychologist is kind of like the weakest link in terms of character, not the person that's playing, but the character wise. So we'll see whether that's gonna be the case, or we have to see the spawn locations first as well. I mean,
exactly.
Looking at this, psychologist or acrobat could be potential chase.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. MX on psychologist? Well, one thing's for sure. Thanks to someone saying that psychologist counters Breaking Wheel, it doesn't. So psychologist, even with the stress, if he gets hit by the 2 spikes, it's gonna be an instant down. So even if you can take 3 hits normally, a Breaking Wheel counters psychologist. So I guess it's not really gonna make much of a difference in this game, even if she's able to tank that with the stress. So Moru's gonna spawn right below Leia as the Gravekeeper, next to the Acrobat. I cannot read Japanese, so Chocho, take it away.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, just we saw the spawn locations on the survivor side. They're kind of close together, very close together. So we'll see whether Moru wants to go for the acrobat that's next to him, or is he going to go for the people that's near graveyard, which is in front of him. So really depends on what Moru thinks and how he feels about the situation. Because I think whoever gets chased, they have this area to work with. Fate Gate, graveyard. And for Moru, I think he's just gonna avoid graveyard. So we're gonna head right into the match between Idol and MP. Jocastus Chocho and Nelo Mello will bring you the documentary of this match. I'm so sorry.
I posted on Instagram, Eli face. But anyway, getting into the match, Xenia. Is this Xenia? Antiquarian's gonna take that first kite. Yeah, Xenia's gonna take that first kite. I've seen praises. about him being on the anti-Korean. But honestly, Moru, the first spike already onto the anti-Korean. But this is such a hard place to get the second spike. This is a very, very annoying place to maneuver the breaking wheel, right, Jojo?
Yeah, and not just maneuver. I mean, it's hard to place traps at this kind of tight area. So anti-Korean is just making use of this area. Ooh, oh, we'll be vaulting over, but that trap though, he still has this flywheel and the stun, so we'll see whether he's gonna make use of that.
Whoa, beautiful flywheel going on. I think he knows what's up. He's probably like, okay, might not be bling, might be bling, might not be bling, might be an excitement, but doesn't really matter. The trap, Moru, third time's the charm, that 3-pointer, actually the 2-pointer, hitting the anti-Korean. Doesn't even need to use the trade, so pretty good start from Jojo. 5 ciphers remaining. I mean, definitely a lot of progress to be sure of, Jojo.
Yeah, but also something interesting that he's kind of brought into the match is this skill, excitement. So we'll see whether that's going to be put into play now. And right now, this rescue on the Grave shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh, a free rescue now, and just now it's just gonna go straight into the graveyard where the Cypher has already been popped.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the idea was for, wait, the tram, is it gonna claim with them? Wow, Moru, spatial awareness, beautifully done. Xenia's just gonna bring the anti-Korean, it's just gonna bring Moru far away. Not sure if it really matters, but he's trying because Breaking Wheel can go into Will Form, can easily close the gap, right? But Jojo, I think the idea was for the Gravekeeper to at least tank one hit, because that's what the Psychologist is for, right? You tank one hit, anti-Korean kites even further, and then you can get healed, come in for the second rescue. But as we are talking about it now, Acrobat already at 50%, Psychologist already at 50%. Cyphers are going really fast, Jojo, 2.5 minutes in. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, against Idol, I mean, they know their priorities, and we're seeing exactly that. Gravekeeper will be coming for this rescue once again now, and seems to be there's going to be a stable rescue once again since he doesn't have any spikes on him. Both Cyphers are both at 80%, I believe, and let's see. Wow! Targeting that hit.
Excitement, but honestly, how did that hit? It's like auto tracking system. One swing, one hit all onto Xenia straight away. MX is just trying to pop first. I think the Acrobat Cyphers almost they want to have MX pop first, but honestly here I don't think it should matter. They should just pop it straight away. But I think, yeah, they're not worried about trump card. They already know he has insolence, so the flywheel to avoid it, beautifully done. Going back, but Cypher has already been popped. Jojo, endgame is going in. Three survivors running around.
Yeah, I mean, ZT survivors, they're very clear on objectives, and that's why they just decided to pop immediately so that all three survivors are actually alive in this matchup. And but detention though, I think Psycho might potentially be getting this down, and knowing that Hunter has insolence and detention, they know that he doesn't have trump card, so it's excitement all the way. We'll see whether they kind of want to go for more, or are they just gonna settle for this tie?
I don't think they should. They don't have anyone with Tide anymore. I mean, Forward is trying to force it. I mean, no harm because, well, honestly, they just need one escape, right? So maybe they're just forcing it. But wow! A trade for a trade. What?
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really risky. Considering that once Hunter becomes into a wheel, he has only 7 seconds to make it to the chair from the center, and he made it, and that's, I mean, great job, well done. And right now, Psycho might be in this tough situation where she's kind of trapped, and Gravekeeper, will he be able to tank this hit for Psycho? I think that's the question that we'll all be looking at, and yeah, able to do that, and Acrobat will be standing up now!
Wow, what a play! But the dungeon's not here. The dungeon's all the way on the other side. Not sure if he's able to make it that far. Oh god. But he's gonna try regardless. Acrobat already has one spike. Moru can either spike him the second time. Wait until he's up. Oh no, he's gonna miss. Now he has to rely on his. He has to rely on his 3-pointer skills. Let's see if his skills are good here.
Oh, he missed it. Detention is almost out. The teammates can potentially come for this body block, but no. Flywheel's not ready as well now, and it will be a tie. exactly what ZT wants, and to get the advantage. I mean, against MP, such a strong team that we're seeing here. So I would say a very great job, well done. And Moru though, I mean, going against such a strong team, definitely getting a tie is something that not exactly what he wants, but he managed to still get the kill. So good job.
Exactly. Honestly, when you play Breaking Wheel, right, I only expect two outcomes. Either you dominate with 4K, or you totally allow 3 to 4 survivors escape.
Correct.
Here, right. Usually you see it's like go big or go home. That's why the name is go big or go home. Either you do it very well, or you just flunk. But here, Moru still managing to get a draw, even with that daring rescue with the acrobat. I feel like it's very, very commendable, right? So MP is still in this game for sure, but with the score of 7-2 in game number 1, MP definitely needs to pull their weight and come back in game number 2. But Chocho, time to play that game. What's your highlight? Time to play that game. What's your highlight?
For sure, I think able to target that hit onto Antiquarian after using excitement. I think that's amazing stuff. I mean, it was so hard to see exactly where Antiquarian was standing. He just swinged it after excitement, and they managed to land on Antiquarian. I think that's amazing things that he's doing there. And what about you now? What do you think?
I would say the amazing thing here was that rescue. The acrobat, he actually can risk going down, right, against a detention breaking wheel. Being able to rescue, even though he went down, but being able to rescue, that was very important, honestly. Against a detention breaking wheel. So for me, that was the highlight, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, I mean, Idol is just very focused on objectives. I mean, allowing their hunter to go first. Yeah, because MP picked the map selection and they didn't manage to get the advantage. So Idol picked Melpai to come up first. Yeah, I mean, knowing that if you know that your hunter is actually the hard carry of the team, you want him to come up first, get that 4 kill, and the survivor sides just stably get that tie. And seeing that Lee is actually in the survivor side, definitely he was probably definitely playing more safely, I would say. I mean, looking at the team com also, Antiquarian and Psychologist picked right at the start. But BO1 dominating with this 5-point lead.
Yeah, exactly. Gravekeeper pick was also very smart. I think they kind of know Moru cannot go for Night Watch. They kind of know that Moru definitely has to play a high-risk kind of hunter, which is the Breaking Wheel. Which is why Gravekeeper, you see, like, you can roll all you want. Doesn't matter, I'm underground. I would definitely be able to rescue. So I guess that's the one thing that's going on with their bad picks. That's working for them. But honestly, I would say I've seen so many games. Like round 1, yes, you win, but then round 2, suddenly you do some kind of unexpected mistakes, and then the comeback. So it can still be anyone's game. So guys, don't forget to cheer for your teams. They're definitely watching. Black hearts for MP. They definitely need it. They're mad penguins after all, and their mascot's black, so black penguins, black hearts. Okay, and pink. Chocho's favorite color for Idol. So please do remember, pink hearts, black hearts to support your teams.
Yeah, and I mean, coming off from this preliminary stage, if you lose, you're out. So yeah, before we get into the conversation, we're probably gonna look at the statistics first. Sapphire progress very fast, I would say. Like, it's super duper fast. Usually we see the progress, like how fast it goes, but for now we don't have that stat. And we're seeing the Psychologist doesn't have specifically very, Antiquarian doesn't specifically have a very long kite. It's 66 seconds, but still, Cypher's is just zooming all the way, and suddenly the Cypher's is prime out of nowhere. So Idol's Cypher Rush, I think, is something to be respected for sure.
Yeah, respecting Cypher Rush, bro. They were slaying it, man. 2.5 minutes and down to the last 2 ciphers with more than 50% progress. That's insane. That's insane, honestly. It just shows that the positioning of the person getting chased was also super good. because it didn't interrupt anyone else's cipher. So the cipher rush was really, really good. Whereas a different story with the first game where Antiquarian, the LC, yeah, kind of really good. He went into the Antiquarian's place. Antiquarian provided a little bit of support, but nonetheless, it kind of slowed down the cipher a little bit. So honestly, Cipher Rush is really the game changer for this game. And I don't know, Chocho, like to yeah, I guess with the minimal support, there wasn't even a support, right? It was just raw kiting
Raw kiting all the way, and it worked out for them.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure whether Xenia kind of knew the hunter excitement, but considering that he had so much stick left and didn't really have a chance to use it, really unfortunate. But maybe I'm just quite curious whether Shadow might be potentially changed up, like, you know, coming up to play, because as we know from Shadow, he has a huge character pool when it comes to being a supporter. He has Toy Merchant, Female Dancer, Entomologist. All these characters can potentially help, if he was playing in that BO1, potentially help Xenia kind of kite a lot longer, or potentially, you know, create that distance that he wants. So really unfortunate, but we have to kind of dive into the BO2 really soon. And this time around, Idol's gonna have this map selection. So if Idol kind of get this advantage once again in BO2, it's just gonna be a 2-0 sweep, and MP will be out of IVC. So just the brackets itself, it's very difficult for MP. I mean, definitely to all the people that are supporting for MP, really, really unfortunate with this brackets. You know, just with this group B, it's just huge.
Yeah. I think it's not just this bracket, but every single bracket that I saw was also equally tough. Everyone was facing Titans. Like, if you think facing Idol is tough, wait until you see the next team that faces GH, the next team that faces XZT. So honestly, this is IVC. It's supposed to feature the highest standards of Identity 5 in Southeast Asia scene. But yes, I totally agree with you, Chocho. We feel for those new teams. But looks like we are gonna see a substitute coming in. MP Ban. I believe he's not even new. He used to be in MP as well. He's just returning into MP now as well. So Lam will be swapped out. The Thief will make his entrance out. Ban is the forward player of MP. Not only does he play forward, I think he also plays batter. If memory serves me correctly, he also plays batter. And yeah, those are the two harassers that he plays. Wait a minute, forward. Yeah, forward batter. Wow, confirmed.
And right now, we're seeing this Matt Ben that we're seeing. Matt Ben, Leo's memory on MP side, and Idol picking a Moonlit River Park. So we're actually seeing kind of a mirror match pick on this map selection from the first match that we had today, FT versus PX, and right now, same thing, Moonlit River Park. So now it's just going to be a battle of who is going to make use of that roller coaster more efficiently to create that distance and kite very long. So Idol picking this, they definitely do have this strategy they might be going for. And Meow Pie, we don't know how strong of a geisha main he is. His chasing potential is just really incredible and really scary. So now, what do you think? But now, what do you think? What other potential picks do you think Meow Pie might have? Or maybe Moru, what do you think he's gonna pick?
Well, Chocho, first of all, I would say Geisha because you convinced me how scary it was. And honestly, it's really scary in this kind of big map, right? So I would say, yes, Geisha would be the thing. Moru, I think he can come back with a similar pick, maybe more towards his comfort hero, like Bon Bon. But honestly, in a big map, I'm not really sure about that. But honestly, I'm very surprised though, Chocho. MP banned Leo's memory, okay, but Idol picking Moonlit River Park. If I remember correctly, this is MP's favorite map, right?
Yes.
So, oh wait, but then again, they don't have Anchan, they don't have Shuni. I believe Anchan, Shuni, LC, Siru, they were the staple members. They love Moonlit River Park. So I don't know, man. I'm not really sure if Idol's gonna be giving the advantage to MP in this game, though, Chocho.
yeah, we'll see in the latest performance whether Idol did manage to play their cards right, or kind of picked a map that picking a map that could be opponent's good map might not be the optimal choice, but really comes down to see. I mean, in the previous round, FT versus PX, we see PX not using the roller coaster. They got 4 killed, and then for FT they made a full use of the roller coaster from first stop to fourth stop, fourth to first stop. Huge turnaround of events over there, and then it became a 3 escape. So it seems to be that if you use the roller coaster, you have high chances of winning, and if you don't, you have high chances of potentially getting a 4 elimination. So we'll see whether that thing is true, and for now we just gonna see whether it's gonna be Meow Pai coming up first again, or is it gonna be Moru that's gonna be tanking this first half of this second match that we're seeing.
Yeah. I mean, okay, technically speaking, Idol's the one choosing the map, so MP will have the faction chosen. So in this case, Moru has actually gotten a draw, right? Moru has gotten a draw in the first game, which wasn't too bad against such a powerhouse team like Idol. I would say MP should send Moru out first. Just let him get the draw, and then at least it will give MP like that confidence. Okay, Moru has gotten a draw. I think we can manage another draw, or at least a 3-man escape. I think that could be that can be a strategy. Or I don't know, man, maybe they will think something else, like, oh, maybe survivors will do a redemption, they should go first. But honestly, for me personally, I think they should just send Moru out first, solidify the draw, and then let the survivors, because right now it's the survivors that needs to make something happen, right? So yeah, so how they play is going to depend on how Moru performs. So for me, send the hunter out first for my penguins.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense. And speaking of the play styles wise, I think another thing that kind of caught our eyes today would definitely be the spawn locations that the survivors have been making for the previous matches, both teams. We see one person spawning at double story, one person spawning at first stop, one person spawning at second stop. So it seems to be there's this system that people are going for, and we'll see whether it's going to be the same situation, or maybe both teams are going to show us extremely different strategies, something that we are not familiar with. So we're just going to wait and see. And now somebody is saying like mercenary and forward kind of falling out of meta. So now what do you think about this statement? Mercenary and forward falling out of meta.
I would agree if you say forward kind of fallen out of meta, because there's an Antiquarian. So Antiquarian is a very good replacement for forward. At one point, even though the forward wasn't banned, Antiquarian was chosen instead of forward. So I would say yes, kind of true. But to say Knight has fallen out of meta, well, let's just say that some people, it's still very good. The elbow pads make it super useful. If you don't double down, the rescue can happen. Like for example, if you were the first officer in that game, right, in the Ever Sleeping Town against Meow Pai's Night Watch, even if you get hit the second time, you can still make one dash and go and rescue, right? But for the first officer, you just fall down straight away after 5 seconds, even if you use Tide Turner. So you can see the difference. It's still S tier rescuer. It's just that some people prefer first officer to, they like to play mind games. They like to surround, but it's not really good for covering distance. If you have to rescue from one side to the other, first officer is not the best. I would say number 1 is still Naib, number 2 is still Gravekeeper. First officer is not the best, but Gravekeeper super good in countering. Like for example, you saw Leah. Also, I just have to say, Leah bought so much time by being underground. He waited until the absolute last moment, forcing Moru, like, yo, are you gonna hit me or not? If you hit me, free rescue. You don't hit me, fine, I'll get out. I still have increased rescuing speed. So I think that was one of the factors that they know and they use to their advantage. So I hope that answers your question, Jojo.
Oh, it's not my question. Somebody said it in chat. Yeah, I definitely have to agree though. I mean, Mercenary coming off really strong with the elbow pads, in a big map like Moonlight River Park. You need mobility to get towards the person that's on the chair and needs to be rescued. So definitely have to agree with the point that elbow pad is going to be a huge, crucial factor. But in just now, the Moonlight River Park match against those two other teams, the Hunters, the first two bans is always Priestess and Mercenary.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah, just banning out the support and then that very stable rescuer that helps to kind of get that very safe rescue. So
Yeah.
we might be seeing a potential similar bans possibly, and if not, I'm curious to see whether there's any different kind of banning styles and reasons to justify why they ban certain things.
Yeah, I mean with the new ban pick system, it changes things again. It makes things more interesting because of the global ban. So, honestly, like it or not, they cannot bring. I like what Copiums in the chat has said. NT can't replace forward every match. That is very true because of the new global ban. If you, that means you have to, you like it or not, you have to play it. Like you have to bring it because once you use it, auto ban, auto global ban. So in a way, the new ban system forces you to not just tunnel into several similar character pools. So I would say it's not about like replacement. It's just about the new ban pick system, making it into this way where you kind of have to play everything now. Everything, you kind of have to play everything.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at this, it's just very interesting to see how everybody has many different kind of opinions and everything do make sense. I mean, considering from different point of view, and also if you feel like certain characters might not be very meta. I mean, you see MX. I mean, we know how Lawyer is not meta.
Exactly.
He still plays it, and because in his own belief, he feels that he can totally kite very very well, and we see that each and every time from MX. So. Speaking of MX and his lawyer, will we be able to see it? I mean,
yeah. I mean, if you never watched MX before, people will probably say, "Yo, he's playing a lawyer in a high stakes competitive game." But he made the doubters believe. So honestly, everything is meta when you prove it's meta, right? Even Gardener, lawyer, who would have expected it, right? But honestly, if that's one thing I want to see, a composer would make a lot of sense here too. Composer is also really good in gaining distance, decoding. But yeah, I mean, I have to say, the new band pick system has opened up more possibilities for creative draftings. So, well, if you survive long enough, especially in the finals, if there's best of 5. You might survive long enough to see 10 globally banned characters.
Yeah.
What are you gonna play by then? Cowboy, Walling, bro. You have to play those characters.
Oh, it's just gonna come down to who has characters that kind of whose character pool is larger. I mean, for Hunter side, it's gonna be a total of 3 Hunter bans, which means that these Hunters that reaches all the way to level 5, they need to know how to play at least 4 Hunters, 4 very very good Hunters. So when that day comes, which will definitely come, I wonder which 2 Hunters from 2 teams will have to tank this kind of situations.
I don't know, man. But whatever it is, we're gonna have to feel so much, man. We're gonna have to feel so much for it. And Kat is in the chat, guys. Kat is Leah. Amelia. Yes, Amelia, the hunter main that we know. Honestly, we've been here long enough, Jojo, to know every single one of them. Not everyone, but most of them, right? So, yeah, I mean, going into the band picks, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 picks in the round number 1, the Thief and the Seer, is automatically gonna be banned. Which probably makes sense. Lamb gets replaced with Ban because now they can bring in a forward if they want to. They can bring a forward, they can bring an antiquarian, but no, Little Girl and Entomologist first, Chocho.
And yeah, I mean, very interesting selection over here. Like I said, MP always have something planned behind that we don't really know about. But something I want to mention as well, we see this priestess keep getting banned. I just want to say that last time, when it comes to Seer, Eli, he's always the one that's in jail. But this time around, we don't really see a lot of that. Hunter kind of lets Seer out, but locks priestess inside, locks Fiona inside the jail, never letting her out. So all priestess mains out there, seriously, when it comes to this kind of situation, what can you do, But wow, forward and balding bends now.
Exactly. Like he's just afraid of these rescuers at this point. The ones that can cover distance, right? He's banning the Merc, covers a lot of distance forward, Walling, which leaves open the Gravekeeper. I guess it makes sense, because if you're camping far away, you can hit and then you can dash, right? If you're a Geisha, you get him out of the shovel, you can still dash back. So I guess that makes more sense, banning a Gravekeeper than Walling, because you hit the Walling once, you can still keep going. So I like this ban. He wants to foil the rescue. He wants to foil the rescue and make up for the late game. And as you predicted, Chocho, a Geisha is going to be played. Scary Michiko. My goodness.
Yeah, scary, very scary indeed now. And it seems to be, right? I mean, looking from the Survivor side, they're kind of forcing. I mean, what does it remind you of what kind of hunter counter this kind of team comp? I feel like they're forcing Meowpai to pick a Bonbon, but I mean, Meowpai, he knows what he needs to do. He doesn't just want to pick a Bonbon because the team comp is easy to counter. Bonbon is not great at this map because it's so huge and he just has these little 2 feet that he can kind of go towards the survivors. He doesn't want that. He wants speed. And that's exactly what he chose. Geisha. And looking at the spawn locations, once again, it's looking very familiar. Oh, looking like it seems to be it's going to be slightly different. Shiru's going to be spawning at the bridge area. Ben, the little girl's going to be spawning near 4th stop. 1st stop, Psychologist and the Entomologist at the double story area. Meowpai has kind of situated himself at the 3rd stop. So we'll see whether he kind of want to go for this Gravekeeper to eliminate the Tide Turner, or he's going to go for the little girl that can potentially allow, teleport away at the start of the match. So now, what do you think?
What I think is, I'm glad that NetEase reworked Little Girl to not reset attack recovery, because I know Little Girl has been getting quite a number of dislikes because sometimes you accidentally cancel attack recovery and then they're like, yo, this little girl, what is she doing? So I'm glad that they reworked it. So even if if the hunter has already hit you and you dashed, well, what?
Did you see that? We see
10
that
seconds
his
into the
teleport.
game?
Yeah,
Wow.
we see the teleport that is in cooldown right now, which means that Meowpai managed to dash towards little girl before she managed to teleport away. So
Wow.
Meowpai is so accurate with the butterflies now.
What is going on? 10 seconds and already the first hit. Siru probably gonna take, it's fine. Siru is gonna take that hit. He's gonna go underground. He's already put down the pallets, getting ready to just, waste time a little bit. Okay, that hit's gonna happen. Doesn't really matter. Still in the body of Gravekeeper. I don't know, man. Chocho, this, how do you put this? 2 people kiting at the same time while 2 people decoding. Cypher Rush is not gonna be good. It's not gonna be
Yeah,
good.
of course it's not gonna be
wait.
very good. Right now, Gravekeeper is down though, but I think Meowpai might want to chase the little girl still. It will be a double down situation. And also, little girl has Tide Turner instead of 3-9 or Flywheel. So, wow, the pallet stun.
Wow, that was he actually went through the pallet. But wow, beautiful stun right there. Honestly, when he hit Siru down, I was surprised he did not take that opportunity to stun. Maybe he's afraid Meowpai is gonna use excitement. But yeah, MP has recovered pretty well. At least LC has healed up the little girl. Little girl will be able to come in for the rescue, and then Siru will have a shovel to work with. So pretty good recovery by MP, honestly. Coming in this game.
Yeah, and able to get that hit register on the little girl, getting that rescue very safely done now, and we'll be continuing this chase on the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper still has this shovel to use, so we'll see that will be put into action.
Yeah, but very unfortunately he couldn't gain that distance that he wants. Siru's running away towards the nearest pallet. Kaisen with that pallet hit. Wow, Geisha's scary, but well, you know what's scarier? Mukbang, pallet mukbangs.
Wow, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to Meowpai, I mean, many survivors kind of take the advantage that they know that Meowpai is someone that is very hot-headed when it comes to chase, and just goes through pellet very, very hot. Just 头铁, in Chinese we call that 头铁.
Yeah.
And yeah, Meowpai is just going straight for it, and still, even though it has been a long time since Attack Channel and Gravekeeper is still not down now. So actually, this is a pretty efficient and good rebound kite from Gravekeeper.
Beautifully done as well. I mean, the first hit was so good. The little girl was hit so fast. but the recovery by MP is also amazing, man. I mean, Siru has finally gone down. He has no items, but it doesn't really matter. 3 ciphers remaining. Unfortunately, Gravekeeper is gonna be on the chair for the second time. Little girl is healed up. I think they should just sacrifice in this case. I think they're planning to sacrifice. Yeah, they're trying to force Meowpai to make a decision. Like, yo, you're gonna camp, you're gonna go. But once Meowpai spots out the 3 ciphers moving, he will know that they're planning to sacrifice him anyway.
Yeah, and right now Meowpai has full view of where all survivors are. We'll be using this, but it pushes Hunter towards the little girl, and we'll be getting this hit onto little girl. I feel like little girl was a little bit too late and a bit too conservative with his pages. She had it a little bit earlier when the teleport happened. Unfortunately, that did not happen. But looking at this now, wow.
Wow, beautiful patience. I thought it was gonna hit for a moment there, but Ban, oh wow. Yeah, it's not gonna be in time. He's gonna go down, but it's okay. It's his first chair. But Meowpai, with that game awareness, he knows that this cipher has progressed. He's trying to just, put one hit. He's not in a hurry to chair. He just wants to injure whoever's here so that they will have a hard time rescuing Ban later. Oh wait!
Bing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Flywheel kind of missing out over there, but sometimes there's this thing, it's hard to press the flywheel like accurately when the hit registers. You're trying to avoid that hit. So yeah, we see that happening, and yeah, Meowpai is kind of very aggressive with his playstyle. Every time he downs one survivor, he wants to get this hit onto other survivors as well. So it happens to be that it's a good trade-off, considering that right now it forced the psychologist to be the only one that's able to come for this rescue.
Exactly. Let's just hope history doesn't repeat itself. Entomologist is about to finish that cipher. No tide turner, unfortunately, but the page is gonna be used. Meowpai's just gonna change straight for LC. Wow, beautifully done! But he didn't vault. He flywheeled the hit, but he didn't vault. So unfortunately, he's gonna go down here, Chocho, and he's gonna die at this last cipher, unfortunately.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the cipher, right, it's actually all situated in this half of the map. The cipher bridge, third stop, and I think it's the tent. So it's a triangle situation that survivors themselves don't want to face. And right now, being really aggressive and getting this hit onto little girl, nothing that she can do over there, really unfortunate. And teleport back to the chair, but the rescue still happens now.
Wow. Yeah, he doesn't have flywheel, and that's the disadvantage of using psychologists in such a big map. When you are the one getting chased, after you heal someone, let's just say you do not have anything to counter the hunter with. But yeah, little girl's gonna be down. Meowpai has such great awareness. He doesn't really chair instantly. He doesn't even matter if the survivors use self-heal. He knows. He's just eager to get everyone down first. And he's gonna be able to get Kaisan down. Little girl is at half health, gonna try and rescue. He's slugging everyone. He's just he's just rotating left and right. And Elsie's gonna go down again. And he's gonna go back to the manor. Again, Meowpai's not gonna chair. He just wants everyone down. The confidence of Meowpai. Chocho.
Yeah, and not just the confidence, the aggressiveness from Meowpai, it's paying off. And I mean, if I were the survivors themselves that's kiting...
It's definitely adding a lot of value. Okay, so in Vietnamese, it's Ko Len.
Ko Len.
Ko Len. Ko Len.
Ko Len.
Yeah, Ko is like yes, Len is like, yeah, fighting.
Ko Len.
Yeah, Ko Len.
K-O-L-E-N, Ko Len.
Ko Len. Yeah, Ko Len. Yeah, so that's in Vietnamese. Yeah.
MP Ko Len.
Ko Len. Hashtag Ko Len.
You guys can definitely... I mean, you guys have overcome so many odds, Like, I'm very, very impressed. I mean, that time going against you, this very strong Japanese hunter, you guys managed to overcome all odds and still tying, I believe, against such a strong hunter, Clerk. So... Alright, so we'll be heading into a very, very short break, and we'll see you guys really soon. Bye-bye.
Yay. Ko Len.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear. The scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fails, plunging deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Deep and deep the clouds and closer, cruising traces more and more. Among the faces who do liar, I'm singing loud.
Hi everyone, and we are back from this very impromptu and fast short break. And this is your caster Chocho, and next to me is still Nello Mello, and we will be Nello Mello, and we will be heading on into this BO2 second half match between Idol versus Sync MP Mad Penguins. So we just had our results for the first half. It is a 4-kill, Melpai getting the Geisha, using the Geisha getting that 4-kill, and right now the only condition that Moru has or kind of had to do to prolong this to a BO3 is to get a 4-kill, and per Survivor side they just need a 1 escape to get this 2-0 done and dusted. So we'll see how that's possibly gonna be played out. And yeah, I mean, we had just like a technical difficulties a little bit here and there, but we are back now, and we will be heading very soon into this band pick phase between these two teams. So let's kind of sit back and see how it's gonna play out. But before that, now, any thoughts on this second half?
Any thoughts on this second half? Well, before going into the second half, it's very important to remind all of you that you guys have to rewind the VOD and watch, because that end game Geisha, crazy. So guys, rewind back after this stream. You do not want to miss that. But coming into the second half, what to expect? You're gonna have to expect MP Moru to go super aggressive. He has to forget that his Survivor teams has been 4K'd. He has to forget about the impossible. He has to go super aggressive, Chocho. He has to go high risk hunter. Yeah, he has to go high risk hunter. He has to go 4K hunter. I honestly, I would say his bottom is really good. He's managed to get 4K in big maps before, but against Idol, who has the strategical standpoint, like what you said, Chocho, 1 escape and that's it. So honestly, they can play very safe. They can play Cypher Rush. They can play anything. They can play Cypher Rush. They can play very safe. They can bring in an Embalmer to ensure that they can definitely get 1 escape. They can bring in a mechanic. But surprise, Chocho, Moru is banning all of this support characters, Priestess, Dancer. But fortunately, he's taking out the Embalmer, because I was like, yo, if you don't take out the Embalmer, it's definitely gonna be very hard to chase coming into the second half, Chocho.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, looking at this,
Wait, what?
we are seeing this silhouette of someone very familiar playing this very amazing character we don't really see, and right now we're seeing it confirmed. Lawyer pick, probably MX might be playing it, and Moru. I mean, with this band itself, seems to be that he kind of want to go for like I'm eating my own words because right now we're seeing this Night Watch now.
Yeah, I mean, Itakura is a very aggressive hunter, but unfortunately, his cipher control isn't the best, especially if you are in this map, right? If you are in this map, you cannot exactly pressure ciphers. Yes, you can dash left and right to control ciphers, but honestly, with how well Idol has been managing the ciphers in the first game, I would expect nothing less from them. I think if they just maintain what they did in game number 1, ciphers are going to be super fast. And if Moru doesn't get that first survivor down instantly, which is kind of hard because there's an acrobat, there's an all support, honestly, things might get a little ugly for MP's hunter. But as what I've mentioned earlier, you gotta forget about the impossible. You gotta have to go super aggressive. Going Itakura is already super aggressive. So let's see how he handles this second half, because the name of the game is 4K for Moru, and that's it, nothing less.
Very interesting. I mean, of course, I think they just need to get the 1 kill. Pressure is not on them for sure. And looking at this very standard spawn locations we're seeing here, Acrobat with the first stop, Seer at the double story, Mercenary at the bridge cipher area, and Lawyer at the 4th stop. So Hunter decided to spawn right next to the Acrobat, and yeah, might potentially chase his Acrobat, but Acrobat can sit onto the first stop, go into double story, and potentially kite out and go into the roller coaster once again. It could be a possible game plan and strategy, but we have to see what Idol thinks differently. So we're heading into the match between Idol and MP. Might potentially be the last match. This is your caster Chocho and also Nelomelo bringing you the live commentary of this matchup.
Yeah, for reals. And well, Moru has to get a 4K if we want to see a game number 3. And I'm pretty sure MP fans would want to see that as well. So black hearts for MP, pink hearts for Idol, because right now, Moru needs to get that 4K. Jojo.
Yep, and heading right into the match. Oh, kind of baiting the Seer jump down, and that is exactly what happened. Moru has the sense, and also bringing insolence to into this match. He wants to have a good start, and we'll see whether let's see, Light is gonna give this potential chance to Moru, and
whoa!
Very nice charge attack now.
Yeah, the red light. Sorry, just the Seer thought he was going in a direction, but actually he was just moving and charging attack, and that's a trait that allows you to move slightly faster when you are charging attack. But beautiful job so far, Moru. Overestimating his charge attacks, has been spamming charge attacks a lot, but let's not forget 5 seconds cooldown is on charge attack speed. But well, the owl is gonna be used. Moru changing target straight away, going for the lawyer instead. Wow.
Yeah, baiting that owl, I think that was very great. And also, if we saw that clearly, I think Lawyer actually did a slow vote at the window. So really unfortunate, nearly. Oh, but that swing able to register onto Lawyer, and right now the kite will be prolonged. Lawyer's gonna transition into a better kiting area, but with this speed that Moru has, we'll see whether that will be happening.
Yeah, I love his decision. Some people might say, yo, he's just 1 hit away, wait for the ult to finish. But the strategy is, waste the Seer's ult, and Seer has to start a new cipher, right? And Lawyer cipher is actually almost done, right? So in a way, he's actually stopping ciphers. And if he manages to get Lawyer down here, he'll be able to negate one whole cipher by chairing the Lawyer at the exact same spot as he is decoding. But one thing Moru might oversee is, we are talking about MX here. An amazing kiter, so Chocho, it can still be anyone's game here.
Wow. Exactly, and we've been seeing him make use of this huge terrain, and still making this kite last so long now. Just Moru doesn't want to destroy this pallet, and is allowing a Lawyer to make use of the pallet boost from both the windows as well as the pallet. But wow, amazing down. And right now we're seeing the ciphers, 3 ciphers remaining, but it's just what it seems to be. All 3 ciphers are actually at least 50% and above for
Exactly.
all 3. So.
And, switching the Lawyer cipher as well. He's not even chairing near where the cipher is. So honestly, Leah can rescue here. Go away. No, what? The first teleport makes sense, but this teleport doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it seems to be that he kind of want to map control at this point in time because he has second skill. He thinks he can instant down someone and then share at one of the ciphers. But we're seeing how Acrobat is just rotating to the first stop where the roller coaster is at, but he knows that he doesn't have enough distance considering how Hunter's second skill already able to dodge that hit, and we'll see this ball being used to get this distance. A red ball used and hit still registers onto Ergaret. And how do you think they can potentially play from here onwards now?
You mean the survivors? Honestly, it doesn't. The hunter. Honestly, it's not gonna look like a one-man escape. It looks more like a three-man escape at this point, simply because of that. Let's not forget, if you're gonna play this kind of style, you might as well play Wu Chang, right? Because, yes, you can injure. Oh, you see, like what you said, like Cypher has popped straight away. Like, what can you actually do here? Like, this is so hard, and you don't even have a teleport here. Acrobat still has a ball to work with. Oh my god! Could not use it in time. Doesn't really matter. His teleport's not up for another 28 seconds. They're already opening up the other gate. It looks like a three-man escape. Yeah, I like the aggressiveness, but this is not the correct map or the correct hunter to play like this. Because once you teleport away, it doesn't matter. A lawyer doesn't even need to be healed. He can just start a new cipher. Don't forget, he is a fast decoder. So, yeah, I like the idea. I like the aggressiveness, but the map-wise and character hunter, unfortunately, not suitable with this kind of playstyle.
Definitely, I have to agree with you for sure. And looking at this winner, Idol, yeah, Idol managed to securing the second spot in this top 8 finalists for IVC. I think that's really amazing. I mean, looking at this, Meowpai, Leah, MX Light, as well as Xenia, kind of managing through and just kind of tanking all the way. We're seeing a consistent wins onto Idol's side. Firstly, we had 7-2, and then afterwards it was a 8-1. So what can I say? I mean, they played it well, they played it flawlessly, and there's really nothing that they could really improve from there. I mean, their focus on the objectives, firstly. Secondly is that their Cypher Rush.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's way too fast.
Yeah. I in this big map, I wouldn't say Cypher Rush anymore, because he did manage to negate Lawyer Cypher from being finished, right? I would say Cypher management is super good. Like, it's fine. Lawyer kites away from his own Cypher. Mercenary will just go and finish it and then come and rescue you once, go back and finish the Cypher. And it doesn't matter if he wastes the tide and the hunter teleports away to the Acrobat Cypher, because ultimately what happens is Mercenary finishes Lawyer Cypher. Lawyer can easily start another Cypher. He already has accelerated decoding. So by the time Acrobat goes down, the last Cypher will still be done anyway, right? So if you think in this way, I would say Itakwa is already very poor in managing Cypher pressure. If you're gonna play like this, it's not gonna end that well, and you can see for yourself 3-man escape in that kind of situation. Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the team comp itself, I mean, we see like Lawyer, Seal, and Acrobat, then the Mercenary. I mean, Cypher progress itself is actually pretty fast. I mean, we see, and also because it wouldn't be an instant down for sure. Looking at how Lawyer's anti-terror shock, Seal has a bird, Acrobat has balls, and plus this Lawyer, specifically
so
this Lawyer,
is
is great at kiting. MX is fantastic kiting. He himself knows it very well that he's very confident at that. So it means that there is no weak spots. There's no weak link in this entire Idol team. And that's why they might potentially be one of the teams that might go up really, really strong against GH, one of the teams that have always been securing the first place of IVC for the past few years. So, any highlights that you'd like to mention about that match now?
Honestly, the highlights would be, as what I mentioned just now, the Cypher management by Idol. They never fail to complete objectives, and the objective was to prime Cyphers. So by the time Itakwa got the Acrobat down, Cypher was already prime anyway. One rescue, doesn't matter, Acrobat goes down. Even if Mercenary is still at half health, just prime the Cypher. He still has plenty of pads to work with. So honestly, Cypher Rush is the highlight. Cypher management is the highlight for idols in this last game. But how about you, Shosho? Any highlights? Survivors from the Hunter side? Maybe some qualities you want to highlight?
I think for me, I would have to say, I think Moru definitely did a great job. I mean, considering that he keeps have to tank all the pressure that the survivors have given to him in the first half, I think he did a great job trying to secure his trying to gain his objectives through different strategies. And really, unfortunately, I mean, against such a strong united, strong synergy teams, it's very, very difficult. We're seeing that even though Moru is a very, very strong hunter, it just comes to see that it kind of falls short against idol survivor teams. And yeah, looking at the statistics itself, it really comes to show. I mean, the kite itself is not as specifically long, but the ciphers management, like you mentioned, it's crazy on idols survivor side, and we're kind of expecting to see whether going against even stronger hunters. Actually, I'm quite curious though, because Malpai right now at this point in time seems to be like the strongest hunter in this IVC. So them themselves, when they're training, do they also struggle against Malpai, or is actually Malpai struggling against this fast decoding survivors? I think that's something I'm quite curious about during their training.
Yeah, I'm curious about it too. But honestly, if I have to say, if the hunter is super good and the survivors are super coordinated, I would say most of the games will end in a draw. And it will still end in the survivors' favor. Because of, I've mentioned this time and time again, survivors can make some mistakes, but ultimately they are still able to draw the game. So honestly, Miaopai will have a harder time if he's dealing with a highly skilled and coordinated team. But well, I'm seeing a few comments here and there in the chat. Roblox Noob saying, hope MP can make it to IVC next year. Yes, we hope so as well. My opinion, to be honest, I think they should only have a stable team comp and not change members time to time, not practice last minute. Just my suggestion though. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, MP actually has been considering retiring, and they have posted year after year, I believe, once or twice, that they are going to retire. Like, yo, this is going to be my last IVC, but they always come back. They want to retire because the members have to go for personal reasons, studies and stuff, and real life work. But it's admirable that they put up a team last minute and still is able to make it to the top 8. So honestly, that's the story behind it. Some things are unavoidable in real life, unfortunately, but props to them for still doing their best with what they have.
Yeah,
so I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, of course. I mean, going against such a strong team is definitely something that they have to think about. But then again, going into our most valuable player, MVP, we do have Idol Miaopai. I mean, getting 4 kills consecutively for the first 2 rounds. It's giving FT Kuga vibes too. So both hunters getting this MVP, I say, is going to be very deserving. And of course, looking at the eliminations, 4 out of 4 again. I mean, they are just that strong, and they are trying to make a statement that if you guys gonna go against me, this is the kind of stats that I already have. How are you gonna go against me? You know?
Exactly.
So
honestly, when I first looked at the teams in IVC 2023, if you ask me to choose a winner, I cannot choose. I cannot choose even the top 4 because there are so many strong teams this year. Before this, I can safely say, GH is definitely gonna be up there. FT probably gonna be up there. MP gonna be up there. But this year, it's like, every single one of them, even Hatari's team is there. Even XZT is there. So many teams are there. But you know what? More of this after a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. It's gonna be a new game after this. So, ciao. Bye. Sorry, I forgot to ask you to say goodbye.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Hello everyone, this is Eli O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use.
Hey guys, welcome back to day number 1 IVC Championship 2023. Joining me today is the one and only Eli O. He's back from the gym, so he'll be joining us for game number 3. Oh, sorry, were you in the gym or?
Oh no, I was just chilling.
Or brushing your hair.
I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to cut it too close.
Oh my god, yeah. Skincare, probably. Yeah, I think some people were asking about your skincare in the chat, so yeah, you know what? Maybe we can talk about that later. But yeah, that was just a crazy game just now, you know, like MP, Meow Pie getting that 8k. I know 4k is good enough, but you know, getting it back to back, that's crazy, especially when you're doing it on Ithaqua, you're doing it with a Geisha against a veteran team like MP. So that was very exciting. But right now we are coming to a very intense moment, because next up will be GH versus Team A. So why don't you give us some thoughts? GH from Thai, Team A from Vietnam. Maybe shed some light on what you expect to see with GH, especially.
Right. Well, GH, of course, as we know, is the reigning champion of IVC. They are currently have been the most successful Southeast Asia team over the past few years. But obviously, every year things do change, but as of right now, going to this tournament, I think GH definitely one of the fan favorites, definitely one of the predicted winners moving forward, I think. But yeah, versus Team A, nothing else, just the letter A. Is you know, GH a lot of tournament experience, right? Obviously, they are one of the most. They have probably the most tournament experience out of most of these teams here, right? And going into this tournament, Team A, a team from Vietnam. Typically, we've only really seen Mad Penguins has been like the main Vietnamese team. We've seen some others here and there, but another one with Team A here. Let's see how they're able to do against this this well-seasoned GH team.
I mean, let's see how they're gonna do. I mean, it's good to see more new teams rise, right? Then, yeah, I mean, it shows that there's gonna be more new talents coming into the scene, and that's exactly what we love to see. New styles, styles will clash. I mean, a secret insider tip: Bakebong from Team A plays the evil reptilian. So, yeah, so that's something that some people might look forward to see. But okay. Serious stuff first. Against Team GH, you said that GH is a very experienced team, most experienced out of all the teams. If you are a coach for another team going up against GH, what do you think you can prepare for if you want to put up an intense fight? You want to bring that fight to GH. Like, what do you think can what would you suggest? Like, what would you come up with if you want to counter GH?
Well, as a Survivor side, you definitely want to play to a team's potential weaknesses. So obviously, you know, GH has been good for many reasons, but they also have some weaknesses that you can exploit as a team, and we did see that happen a little bit to them when it comes to Koa. But as for this tournament, at least, there are some things that we'll see if they've rounded those things out, and we would definitely hope to see that happen. But if not, two of the things that GH does struggle with a little bit is that the main hunter, Gajay, his characters that he does play are very strong. However, his hunter pool is very limited compared to most hunters. So he only has a set of 3 or 4 hunters that he'll really actually play when it comes to competitive. So characters, obviously the main one, we've seen him play Wax Artist a lot in the past. We've seen him play Wax Artist, Geisha, Bon, and there was one more that I'm not thinking of. But we've seen him play kind of a variety of those hunters. Soul Weaver, that was the other one. So we've seen him sort of play a variety of these hunters. Obviously, he does have things like Breaking Wheel, but we don't really see that as much in the meta nowadays. So I think the main idea is you want to try to pick characters that are going to target his hunter pool and try to force him to maybe play a hunter he's not as comfortable with, or you just don't have to, because a lot of teams, they like to play characters that counter the hunter's main hunters, right? But Gajay only has a few, so you don't have to be that diverse. You can kind of just go all in with, oh, we're going to counter these few hunters and we'll be fine. And then as for the GH survivors, we've talked about this a lot now, is they like to over support sometimes. So if they've managed to find a better balance, then that'll definitely be very good for GH. But we're gonna see if A is ready to go against this really strong GH team.
But speaking of which, like, I really love what you mentioned about the limited character pools of Gotcha. Maybe it's enough for IVC, but I don't know, man. Like, if you're gonna go further to the next stage and into the global scene, you definitely need more than that, right? But there's a little bit of change to GH team. I know we mentioned GH 2.0 previously, but it seems like they've solidified their composition. It's gonna be the main survivors, Capcom and Little Boy will be from the original GH 1.0, and apparently Skyfall, Last Human, they won't be there anymore. So what do you think of this new composition with the addition of Nerikun and Zhao Kan as to make the GH 2.0 finalize at this point?
Right. Well, we have seen them. Yeah, we have seen this particular GH roster in some previous events. We saw it during Koa, although I believe Zhao Kun was not attending that event. And then we did see them obviously in IVC last year. And so I think that again, one of the biggest weaknesses was there was a bit of over support. So it's really key for them to round that out. Obviously, almost a year's passed since then, right? So we'll see if they've managed to sort of work those things out and get that down, because if they did, there would be a very strong team, right? There's a lot of potential coming from GH, but again, if not, that could be a bit of an issue. So we will see if that actually happens. Now, something else I'm very curious is if Godj is going to be leading as hunter here. Has Godj picked up a new hunter, right? We talked about he only plays a few. I really think that Godj learning something like Night Watch would be very beneficial for GH. Obviously, Night Watch, one of the not too difficult to play, and also one of the strongest hunters in the game currently. So, you know, if Godj's still with his old hunter pool, it could be a bit of a tough time for GH, but if he has picked up Night Watch, he could be very formidable moving forward.
Night Watch. Speaking of Night Watch, so far, yes, we talk about teams are gonna start figuring out. At first, when you first approach him, or encounter Night Watch, you're definitely gonna struggle a little bit. You're like, you can't exactly figure out a way around him, right? But as is the case with Clark, as is the case with who was it again? The Clark, the Wax Artist, all these once OP crack characters, they figured out how to counter him. So in your opinion, if Godj picks up a character, Night Watch, and it's already so strong at this point, what are the strategies that you can share, like going up against Itakwa, in terms of character selection, in terms of ways to kite? Is there a specific, or is there a known way to counter Itakwa as of yet, in terms of kiting? Like putting down pellets first, or putting down pellets
so I mean,
first,
so there's sort of like it's mostly about characters. Like you can pick certain characters that are good for counter, because when it comes down to, I mean, there's certain hunters where it's like, well, we can pick a lot of characters to try to counter this, and there's certain hunters like, well, we can kite a certain way against this type of hunter. You know, when it comes to a lot of new hunters, people sort of try to figure out what's going to counter them, how to kite against them. Obviously, there's a certain way to do kite against every hunter, and a certain type of character pool that's good against every hunter. But yeah, one of the best ways is it's definitely characters are really important. Obviously, there's certain ways to kite as well, but as you saw in the earlier rounds, we saw FT try to pick a character comp to counter Night Watch, which was a little, it didn't quite work out in their favor, but they sort of had the mindset there. And then that's usually something we've seen be very common is character pool can definitely impact how well a hunter can do.
I see. So would you say that a hunter that can stun would definitely help a lot in countering Itakwa, like maybe an Enchantress or Prospector, just to prolong the distance? What am I saying? Of course, it's gonna help a lot, right? But okay, let's just have a little bit of fun while the chat is here. Tuber Ross, Kitzer calling out to us. Elaine, hello, hi, what's up? Mini, why they're all looking so good? Yeah, thank you so much. And people are looking forward to GH as well. Godj Hunter pool is deep. Yes, maybe what's being implied is not as deep as the Chinese mainland hunters when needed, right? Because with the global ban.
I do want to say, when I'm saying it's not as deep as other hunters, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm just saying it's a bit unique, right? It's a little bit different than we really see from a lot of other teams. So take a lot of mainland China hunters. It's like, okay, let's take Dong Xuan, right? He plays like a million hunters, right? He plays Dream Witch, he can play Clerk, he can play Night Watch, he can play and he can play Night, he can play everything, right? Whereas Godj is a little bit more unique. Whereas Godj is a little bit more unique. He plays a lot of hunters that aren't really the main meta hunters. So like Wax Artist is a little bit not as main. It's still a meta hunter, but not one of the main meta hunters. So you play like Wax Artist, it's like Spider. And he only has like a certain set number of hunters compared to some. I'm not saying it's small necessarily. I'm just saying it's smaller than most of the main competitive hunters we typically see every day.
I see. Do you think his style of not just picking those characters, but his style of playing is kind of like is catching up to what the players figure out how he's playing? Like, he's not the kind to usually hit through pallets. He's like slow in hitting. He's just waiting for hunter to respond. You think that's also one of the factors why he's being countered in higher stake tournaments?
It's
people
possible.
Figure him out.
Yeah, I mean, as a hunter, you typically want to change up your strategy as much as possible, but sometimes it's hard to adapt as well. I'm not really sure. I haven't really paid attention too much to that. That's something I'll actually look for in the future. But I think for the most part, it's just they're just used to what hunter he's gonna play, right? They kind of know what he's gonna bring out. Like typically we'd see Gaje like pretty much always play Wax Artist in the first round, and then maybe he'll pick like a Moonlit River Park and play a Geisha or something, and they'll just counter it. So that's sort of been the common theme. Although he still remains pretty successful, right? Gaje still has been very good throughout the majority of these past events. So yeah, who knows how it'll play out, and who knows if he has more hunters to bring to the table today.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like you talk about Spritzer and you automatically think, yeah, Dream Wish, best of one, right? So yeah, it's good that he's picking up Nayad as well. But yes, Gotje is we talked about Gotje, but there's also SSS, which we're going to talk a little bit more about it later, because right now we are going to be introduced to the lineups of GH, which is good.
It's gonna be Seichu now.
Yeah, Seichu. So apparently we've been talking about Gotje, but
Right.
Seichu might be the one carrying the Hunter's helm for GH. Good luck, have fun. So guys, Seichu might be the one coming in. Of course, no stranger to us, Capkun, Narakun, Little Boy, Chalkan. Always a pleasure to watch them kite, support, and yeah, the teamwork. Honestly, the synergy right now is the best. They've been together for the longest time as compared to other teams. They've stayed together the longest. So yep, definitely love it. Quoting what Capcom has said before, GH secret weapon has finally made it as the main roster hunter. So what do you think of this, Eli? Seichu replacing Gotje potentially?
Yeah, I mean, it could be that they're not really. I'm not really sure. It could be either maybe because typically Gaje's the first hunter we've seen who plays in the early rounds or most of the rounds for GH. So it could just be that GH maybe Gaje's unavailable to play today, or maybe GH has some sort of other strategy they want to bring to the table. Besides that, I'm not really sure. It doesn't usually make sense to see Seichu playing over Gaje. We usually just see Gaje every time, but yeah, it looks like maybe just some different approach. GH maybe wants to mix it up. I mean, we talk about how, you know, GH's strategies have been very similar overall with the type of hunters and the type of survivor strategies they have. So maybe they're just trying to
change it up,
be a bit unique today, I guess.
I see. Yeah, but let's not forget A as well. They have Hasagi, they have Bulbong, they have Mom Tom, Kiwi, Yuki, SHR as the substitute as well, if I recall correctly, and of course Takebong as the hunter. Takebong and Kiwi will be the hunters for Team A, and as I've mentioned, Takebong is an evil reptilian main, so maybe we'll see some action here. So A is gonna take out Hospital. GH is gonna pick Ever Sleeping Town. It feels really common to have Ever Sleeping Town in best of one. Any reason for that?
You know, I feel like Ever Sleeping Town is just it's a very versatile map. It works for both sides, right? Because typically when you get to later rounds, you're like, okay, maybe we need to pick a map that's going to counter the other hunter and be good for our hunter because we need to make a comeback or something like that. In the first round, you know, everything's tied up, so we might as well just pick a very straightforward map that works for both our hunter and our survivor. Just they're kind of just saying, we feel our team is very consistent and we can just continue to go on with that lead there. When it comes down to, as you mentioned, now we might have an evil reptilian, a lizard here on the hunter side. I personally can't really say too much on this. I've never really played lizard or wanted to play lizard for that matter, but you know, to each their own. I don't know. Now, what do you think about lizard going on to Ever Sleeping Town? That's a bit interesting.
I mean, lizard. Okay, we've seen not just anyone, but Dongxuan using Evil Reptilian in Leo's memory, right? And it wasn't really much of him stomping. It was him abusing the drop-down hit, which was actually faster. He drops down right in front of the hunter, drops down and hit. It's so fast that the survivor couldn't react. So maybe if he wants to do the same thing, that might work. But if he doesn't play that, well, according to stats, he does play Clark and Hermit as well, so he can always lean back on the more traditional picks. But hey, anything can happen. It is IVC, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 first half in Ever Sleeping Town. The band picks are going on here, so Antiquarian and Dancer is going to be picked first.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this would be very normal in an older tournament, but any tournament where you don't have the first two characters as available options later, they're choosing two of the best characters in the game right now for this first round, which means they don't have access to either of these later. So typically you'd see Dancer and one other maybe character that's not as important, like a Patient, or Antiquarian and another character that's not as important, like maybe like a Patient or Acrobat. But it looks like they're actually going with both of them. So they're really sacrificing their later round. And it could be that they're just trying to go really aggressive and take an early lead right here. Because again, they sort of limit their options by going with this approach.
I mean, they can go with a very aggressive pick. Maybe because they are confident in getting a sweep, 2-0 sweep. Like, so it's like, yo, even if we lose Antiquarian and Female Dancer in the process, doesn't really matter. We still have something else to lean back on. We still have a forward. Narukun can definitely play forward. Zhao Kan can play forward. So honestly, that's the advantage of having a huge survivor pool, right? But
yes,
wow, this seems like a double harasser. So forward and Antiquarian, they're both gonna be picked. So I don't know, man. I feel like you mentioned about the case when one of their weakness is over supporting. So do you think this might be another one of those cases?
Yeah, I wonder what the approach is. It looks like it is going to be Lizard here, as we talked about, but it must be that this is GH's way of dealing with the Lizard, although, think about how Lizard forward harassment. I mean, I guess, like, Antiquarian is... Okay, so in terms of kiting characters, Antiquarian should be good at kiting Lizard early, because if Lizard jumps and he drops down next to Antiquarian, she can just stun right away, before he gets the swing off. Acrobat's just a good kiter in general. Dancer against Lizard should be good. You can sort of just tight kite it with the slow boxes. If he jumps, you just run back to the other side of the pallet. With the slow box, it's hard for Lizard to get that hit in time. But the forward here, yeah, is a little bit interesting. First off, it might be just because First Officer's banned and they don't have any other rescuer options. Mercenary's banned, First Officer's banned. You don't really want to play Grave or Wildling, so you just go forward. That must be the reasoning here, I think, for that forward.
I mean, he can definitely be a kiter as well. I'm not surprised if he's gonna be bringing 312 instead of the 6. I have a feeling they might have done research. They probably know Takebong plays Evil Reptilian. So I'm not surprised if everyone brings Flywheel and maybe one person with Tide or Broken Window. But hey, it's gonna be Zhao Kan on the Acrobat, Little Boy on the Antiquarian, Narukun on the forward, Capcun on the Female Dancer. No one is an easy target. But
yes,
if it's you on the Lizard, who would you chase first?
I mean, this is obviously a tough comp to even chase anyone. I would say probably Acrobat, but maybe Dancer. Antiquarian chase first seems really difficult, so I don't know if this really makes sense, but it looks like he is going to commit to it. Yeah, he actually just goes to the Antiquarian spawn, so he really wants to chase Antiquarian first, and it is actually Little Boy now, something that we've seen in the past. Is Little Boy has been one of the strongest kiters in the entire Southeast Asia region, has really propelled this GH team to another level just with rock kiting in general. Gets an early hit though right away through the stick there, so if anything, this is working out for the Lizard here.
Exactly, and now he also has an excitement to work with instead in case Little Boy decides to slam him. But wow, he has a flywheel. Does he have a flywheel? He does, but it doesn't matter. Little Boy's gonna go down.
Wow.
And wow, I think we did not expect it. Eli and I definitely didn't expect it, but this is gonna be a basement chair for Little Boy.
Yeah, this is not really what we'd expect.
Little Boy style?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him kite some of the best hunters in the world, right? Over on the Koa Global stage. So this one is definitely not an ideal start for him, but it could be that he's new to this character. We've actually never seen him play Antiquarian before, I don't believe, so that could be a key factor here. But it looks like we are going to have the Lizard. He's going to block this window off with Confined Space. Zhao Kan is pressuring that rescue from the backside of Graveyard here. I don't think he'll actually commit to the save. He does have Tide Turner. He might go for this, but it is obviously very risky as it is basement. We do have presence on this Lizard. He's going to go for the jump here. Does he go for the bump? Oh, he does drop down, unfortunately, too early there. And Zhao Kan able to avoid that hit.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to predict that he would use the bomb and then just catch him halfway. But this is where it gets scary. The Lizard can also stomp when he's jumping down from here, right? So
the fort came in. Oh, but he missed.
Oh my goodness, that was so. Yeah, I mean, he has to hit Zhao Kan, right? I don't think he can afford to just. Oh wait, yeah, he has to do it. But Little Boy already down onto his last chair. So I don't know, man. Like forward's also here, antiquarian's also here. I'm not really sure if they should really commit to keeping Little Boy alive. But there's no excitement to worry about. Wait, I take back that. I take that back. Excitement's up again. So Little Boy trying to kite, and wow, he's gonna secure that. Forward's not even gonna bother Eli.
Yeah, Ford did use a lot of football to try to help that rescue, so he doesn't really have much to work with here. And we do see, this is another strategy. We've seen a lot of Lizard players, well, actually, there's not a lot of Lizard players, but Lizard players that we have seen do, such as Dongshuan, where they don't go for the stomp. As you mentioned, they go for the drop down. They go next to on top of the survivor, then they drop down next to them and just hit them right away. It's a bit of a safer way to deal with Chase. And yeah, I mean, this is one Cypher, one survivor already gone, and still 3 Cyphers remaining now. This is a pretty good position for Lizard. I mean, it's not something you see every day, but these surprise characters, these non-meta characters, can really sometimes throw these teams through a loop.
Exactly, and now he's going back for Zhao Kan. Like he breaks one, and then Zhao Kan. Oh my God, he predicted, but Zhao Kan's so patient. He waited. He was expecting him to come back, but well, yeah, that's the advantage of playing Acrobat. You can afford to mind game here. I don't think he really has a choice. He has to step through the fire bomb. But well, you have to say Takebong has a pretty good start. Zhao Kan, does he have Flywheel? He doesn't have Flywheel. He has Tide Turner, which he has used to save earlier. So in this team, Neru is the only one left with the other Tide Turner. Zhao Kan has to make this kite work. But look at that beautiful jump! But the awareness of Zhao Kan to use the bomb. So, wow.
Yeah, I think Zhao Kan is really putting in a lot of weight in this match for GH. If it wasn't for this kiting and for that rescue, this might be just a losing position for them. But that performance from Zhao Kan thus far is really giving GH a chance here. Looks like Risky Captain is able to get that Cypher Machine. Goes for the Mind Game, does get the hit through the pallets. That last Cypher Machine, 70% of the way done. If he wants a chance for a win here, you have to go to the last Cypher. It looks like he is going to go to that forward. And the Cypher is not ready, only 60% of the way done. But we do see the Acrobat has opened a new one here, and there is no trump card. It is just an up-down with excitement build here. So there's going to be no opportunities for extra pressure besides these jumps.
Wow, and even Nerukun even got hit there. I'm not really sure if that's like, he's trying to mind game and getting mind game back in this process. But the slow music box is going to be put down to support Nerukun. But we can see that the excitement is going to be utilized. Not really sure if it's going to matter though, because the pallet has been put down. Zhao Kan is already decoding the corner S pallet, but it looks like Capcom has to be really careful not to get down before the last Cypher is being popped. Swing and a miss here. Capcom just waiting a little bit longer. He's just waiting to stomp. Yeah, he's gonna bump into that sideboard over there.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't get stomped as well. You don't want to get the no attack recovery. Goes for the hit here. Isn't able to get. They should pop right here, I think. Yeah, they don't want to get in a position now where you get the no attack recovery hit, and it looks like he is just gonna. But he's kind of stuck here. I mean, he doesn't have anywhere to go. We're going to see if Vault the Window does get a speed boost, though. Can transition towards the dungeon, which is in the area. The Lizard needs to drop down. Drops down right onto it and gets the down onto the Dancer before the exit gate is open, before he can make it to the dungeon. And this will secure the second kill of the match.
Yeah. I mean, considering this is GH we're talking about, Takebong getting a draw against GH in GH map selection, I have to say that's really impressive, right?
With Lizard too.
Yeah, with Lizard on top of that. And as what you mentioned, Little Boy kiting not very long. That was very uncharacteristic. But Zhao Kan, he definitely pulled his weight, allowing for that draw. If Zhao Kan went down, was injured in the process, I think that would have been more than just a draw. But honestly, I think GH has survived the worst and of the Evil Reptilian. But Eli, anything you want to bring up regarding that last match? Because I think there were a lot of surprises that we didn't expect there.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously going for the Antiquarian first seemed like kind of a hard target for Lizard, but, I mean, he did have excitement, so obviously, I guess he kind of, your mindset can be like, okay, well, if I can get a free hit at any point, then I can choose excitement to go for another free hit if he tries to stun me, so I think that was sort of the idea there, and it did work out. He was able to get the down, get it in basement, and we saw GH, they did go for that rescue in basement, and it almost pulled off, but we actually saw the Lizard was able to avoid the football stun by jumping in the air. I don't know if you know, but when he was going for the
Yeah.
when he was going for the
Stomp,
save,
right?
the forward came in with like a long stun, and then he just jumped, and he kind of jumped to the wrong side, but it still worked. It was just a lot of things going on in that match for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think GH, they picked two characters that are really good early, so they won't have them later. So they kind of went super aggressive early here. So if they don't end up winning this round, it could be a bit challenging for them. But I don't know. No, I mean, now that we do have Seichu coming out, you know, what do you think Seichu goes with? I mean, do you think he tries to play for a win? Do you think he tries to play for a tie? It is GH map. You got to keep that in mind as well.
I think GH has definitely gotten their wake up call. I think it's just a matter of them being, I wouldn't say careless. I wouldn't say complacent. I think the word should be careless, a little careless. They probably think that, well, they've seen everything, but apparently not the evil reptilian of Team A. So I think Seichu should have the idea not to take it too lightly. And honestly, going against Team A Survivor, I think Team A Survivor has still a lot of things to worry about, especially when they're going up against Seichu. Seichu can go a lot of characters. Seichu can go pretty much most of the characters Scott J goes, with the addition of Hermit, though I doubt he will use Hermit. Maybe Nightwatch. Maybe he'll bring out Nightwatch in game number 1. But honestly, Eli, I think the character bans and picks would matter as well, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Godjay and Seichu can actually play Nightwatch, because that's gonna be really important. That character is, we've seen, be very have a lot of playability, especially early rounds. A map like Ever Sleeping Town is very good for Nightwatch. And you know, Nightwatch does have win potential, maybe a tie hunter, but it does have enough win potential to play for a 3-kill. But it depends on how aggressive Seichu wants to be. We have seen him in IVA played a lot of Naiad in the early rounds, so maybe that's his go-to option. I'm not really sure here, but we are going to see the match statistics for this overall match. Yeah, the first kite, 72 seconds, but that was with a rebound. So the first kite with under 60. The Lizard able to get a fast down, able to get a tie. Ace Hunter here really putting up some Dongshuan numbers.
But honestly, if GH failed to make that rescue there in the basement, I think that would have been a totally different story. So kudos to GH for maintaining the composure. And even though they missed the stun, well, at least Chao-Kan got that rescue successfully. So I guess, well, even in all unlikeliness, GH still has that experience of a veteran. And with the synergy that they have, I think we're talking about like, yo, little boy being so uncharacteristic. They're probably behind the scene laughing about it. Like, yo, you kite so bad. Chicken curries on you tonight. I don't know, whatever. So something like that probably. But yeah, I hate to think what Takebon will be playing in game number 2 because Lizard will be auto banned. But speaking of Seichu, let's say A goes with the normal. Okay, I'm having here in my screen. Let's say if they go with Antiquarian Acrobat first as well. Antiquarian, Perfumer, Entomologist. Yeah, and pretty much the same character as GH minus the forward. What do you think is the most stable that Seichu can rely on? Do you think he should go for his constant Naiad? Because in the previous tournament, Seichu has played for I don't know if you watch it, IVA. They made a team called Venom, and I think Hanako watched it as well, right? And BL, thank you, Nella, look at cutie. Yay! Sorry, Ram, I'll be here until midnight. So, Venom is a team that consisted of 72S as the survivor, Got J as the survivor, and they have Conan, and then they have I'm not really sure, can't remember. But Seichu was the hunter, and he spammed Naiad the entire game.
Yeah.
So you think the Naiad can be a good choice here as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely based off of that tournament. At least it's a hunter that he likes to play, so it could be that's what he's gonna bring out here. You know, something else you have to consider though is that of course A knows that Seichu has Naiad, right? I'm sure they practice it. Considering if Seichu did play in this matchup, then they'd have to play against Naiad, because obviously if anyone watched IVA, they know Seichu played Naiad almost the entire tournament. So, especially in the early rounds, right? Especially in the first round. So, you know, you really have to take that into consideration. I definitely think it makes the most sense for Seichu probably just to play Naiad, because it seems like that's the most hunter, that's the hunter he's most practiced with, especially in early rounds. There's not really a whole lot of characters that counter Naiad too hard. So I would say that Naiad definitely makes a lot of sense. I don't think he'll play anything too safe like Bon Bon. I think being a little bit, you know, taking a slightly more aggressive route, potentially trying to win here would make more sense, because it is GH's map selection, and they do want to gain that momentum back, and they don't really want to fall in the early rounds, you know, because that's really hard to come back from. So I definitely think Naiad would be okay. I think some other hunters, if he does have Night Watch, I think that could be fine as well. And you know, we'll have to see.
Okay. Yeah, my doggo wants to watch IVC too. But yeah, I totally agree. Like, Naiad is really, really strong, and I feel like ever since Naiad has made an appearance in Koa, like so many hunter mains picked up Naiad and had tremendous success against more skilled teams, I would say. And they get 4Ks, the unexpected 4Ks. I would say Naiad is also a very powerful dark horse coming to this tournament. But again, well, if you're Team A, you would probably figure out Seichu's going for Naiad. So if that's the case, what would you draft that kind of covers another hunter by Seichu as well, but mostly counters Naiad? What would you suggest of the 4 core survivors for Team A?
Yeah, I mean, Naiad is playable against most comps. There are some characters that can be difficult. So if you look at something like Psychologist is very versatile in general, so I think that would make a lot of sense. Acrobat as well. Characters like Acrobat and Psychologist would be very good here. In that Acrobat can be a pretty good kiter against Naiad. You know, you kind of just run out of the water, wait for them to pull back the trident, and then you bomb to make distance. Same with Patient, you can also have that same approach there. And then Psychologist obviously just if you force 3 basic hits, as long as you don't take any 100% water hits, you just force 3 basic hits, it's very easy to just do a 3 cyber kite just by getting basic hits. So that can be very beneficial. Again, Patient is good. They want to play a little bit more risky of things like Prospector. Prospector not only is a good kiter against Naiad, but can also support and potentially help a rebound kite, or maybe be a win character. Maybe A just wants to win right here. If they want to win, I think they could take an aggressive approach, and I don't mind it at all, considering that statistically speaking, they're probably unfavored against an experienced team like GH. So maybe go something a little aggressive. If they can get 3 survivor escape and win this round, that would give them a huge advantage, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about Perfumer at this point, but yeah, I mean, they do have a Perfumer in the mix. I mean, Bulbong does play a Perfumer. I mean, yeah, he has a Perfumer in his arsenal. But honestly, if you've seen Seichu in IVA, in Ever Sleeping Town, they picked this exact same map, and he made such a huge puddle that the survivors couldn't even escape it. So is there such a thing as a bad Naiad puddle like in this game? Because he made it so huge that the survivors couldn't really escape in time, and they still got the pop damage. So is there such a thing as a super good Naiad puddle and a bad one?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's sometimes, obviously, if you're able to block off really strong kiting areas or around a chair, it's hard for the survivor to make the rescue. Sometimes a lot of Naiads will be too impatient and they pull it back too early, because they're like, okay, this looks like a good spot to pull back, because maybe I have the survivor trapped. The survivor actually maybe mind gamed them and went a different way, and they're already out of the puddle, and the puddle ended up being really small because they sort of got impatient or something. So that's definitely something you want to avoid. Sometimes when you get impatient, you make like a really small triangle that's just like this, and it's just like, oh, that was a waste. So
a straight line.
Just a straight line or something. So that's definitely something Seichu wants to avoid. I've seen it happen. I've done it playing Naiad. So yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. So it's mostly just about, you want to try to create a big area to either block off a kiting route or create a large distance around a chair, so the survivors will still get popped before they're able to make it out of the chair.
You know what's the one thing I hate about Naiad? when you're trying to vault through a pallet and he retracts the harpoon, and that's when you just pop and die.
Yeah,
You just get caught in that kind of bad situation, right? Would you say Naiad is very good? Like, what do you think she excels in, Naiad? Like chase, camping, cipher control?
Well,
Or
one
do
of
you
the
think she
things that
covers
makes
everything?
yeah, I mean, one of the things that makes Naiad very good is she's very versatile. She has a lot of potential for all those things. Obviously, your chase is pretty good because you can block off the kiting areas. Depends on the characters you're chasing, but you can block off the kiting areas. You have good camping, especially once you have full presence because the water builds up very fast. And you can dash around the map quickly for good cipher pressure. You can block off the ciphers by making a puddle around them. So there's a lot of ways Naiad can be very good here. So let's see what Seichu goes for bans. It looks like we're gonna see Seer and Priestess, so just the most standard 2 bans here now. I don't know, I wonder if A is gonna go with the same approach as GH, where they pick 2 very strong aggressive survivors early here and give them up for later rounds, or do they just play a little bit more safe? It looks like Officer first and Ento. So Ento makes sense because you don't really need her for later rounds, but Officer is actually interesting because if you pick Officer now, then he can just ban Mercenary next round, and then you have no rescuers.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense because Yuki plays Mercenary, SHR plays Mercenary as well. So both of them are not here, but they're deciding to go for First Officer first. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the game plan is because I feel like Mercenary would also be a really good rescuer against Naiad. But what do you think are the chances of, like, between these two? If you have to pick, Mercenary or First Officer would be a better choice against Naiad?
I mean, I think, obviously Mercenaries, First Officer is sort of like a guaranteed rescue, but Officer can get double hit very easily against Naiad because even when you're in the watch, the water will still build up. So I think Mercenaries, I mean, both are fine, but the thing is, you don't have to pick Officer first because if you don't pick Officer first, then Seichu will probably ban Mercenary next, right?
Yeah.
And then you can pick Officer after that, and you still have it as an option. So they could have actually gone for another character, and because typically we usually don't see a rescuer in the first 2, because if you pick a rescuer now, then it's banned for the rest of the series, and then the hunter will just ban the other rescuer. But it looks like Seichu actually, so it is going to be Night Watch.
Wow, so it seems like he's trying new things now. So loving the creativity of Seichu, testing out the Naiad continuously in IVA, and now probably we're gonna see a spam of Night Watch, Night Watch Itakwa in IVC. So what are the survivor's chances against this composition's chances against Itakwa in this map, Eli?
Yeah, well, they do have the Prospector, so that's obviously we talked about it's getting against Night, but it also, as you mentioned, any character that can stun and turn off the wind ability is very good. So a character like Prospector could be pretty effective against Night if utilized properly. Mechanic is here, of course, for that Cypher Rush. It looks like they may be just trying to play for a tie, but Mechanic can also be used aggressively as well. If you're able to rotate early game and promote Cypher Rush quickly, it could be pretty good. Spawns are really important here. Let's see where they opt to spawn. It looks like Mechanic's going to start in 2-story. I really like that. You can just drop the bot in 2-story and then just rotate it. No, she's going to go Graveyard. So I guess maybe she's going to drop bot Graveyard and then rotate towards 2-story. But then you do rotate into the Ento. Here's one of the problems as well. If you spawn Corner House, we talked about this. This happened in the first round. If you spawn Corner House, you spawn all the way in the back corner, so you trap yourself back there. So now Prospector's actually trapped in Corner House. It is a good kiting area, but it's really the only place he'll have to go, and he won't be able to rotate at all if Night Watch does decide to go that way.
Exactly. But you know what? We always love a good challenge. We always love variety of picks and strategies. And honestly, I'm just glad that we're seeing Prospector in this game, because I think Prospector is a pretty good first kite against Night Watch. So if he decides to go for Prospector first, hey, at least Mechanic's free, the bot's free. But let's see who Itakwa's gonna go for. He's gonna go for the Mechanic first. The bot's hiding pretty safely. Xuan running away. I don't think Seichu's gonna find that bot anytime soon. Oh, he's gonna find the bot. Gonna get rid of the bot. And now Mechanic's gonna be prompted. And Seichu, with Insolence, he's gonna have his skill change pretty soon.
Yeah, but look at that distance, though. Mechanic is so far away here. Oh, the tram's coming. Okay, no, I thought we were about to have one of those moments. Mechanic has a lot of distance, so I don't think it's worth it for Seichu to chase Mechanic anymore. I think he should change to a new target. And it looks like he is going for the Entomologist. She does vault a bit early here. Is going to use that wind here, so he can actually get that first hit. And Mechanic will be able to go into Graveyard here. He does have the blink, not just yet. He's going to vault this window. Mechanic didn't put the bees at the graveyard. She needs to get off the bees, or she's just going to get hit. And looks like she doesn't get off the bees and just goes down right away.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah. I think he should have definitely put the bees at the window. At least force Seichu to, you know, vault through slowly, or make the other choice, utilize the blink. So both did not happen, and she did not get off the bees as well. Kinda weird how things are going, but hey, at least Team A has managed to finish one cipher, and Mechanic's safe with a quarter of his bot energy. So I guess it's up to First Officer to make this happen, this rescue happen. Eli.
Yeah, looks like Prospector's coming as well, so I'm not really sure what the strategy is going to be. I guess Prospector's just going to do the Cypher nearby, maybe, so he could support. They're actually going to go for an after-half save, I believe, so... but the problem is, they're going for a double rescue, but it is still after half, and there's not a lot of Cypher progress here. So, no, it looks like Prospector just left. So Prospector comes all the way to the chair and then just ends up leaving anyways. So I feel like that's a lot of wasted time here for A, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher's still stuck at 4 ciphers. I mean, Entomologist is gonna be rescued here, but it's gonna be hit almost instantly. Well, I would say it's still good, because hey, at least the First Officer will be uninjured and will be able to use that hypnosis. We'll be able to use the Clockwatch to rescue a second time if needed. So I would say it's still pretty good. But Eli, I can't make of this because of the 4 ciphers remaining. Like, are ciphers actually moving? One cipher has been popped, but
yeah, I think the problem is they 2 survivors went for the save, but only 1 actually saved. So Prospector just continued to decode instead of going in. Their cypher progress would have been okay, but he just unfortunately wasted a lot of time and actually drops into the Night Watch as well. Seichu can catch him. He needs to use a magnet early here. Swing and a miss there from Seichu. He does have this pallet. Doesn't use the pallet. Doesn't use his flywheel. Gets hit, but doesn't use a magnet.
that's very sus.
And he gets pulled back. And he goes down right away here. So Prospector goes down without using any abilities at all. I guess he was worried about a potential blink to cancel attack recovery, but
I think it's all started with that pallet. He didn't drop the pallet. Even if he drops the pallet and the hunter hits him, he has to use blink to hit, right?
Yeah,
so he's missing everything.
Like, he could have thrown the magnet in the alleyway, so if he dashes after him, he would have just got pushed back right away, so he can't blink
exactly.
attack recovery, you know. So yeah.
Not sure what's going on, but yep. Oh, okay, that time works, but I don't think it really matters. He is at no man's land. He still has 1 more magnet. Oh, okay, it's gonna help this time, but is he gonna make it? The blink's gonna be utilized. Bullbong's gonna go down a second time. It's still 3 ciphers remaining. Mechanic's crying at this moment because of the debuff on decoding. But hey, at least 1 more cipher has been popped by First Officer. 2 ciphers remaining. But honestly, Mechanic's the only one who can rescue at this point. Hasagi is gonna go down. SSS probably realizing what's happening, probably gonna go back straight away to Camp Bullbong. Mechanics in the vicinity. Honestly, 2 ciphers remaining, but it seems like it's definitely not enough at this point.
Oh! What? He gets a terror shock. He goes for a double, and yeah, that's it. Okay, he went.
I was so confused.
I feel like I should have been more excited there, but I just didn't really see that coming. That caught me so off guard. I was just
speechless, right? Yeah, I get that feeling. It's like, yo, how can you say? how can that happen, right? Like, but honestly, yes, you brought up a really good point. Like, a narrow alleyway would have been the best place for the Prospector to push the hunter away and stun the hunter, right? And it doesn't really make sense to blink in a narrow alleyway. And even if you did blink, the stun will still have helped you somewhere, right? You blinked in, the magnet pushes you to the wall, it's still a stun. So it's not a complete attack recovery.
Right.
But none of that happened. And all of a sudden, Team A finds themselves in a disadvantage because score now is 5-0 in favor of GH, courtesy of Seichu saying, yo, you know what? I not only play the Naiad, I play the Night Watch as well. Itakua's my main now. And score is 7-2 in favor of GH. My oh my. GH coming back really strong here in second half, Eli.
Yep. Yeah, at the end there, that was he went for I was kind of trying to figure out what he was doing. He goes for the double like speed up ability at the end, like at the chair. I guess he's using it as like a bait to like bait the survivor into rescuing, or maybe I'm not really sure, maybe trying to bait him off the chair, and then he goes for the terror shot. It's sort of just a mind game situation. And yeah, I mean, Nightwatch does swing very fast, so it makes it kind of difficult to not get terror shocked, right? I guess obviously some hunters you can pull off in time. Actually, pretty much all hunters you can. Just some of them swing faster than others, especially Nightwatch here makes it a bit challenging.
Exactly. I think the Terror Shock is definitely the finishing blow that Seichu has dealt onto Team A. Surrendered almost immediately. I mean, honestly, 2 ciphers remaining, and with the mechanic debuffs, it's going to be a dragged out battle. But hey, Team A has given it their best. And if I have to say it, no cap, well, I think Team A's first kite was pretty okay, right? Mechanic
rotation was good.
Yeah, rotation was good, but when it comes to the raw kiting itself, kinda sus. I mean, Hanako saying, yo, you could definitely have stayed at the second floor a little bit longer. You could have chilled at the second floor, right? Because Itakwa has no way to reach you in time on the second, like at the window. So
right,
that makes sense. The bees not being disembarked, like she did not detach herself from the bees. That's also kind of a slip up, I would say. But okay, but you know what? Let's just focus on the highlights instead. Any notable highlights that you want to bring out from that game moments ago?
You know, I really liked the mechanics rotation in the early game. I think that was pretty good. Obviously, the bot was well hidden. Seichu did end up finding it, but it did waste a lot of time. Mechanic had a lot of distance. And I think that positioning was really good for the survivors. It was just, yeah, unfortunately, the entomologist was not able to last, unfortunately, as we can see, only 23 seconds. Yeah, that positioning, it was good, right? A had the right idea. It was just entomologist, unfortunately, didn't rotate fast enough, and she did get down pretty fast there. And then, yeah, Seichu was just able to take advantage of the fact that the Cypher Rush was also slow. Because they went for a double rescue, or at least Prospector came in for a bit and then left, the Cypher progress was so much slower than it could have been. And Seichu just continued to pressure Cyphers and was able to get both targets he chased, which was the Entomologist and Prospector. He got down so fast that the survivors just didn't have enough time to finish the Cyphers, even with a mechanic on the team.
Yeah.
So,
hey, but we gotta give props still to Team A, right? Going up against GH is definitely no walk in the park. I mean, just thinking about going up against GH team, it's definitely gonna affect you unconsciously in some way. Like, you definitely have to feel the nerves there. And not to mention Team A. If I recall correctly, this is their first professional appearance in competitive tournaments. So making it all the way to top 8, Team A, we gotta say, team from Vietnam definitely has another team to watch out for in the form of Takebong's Evil Reptilian, in the form of this rising team. But for now, it seems like GH does have the advantage in game number 1. Game number 2, though, it's the turn for Team A to choose and Team GH to ban. So, in your opinion, what should GH ban? What should A pick? Bigger map, smaller map? You think?
You know, I mean, considering that, well, Nightwatch should get banned, so then Seichu will probably just play Naiad. So I guess you could pick, like, the thing is, Naiad's good on pretty much, Naiad's playable on any map. That's what makes Naiad very good, is she is playable on essentially every map in the entire game. There's not really that many maps that are like too difficult for her. I guess maybe Red Church isn't ideal, but besides that, I mean, everything else. Oh well, there you go, Red Church. That looks like it's gonna be the approach here for Team A. And yeah, I mean, besides that, in terms of their hunter, obviously we know they play Lizard. Maybe GH gives Lizard just because it is Red Church. It's not a great Lizard map, but I feel like they wouldn't really want to deal with it again, so they might just ban Lizard. But I'm not really sure. Afterwards, I think you mentioned this hunter still has a Hermit available. So Hermit on Red Church is not too strong. A lot of walls, a lot of places, so that makes it very difficult to hit the survivors with the shocks. So yeah, the Red Church pick here. It could be for Clerk, but you know, GH could also just ban Clerk and take Lizard again, I suppose.
Yeah. But then again, if you think about it, Lizard is still pretty strong in Red Church. I mean, yes, you have some obstacles that might be harder, but if you are talking about the Red Church itself, he can easily leap through the window, right? He can definitely leap through the window if he's running out of the building, chasing survivors. That can be an option. He can definitely leap inside the building, so that's also a good thing. But yeah, I think they definitely... GH can do two things at this point. They can be prideful and attempt to face the Evil Reptilian again, or just ban Evil Reptilian and take whatever Takebong will throw out. Clark, Hermit, probably. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that Evil Reptilian is the ace in the hole for Takebong and Team A Hunter side, but we'll just have to see. Anything can happen at this point. But Red Church for Seichu Nayat is definitely good. I mean, if you have to make a choice between Clark and Hermit, like an instant choice, like just okay, choose now. Who would you rather go for? If you can only play these two characters?
Well, Clerk's a lot better on Church, so obviously Clerk would make the most sense, but Clerk can also get countercomped easily, so that's something you have to watch out for too. In terms of characters that GH can pick, I think banning Lizard makes sense because a lot of the characters that are good against Hermit are also good against Clerk. So Barmaid, Psychologist, any of those healing characters like Barmaid and Psych that can heal off the chip damage is good against Hermit. And then they can also, any character that can take multiple hits against Clerk, Barmaid and Psych, both very good. So I think those characters are very strong here. Also, GH doesn't have Antiquarian or Dancer, which here they don't mind too much because, again, Psychologist and Barmaid will be their key characters for this matchup if Hermit and Clerk is going to be the main possibilities. We could see something else potentially, but from what we know, this A Hunter really only has those three if you include the Lizard as their available options.
Yeah. Or you can play Joseph. You can play Photographer, make Devastry proud. Or play X-Boy, make I Love Anime proud as well. Okay, so since you've made it really clear about those character selections that Takebong has, make your choice now. Would you rather pick Photographer, X-Boy, Red Church?
Well, I would never voluntarily play Photographer, so I think probably go with Axeboy. Axeboy's fine. Axeboy's a good hunter. You can win with Axeboy. He's fast. He has good chase. He's pretty solid. Photo is just I chase a survivor. I get pallet stunned. I card trick into a pallet. I'm not even. It's not even on purpose. It's just
torture.
Photo is just anyone who knows how to the basics of kiting, even the most simple kiting, can kite a Photographer. I mean, it's the easiest thing in the game to do. That's a no for me.
What if what if the situation is you know all the spawn points and before the photo world collapse, you manage to get a hit on all 4 survivors and share one?
Okay, well, I mean, then I would play Photo, but usually that doesn't happen. So, and then also another bad thing about Photo is every time someone picks a Photo in tournament, which is almost never, most of the time the survivors will just spawn in all 4 corners, so he can't get to everyone in time. So it's in the Photo world. So that's just, I think we saw that. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Dongshun played Photo on Sacred Heart Hospital one time, and all the survivors spawned in every single different corner. So that way he couldn't get to everyone in time. So then you just if you don't find 3 or 4 people in Photo world, you probably just lose.
Oh my god.
It's just it's not to be pessimistic or negative, it's just the reality of competitive IDV. So
yeah. Okay. I feel you. Okay, but then again, X-Boy, I wouldn't say X-Boy is that easy to play as well, because if you miss your flames, then technically you're also walking on foot, right? If you miss your flames.
Yeah, but what's nice about Axeboy is like, you have the path. Anytime there's two trees that are near each other, they create a path, and you get speed boost from that. Once you have presence, you can create your own paths. The Restless Road, you get speed boost. Even if you miss your flame, you still get a really fast speed boost. You can usually still get a hit. And we've actually seen, I think it was Super Rich in Koa or IVL, and he was able to get multiple 4 survivor eliminations with Axeboy. So definitely.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
I
Koa,
think it was
yeah.
Koa, yeah. He got it so fast in Leo's memory. I think I remember that.
He was like 3 ciphers remaining or something.
Yeah. That was crazy. But then again, the survivors dragged it so long.
Yeah.
the last 2 survivors dragged it so long. But yeah, that's pretty convincing enough to be a reason to play X-Boy in Red Church. Okay, another pair of choice while we're waiting for the ban picks, because we're doing manual banning picks now. Okay. Mad Eyes or Undead in Red Church?
If I have to pick it, or someone, or just
if you have
general?
to pick it.
Oh.
Mad Eyes or Undead?
Well, I don't. That's tough. Undead's not very good, so normally I would say not Undead, and it's a kind of not a great map, but I don't want to play Mad Eyes, so Undead. If I knew how to play both hunters at a certain level, then I would definitely pick Mad Eyes, because Red Church Mad Eyes is so good. But Mad Eyes it's only for a select few people can actually play Mad Eyes successfully. So I am not one of them. I'll play that.
Yeah, you gotta micromanage. Very good. Right?
It's too much for me.
But you play Minecraft, so it shouldn't be that hard.
It's a start. That's everyone watching. Take notes right now. If you ever want to become a Mad Eyes player, just manage your resources with Minecraft, and then you'll learn how to play. You learn how to build. Build your fences, build the fences. So,
yeah, join Eli and Psyche on their server.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, we're going into the Red Church ban picks right now, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 7-2 in game number 1, round 1. Sorry, so it's now round 2, first half. It will be GH sending out their hunter, and Team A will be sending out the survivors. So first 2 choices, it's gonna be the female dancer and acrobat. So I think I would say this is a pretty strong pair to start off things, right?
Yeah. And I think dancer acrobat. Well, the thing is, dancer's not as good against naiads, so I'm kind of curious why we see dancer early here. So I don't know though. It looks like we're gonna see possibly antiquarian band as well, so that's not gonna be an option. And we do have mercenary now on the table here. So Seichu actually could have banned mercenary, but he didn't go for it. He went with I think it was Siren Priestess. So they do have a rescue character in mercenary here as Seichu's last ban. Let's see what he opts to remove here. It looks like it is gonna be mechanic, so he doesn't want to have to deal with any sort of tie characters in general. It looks like I mean, I guess you could still go Decoder. You have characters like Composer. Composer not too good on this map, but it is technically open. It looks like Psychologist. Okay, so just a very standard Psychologist character. It's really usable against every hunter in the game for the most part. I guess maybe except for Breaking Wheel is not ideal, but besides that, everything else pretty well works out pretty well.
I guess if they're not ready to take risk with characters like Prospector, I guess it's the safest to just go with a stable composition, right? Which doesn't really carry much risk. But then again, you're susceptible to hunters like Bonbon, because you can't really do anything against a Bonbon except Raw Kite. So no one can provide support. There's no Priestess for the portal. There's no forward. There's no batter. And there's no Antiquarian. So honestly, anyone's a good chase at this point, right, Eli? Or is there?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably Psychologist is best, just because I mean, Acrobat's a good kiter, so obviously you can chase Acrobat, but Acrobat is a very versatile character, especially on this map. Actually, the windows at Church, the hunter is forced to vault through those windows, so you can actually just put a bomb in the window, and you could always get the hunter that way. Dancer is just very good against most hunters, especially something like a Bonbon. It slows them down a lot. So I definitely think Psychologist would be the best target. But I don't know. I'm a bit surprised to see Seichu is not going for that Naya that he really sort of favored in the past. So I don't know. What do you think is the idea with Bonbon here?
Unpredictability. I think he's
Must be,
confident
yes.
enough to get a win with a Bonbon here. So
Right.
he doesn't want to be predictable. Like, yo, when you talk about God J, yo, Wax Artist, Soul Weaver. So I guess that's the name of the game. And honestly, I don't dislike it because he's been having successes with his decision. So right now, Seichu will be spawning on next to the female dancer. So Shentu has to, if he wants to set up that music box, he should do it straight away. Or should he just rotate away first?
I think that he can rotate first because the thing is, if you set up the box early, then he'll just go break it right away, and then you can't use it for kiting. So I think it's good to make sure that you don't get chased, and then once he's chasing somebody else, then you set up the box for that person to kite with. So I think that's fine. I also think Bonbon here is pretty good just because GH has a pretty significant lead. It is 7-2, which is a large lead. So playing a tie hunter and just conserving your lead is usually very strong. Oh, Dancer we see already running into the back corner.
What?
I wonder what happened there.
I am not sure, but bringing you the commentaries is me, Nello and Eli. Round 2, first half, 26 seconds into the game. Shentu's already down to the last bomb, and this is why Seichu is so dangerous with Bonbon. He's gonna go down with 3 music boxes, Eli.
The ciphers are 10%. That's there, as you said, 30. I think that was 32 seconds after the game started. Already has a down here. And you know, usually Bonbon is not a character with a lot of win potential now, but when you can get it down, you know, this fast, it's definitely now possible.
Yeah. I mean, what's the game plan here? Merc rescue, sacrifice, full blood rescue, rescue once, and then put down a slow box, pirouette away. I mean, he's
Probably
dying pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 boxes, so you want to save, but the hunter still has blink, so if you do get saved, you're probably going to get blinked, and if you do save, there's also a risk you get stuffed because it is a Bonbon. It's the best camping hunter in the game, so I think maybe just don't rescue at all here, and that seems to be the best play. Mercenary tries, I think he was trying to elbow pad, but he actually missed it there. No, he's just going to leave. He's just going to feed Tinnitus and leave, it looks like. So this does allow the survivors to get some cyber progress in, but 1 survivor all the way back to the manor here now, and no one's decoding. Nobody's decoding at all.
What is going on? I think they're afraid that Seichu has a teleport ready. But that's not a good reason. Like, you're an acrobat, right? You're an acrobat. You don't have to worry about that, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I guess that's the name of the game. Boom Bomb still hiding. Wait. Okay, let's see if he will be able to dodge. Okay, doing a pretty good job dodging the bombs and the remote bomb. Seichu does still have a blink, so Bullbong has to be really careful. Not even getting a first chip yet, so second kite looking pretty good, Eli.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to finally get that first hit there. No flywheel available, as we can see. Just mind giving around these pallets, goes for the swing. Oh, gets the pallets done. Wow,
nice.
This is actually a very beautiful job here from this acrobat. He can also put a bomb here as well. It actually will block the hunter too, so this now forces the bombs to be shut down for the time being. Acrobat can now evolve this into transition towards graveyard. So this is how you really want to kite against a Bonbon. This is very standard. The Acrobat is avoiding as many bombs as possible here. Does get hit with that control bomb though, and Seichu does have the blink available. He's going to try to predict it here, goes for the swing, and isn't able to predict it, but it was a reasonably long kite, and now that blink is gone, if it is a nice rescue from Mercenary here, Acrobat still has some bombs. He still can kite. There's no full presence yet from the Bonbon. And there's also no, well, actually he will get it after the rescue, but there's no trait. And Acrobat, as you can see, proved to be very good at kiting against this hunter here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with the FD in the first 30 seconds, but well, Acrobat has done enough, but I'm not really sure if it's enough. Oh wait, Bonbon giving chance. Actually, he should just dash through again, right?
Should go straight to the chair. He actually got his. He missed the second elbow pad. He's now down to 1. Yeah, he should have just kept elbow padding to the chair, just get ahead of the Bonbon and go for it. But
yeah, opening, right? Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. I don't think you shouldn't rescue. Acrobat still has a bomb, and not to mention you have died, so okay. Oh my god, a Terra Shock. I mean,
Wow. Yeah, and that's
Wow.
gonna be it. 2 survivors down. All he has to do is find the psychologist. And Seichu, we're looking at a
Sugar
4
cherry.
survivor
Yeah.
elimination with 3 ciphers left as a Bonbon. I mean, when was the last time we saw that happen? That is really hard to do. It's hard to get more than a tie ever with Bonbon, but to get a 4 kill with this many ciphers left, this is just some incredible Bonbon gameplay from Seichu. We're gonna see that first hit on the psychologist. Is able to avoid all the bombs there, but yeah, really just a matter of time here. Is Seichu gonna share?
Why? He can just force the self-heal. Right? He could have just forced the self-heal.
Interesting. This is a bit risky, actually.
It is.
Well, I guess he thinks he
anything
can
can
down
happen.
psychologist in time, right? But
Yeah.
huh.
Merc's gonna take a very long time.
Yeah.
And the psychologist decides to hang around.
Yeah. So that's
Wow, that's a really valiant effort by Team A, making the most of what they're given. As the saying goes, if you're given lemons, you make.
Oh, lemonade, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
For a moment, I was so
I
scared
missed
you
it
said
for a
boba
second,
milk tea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that's what they're deciding to go with. But unfortunately, the lemon that was dealt to them was sour, so they couldn't make good lemonade. But nonetheless, they did try, and it is GH we're talking about. And honestly, I think they have already made an impression in this tournament with Takebong's play as the evil reptilian. So yeah, definitely leaving an impression. I mean, how often can you say, "Yo, I got little boy down in less than 30 seconds"? How often can you say that?
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Definitely
pretty
accomplishment
fast.
there. So.
Yeah, but yeah, pretty good game so far. 5-0 in favor of GH, and that's Seichu raking in the points, getting 4K back to back. So he's repeating the successes of Meow Pai from Idol. None of these hunter mains are relenting, Eli. And it seems like with this, a statement has been made. GH, Seichu carrying the mantle of GH pretty well, in spite of Gotche's absence. And honestly, all GH really has to do now is, even if they clown, they can still get 1 survivor out, and that's it. They will sweep this with a 2-0.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely, unfortunately, were dealt the sour lemons there, and you can always add sugar to it to make it sweeter. So they did try that, but I think Seichu just kind of stole the sugar, and they weren't able to do that. So yeah, so unfortunately that didn't work out. But it looks like we really expected Gajay to come out here, but Seichu really just kind of, it could be that maybe Seichu's starting to take over from Gajay. We're not really sure. Again, we did expect Gajay here, and we didn't actually see that for this first round. Maybe we'll see him come out next round. Maybe he's just busy. We're not really sure. But yeah, just an excellent job here from Seichu.
Yeah.
So
Or here's an idea. Gotche's finally making that change to Survivor main.
right.
After Team Venom, 72S, Gotche, they're like, you know what? We're done hunting people. We wanna we wanna have the thrill of getting hunted. So maybe that's the idea right here, 72S. And well, Gotche probably transitioning to Survivor mains, maybe GH Team 2. Who knows? And I mean, there's still Skyfall, there's still 9 Mamos, so they can definitely make it happen. But yeah, speculations aside, just want to give a shout out to you guys. Kino in the chat, as always. Hanako, pleasure to have you here. Ghost Investigations, Krisha, Pollens, Hitofuri. Boss, this is Outrank in a nutshell. Not really. It's just that the level of GH at this point is pretty high. I mean, they did go up against the Chinese mainland and Japanese teams in Koa. So yeah, Eli, I mean, anything you want to take away from the stats we're seeing here?
Yeah, we do see just the first kite, unfortunately only 23 seconds. I'm not really sure what happened. I would have loved to be able to see
replay, right?
yeah, what happened there, but because we loaded into the match and the dancer was just kind of stuck in the corner of the church. So yeah, I don't know. Just didn't quite work out. He's only 57 seconds from Acrobat, but it was still some impressive kiting. There was some very nice rotation. There was some very nice bomb dodging, and getting that pallet stun. So Acrobat actually did do a good job with the cards they were dealt, but unfortunately, A was already too far behind at that point. And also, as you mentioned, they were kind of worried about Seichu teleporting, but I feel like it's kind of a given that a Bonbon would bring Blink there. Like, you wouldn't really bring teleport on Church, and, you know, especially because they already have such a large lead. Seichu doesn't need to play something like that. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like they should have just known there was Blink, but
or they could just force it out, right?
Yeah.
They could just force it out. I mean, you're an acrobat. Obviously, you want the hunter to chase you next. Would you want the hunter to chase psychologist next? That's not that's not how it works, right? You're an acrobat. You can kite well, and obviously, from what we saw just now, he was able to kite pretty good as well. So even if the hunter teleports to your cipher, doesn't really matter. Your teammates can come in and complete the cipher for you. So honestly, with all the time that was given just now, psychologist managed to get two ciphers done. Mercenary 73%. Acrobat, I don't know, man. So cipher apparently is not their priority here.
Yeah, we saw them. Yeah, both rounds. The prospector unfortunately missing out on some progress, and then just not a lot of decoding overall in that second round. So yeah, Cypher Rush is just really important. If you look at some of the Chinese teams, you know, they finish ciphers so fast. It's you don't even think it's possible. It's just like you blink, and then your blink completes, and then they're done. It's like, oh, okay, well, that was unfortunate.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, dude, let's get to the new game. You know, so.
But Idol has done that pretty well, though. Like 2.5 minutes, it was already down to the last two ciphers, and it was at 50% progress each. So is that possible in a normal situation? Like, and without a mechanic as well, and two supporters, and it's not even a cipher rusher composition. But I guess we can take lessons there, left and right. But hey, well, we've seen the criterias below moments ago, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, 0 escapes means that Takebong needs to get a 4K. And what better way to get a 4K against GH than by playing photographers?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, now that you're in a spot where you have to win, maybe we'll just see it. Oh.
Yeah. If they kite so good, you might as well just play photographer and hit their image. Because no matter how good you kite, your image doesn't kite. So
yes,
I don't know. Maybe that's a plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's just a lot of unbelievable moments going on. First, starting with Little Boy's quick down by the Evil Reptilian, and then coming in with an even faster down on the female dancer. So, guys, anything can happen here. Guys, lemons. Why are we spamming lemons in the chat? Lemons. Honestly, do you like lemons?
Well, I mean, I don't eat them like by themselves, but yeah, I mean, like lemon is pretty useful for
like, your face.
No, like
skincare.
No, like when you put them on like when you put like lemon juice. Actually, limes are good. Like if you ever put you know when you put like limes on like certain food, it's really good.
It is.
You can also
especially
use like to make lemon water.
Yeah.
Pretty...
Breaded fish and chips, lemon lime. So many good things, but definitely don't squeeze them into your eyes, as suggested by Ghost Investigations, because you do not want to blind anyone with it. But yeah, just going into the game, stakes are so high for Takebong here. I'm not really sure if he should be playing now that his Evil Reptilian has been banned. Maybe he should just maintain his legacy as the one who gets a draw against GH, the one who downs Little Boy fast, and just swap out with Kiwi, because Kiwi can play. He's also a hunter substitute, and he can play. Give me a moment. He can play Opera Singer and Clark.
Oh,
yeah, but no Opera Singer, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, it is the regular server, so they could just play it and hope that nobody notices.
Yeah, I mean, chooses it and like, oh, is this allowed?
Like after the match completes, they're like, oh, actually, you can't really do that. It's like, oh, well, I didn't know, so we might as well just count it because
if you get a 4K, right?
Yeah, 4K, I think it's fine. You know.
Yeah, it's fine. But honestly, Sangria, so far is looking pretty OP, right? While we were on the topic of Sangria, like Um, any known ways to counter him yet, or at least you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just I've honestly only played a few games with her, so but as a hunter side, I do like playing the opera singer character. Typically, you'd be like, oh yeah, maybe I'll play an enchantress and counter her that way. But actually, if you stun her while she's dashing, her cooldown does not happen. It's still 0 seconds. So yeah, so it's pretty.
crazy.
If you stun her while she's in the shadows, the cooldown does not start. It's still 0 seconds. So you're like,
insane.
oh yeah, okay, let's play stunning characters. Well, that doesn't really work. So we'll see if she gets any adjustments in the future. But looks like it is gonna be Lizard actually banned here, and they do go Psychologist and Acrobat, so they are countering that Clerk, I believe, or no?
Yeah, or the photographer,
Or the
with the heal, the global heal. Okay, so the next thing they should probably pick is Doctor,
Yep.
or Barmaid.
And Barmaid,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
good.
I mean, swear to God, if they choose Barmaid or Doctor, yeah. But okay, but there probably won't be trolling. But wait, it's gonna be Martha. Okay, sorry, I thought it was the Doctor for a moment, but apparently it's Martha. Yeah.
They could go Explorer. Explorer is pretty bad on this map, but Explorer actually does counter photo because you can just instantly pop a cipher. Oh, it actually counters Clerk too.
Clerk too, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of convenient. I mean, this is probably one of the worst Explorer maps because there's not a lot of places to hide here. On Red Church, it's a small map, not a lot of great hiding areas, so unfortunately we're not going to see that. It is going to be just a standard mercenary here. So yeah, the last character will be that mercenary, and are we going to see the photographer? I don't know.
Very soon. Photographer or X-Boy.
No.
Oh, it's the Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah, for reals. Yeah. I mean, Clark is a pretty good. I mean, that's the second best choice after Evil Reptilian, right? So I guess we have to see what Takebon will be able to do in this situation. And I do hope that Little Boy will be the first kite, because after what happened in the first game, I think he should have the opportunity to redeem himself. I feel like he's making himself a target by playing Psychologist. So maybe that's the idea. Yo, chase me first. I'm tanky, but I can't run. I mean, I can't dash away. I can't stun you, so maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think overall, this comp is pretty difficult for a Clerk. Acrobat's a very strong kiter, obviously, in general, is good against Clerk. Psychologist can take many hits. Can't chase a mercenary, and Coordinator can use that flare gun to make distance. So usually you'd want to bring Blink here because you want Blink to help secure down against Psychologist and Acrobat, as they are extensive kiters. However, there's also a Coordinator, so if you bring Blink and you get shot by the Coordinator, then you just kind of lose the survivor you're chasing. They get a lot of distance, and that's pretty challenging. So, what is this? What is happening here? We see the box corner spawn.
Yeah.
That's not one you see every day.
Yeah. I believe this.
Yeah, what do you think about the box corner?
I think they're thinking about a basketball formation here, isolation.
Right. That must be
box and one.
Yeah, box and one. Yeah.
That's probably the name of the game. Like, you know, the power of family, you know, like, you know, when The Rock and Jason Statham was losing to Idris Elba in Fast and Furious, you know, like power of family, and all of a sudden they
Yeah, that must be it.
Maybe. Yeah, that should be it. They're like, you can't kite, it's okay, 4 of us are here to help you.
We have a Identity 5 Fast and Furious basketball crossover, all in
For reals.
one.
For
And we get the
reals.
box in one Fast and Furious IDV spawn. That's what we're gonna call it.
Exactly.
You
But
know,
even then, the clerk doesn't know where they're going. Oh my god! Yeah, honestly, Little Boy's gonna be. You see, like, Little Boy, he wants to be found first.
Yep.
He wants to be the first person to kite. He wants to make up for his uncharacteristic kite in the first game. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last possible game, it's gonna be me and Eli O commentating this GH versus A. Round 2, second half, and Takebon seems to have found Little Boy. Second recording, probably the third recording has been used, and so far, no hit has been landed yet. So, Little Boy doing a pretty good marathon here so far, don't you think, Eli?
Yeah, he used a lot of recordings, I believe unnecessarily. Oh, doesn't get the block either. Little Boy can vault this. Can he make this pallet though is the question. He does make it to the pallet. He goes to the next one. Camping the pallet. This is going to be a mind game here. Swings to the pallet. Misses, but he can still get the hit onto the psychologist here. But that first hit is at the cost of 60% of 3 ciphers being done. So already this is a really nice position for GH. He's going to pick up that pallet right away. Even if Little Boy gets hit two quick hits in a row right here, it's still going to be a 3 cipher kite. He will get the second hit right away.
Wow, what's going on? I think GH should have a very, very clear understanding of how the Clark works, but so far it's the uncharacteristicness has continued, Eli, don't you think? Like,
yeah,
the missed pallet slams, the putting the pallets down and then getting it only to have it getting lifted up. Huh.
Now here comes the scary thing for GH. They don't know what his trade is. Oh, it is going to be Blink, and he does get the hit. Will they use the flare gun? I think probably not. They'll just go ahead and save it for later. Yeah, there's no need to use it here. Psychologist is able to make some distance, but it's still not really... Doesn't have much to work with. This charge attack should connect. Oh, just misses the charge attack there. It's a mind game. Goes for the pallet drop. Does get the drop down here. Has the pallet break recording, and this will secure the down on to Little Boy here. And we saw Nerkin actually camp the pallet, but wasn't able to get it. He needs to be careful. You don't want to waste the flare gun. Oh, he goes down as well. And actually now a double down here.
Wow, I was about to say, yo, guys, 2 ciphers remaining, pretty fast. But all of a sudden, with 2 players down, I think he should start getting to work on his recording onto ciphers, right? Because he's not exactly pressuring ciphers now. Yeah, but he's gonna get him down. Little Boy down. Coordinator's about to stand pretty soon. Probably gonna give him a gun into the face. Can definitely still make it before half. But Zhao Kan, wow, Zhao Kan, the minimal laid back. The gun's probably gonna hit now. Takebong's gonna have a pretty long time to recover from that. Acrobat's gonna have some time. But honestly, this position looks still salvageable for Clark, right? Because Acrobat's the only one decoding so far.
Yeah, but he does have to 4 kills, so even if he can tie this position, it's still like he has to get a 4 kill. So we're gonna see him vault this window. Does get the broken minute speed boost, even though it is a corner window there. He's gonna be a mind game at this pallet. Nerkin tries to go for the pallet stun. Gets the hit through the pallet. Does secure the down here. But they're gonna stop to heal up here, and they have 2 ciphers remaining, and this is the first chair, and Coordinator also has extended chair time, so this is really gonna be a tough position, even for the Clerk to get a tie here. It's still a bit challenging, and he does have to 4 kill, so I think GH really just has to make some sort of mistake for Clerk to come back here, because at this rate, it's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah. I mean, 2 ciphers are being worked at the same time. Even though you can block ciphers, honestly, if they take turns, you can definitely finish one cipher or the other. Capcom has managed to rescue, but what was that leap? I don't know. Is Capcom being at UK today? I'm not sure. It's like Alex becoming Zella kind of situation. But yeah, but at least but here's one thing though you have to note about. They're rotating all of their time on the chair, so no one's exactly getting sent off to the manor yet, right? So it's still pretty good for GH.
I think it's still fine. Also, Little Boy didn't get recorded there, so he was able to avoid getting the cipher canceled there. Does pick up the pallet. Oh, gets the down right away. Captain Coon tried to use the bomb there. I think he should have just used it at the archway, leaving the red carpet, and then he can't avoid it. But that one doesn't really work. You can just walk right around it there, unfortunately. So Captain Coon is going to go down. And again, they still have the ciphers to win here, but is it going to be enough? Because Mercenary can still come for the save. He can try to body block, but Clerk can keep pressuring these ciphers with the recording. We see one of those ciphers is primed. The one that Coordinator's on is primed, it looks like. And Little Boy cipher needs to pop as well here. Mercenaries can come for the save. Does get the rescue off there. Going for the body block. Is it ready? Can they pop? And they do pop. Both ciphers are done.
My god. And this is why GH is to be feared. their experience in dealing with these characters, even though you might see a little bit of slip-ups here and there, but the strength is in their ability to come back from this kind of situations, and honestly it shows. Takebong has a blink to work with here, but honestly, even if he gets Capcom down, the condition is to get a 4-man escape. And look at Chao Kahn trying to... he's gonna get one hit, and then he's probably gonna pad all the way to the back gate, and Capcom needs to make it to the dungeon. Yeah, I think that's the game plan here, Eli.
Yeah, dungeon is here, so it is possible. Oh, he leaves him! He's actually just gonna leave, but is the gate open is the question. He records the coordinator. They're gonna try to push it. If they get this gate open, this is going to be a 4-survivor escape here. Can they get it open in time? They're going for the recording. The gate is open! Capcom is on the dungeon, and GH manages to get 4 out from what looked like a bit of a tough position. It started to work back into the Clerks' favor there. But GH does, of course, they only needed to get 1 there, but they do get 4 out the gate, which means they are getting a decisive 2-0 victory over Team A, and they will be advancing in this competition now.
Wow, this game doesn't feel short at all. It feels pretty extended for a 2-0, but honestly, you gotta give your congratulations to GH for being the winner between these 2 teams matchup, but you also have to give your support. You have to give your encouragement to Team A as well. As I've mentioned, first time in official tournament, the nerves definitely has to be kicking in, and you're going up against none other than the reigning champions of IVC from the past 2 years. So I have to say, they still did a very good job and leave a lasting impression. So honestly, guys, just send your hearts and support out to these 2 teams, regardless of even if they did go home in a 2-0 sweep. Honestly, I feel like even if they went for photographer, right, Eli, I think it would have been the same thing, a 3-man escape, because I've watched Devastry. I don't know if you know him. He plays a photographer, and he's an S-batch photographer in Southeast Asia, and he gets everyone injured from Team GH, and he even got the mechanics bot down, and they still managed to get a 3-man escape. So honestly, I feel like photographer would have yielded the same results because of their teamwork. But just to bring us back to the topic, any highlights for you, specific on mentions that you want to give in that particular match?
Yeah, I think just the first kite was... The start was very good. I think Little Boy utilized pallets well, utilized mind games very well. But there was one point where he threw pallets too quickly in Graveyard, and that allowed the Clerk to get 2 fast hits, or at least 1 fast hit in Graveyard, and then go for another one later. But the key there was that GH was able to. Typically, we don't see this as much. A more common strategy is to just trade, or is not to trade, is to support rebound kites, right, and help the survivor rebound kite as much as possible. GH tried to use that with the flare gun with Coordinator. However, they ended up just trading places on the chair. And usually that strategy is not that common, but it actually works out. The problem with trading places on chair is you run out of tide turners, so it's like, well, now that you have no more tide turners, the Clerk can just go for farms. And he still managed to do that. I think there was the one time where Capcom gets rescued. He put the bomb, unfortunately, in the wrong spot, and he was still able to get the down. But they're still able to finish ciphers in time because they kept trading survivors on chair. And even with Clerk's cypher pressure, it wasn't quite enough to slow down the ciphers enough. So it worked out for GH there. And then, of course, Zhao Kahn with that body block as well was very important.
Yeah, you gotta give it up to them. The teamwork, the synergy, the communication is on par. So even if one person falls back, they still have another member to cover for them. So I guess this is what pays off when you stick with a team for as long as TH did. And it shows against Takebong's Clark, because at one point I thought the Clark actually had a pretty good chance, right, Eli?
Right.
He had a pretty good chance, and everyone was injured. The gun has been used. It was even a double down at a point of time. So I feel like he had a really good chance. But man, oh man, you gotta give it to GH. That's crazy, man. Crazy teamwork going on.
Yeah, just excellent teamwork for sure. And we are going to see 17-2, just a very convincing victory from GH here. Just never gave him a chance. And obviously, A, of course, being a newer team here, going up against a powerhouse team like GH. It's a very difficult matchup for them. But yeah, GH really just with the secured victory here. We are going to see our MVP. It is going to be Seichu with 2 forced survivor eliminations. Remaining ciphers at 2.5. So that is very impressive.
Exactly. And I totally agree that his Bonbon should get MVP because honestly, this is his go-to hunter at one point in time, somewhere around last year, starting from last year. So, not to mention the 25-second down onto the female dancer, which was supposedly strong, and she didn't even use the slow box, which is kind of sus, right? Because we was like saying, "Yo, shouldn't you be using your music box?" Or how did you allow the Bonbon to close in the distance against you? You know, Bonbon's coming from that direction, right?
Yeah, maybe she was hiding. That's the only thing I can think of is maybe she was trying to hide. But typically, you wouldn't really hide inside church because the Bonbon already knows you spawn there. So it doesn't really make sense. The only thing I can think of is she was trying to hide. I mean, that really is only it. Or maybe she thought running into the corner she could juke bombs and force a basic hit, but you could just rotate as well. So I'm not really sure. But yeah, Seichu definitely took advantage of any sort of mistakes that were given. He really just jumped on that and was able to capitalize and get 4 survivors eliminated both rounds with Bonbon as well. So yeah, for any of you guys watching, if you do spawn in that middle area and the hunter does spawn over near the middle breakable area, you want to rotate towards the door on the graveyard side. And then you can see where the hunter's coming from. If they do come for you, you can just rotate around church or rotate towards graveyard or something like that. So it definitely gives you a lot more options that way.
Exactly. I think the name of the game against Bonbon is to just keep running, right? You can't exactly hide, especially when a hunter knows you're there. So, you know what? After all has been said, congratulations to GH. Also, congratulations to A for making it this far. We are heading into a short break, so don't go anywhere because we still have one last match after this. See you guys.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. Alright, welcome back guys to the last and fourth and final match of today. We just saw a very exciting match with GH coming out in a very decisive victory, moving on to the next stage of this competition. So that was a very anticipated match. But now we have our last one, UTV versus FH. Nell, we were talking about this a little bit backstage here. This could be a very close matchup between these two teams.
Exactly, for a very good reason. I'm just going to bring a little bit of background story because FH was started by Hatari. And if you guys know who Hatari is, he used to play for GH. So he left GH, he started FH, and he has Peter Pan, he has Rainy K, he has Toji, X-Ray. Those are the staple name of FH. So let's just say they stuck around long enough in Team FH, and I feel like they have certain accomplishments so far. None towards top 4, top 3 yet, but they're consistently in local tournaments, getting top 8 and above, qualifying as well. So that's one thing to note about. Whereas for UTP, interesting background story as well. They're otherwise known as ZT. Well, at least half of them are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ran and Zed are still in there, and with the addition of Rem, who, if you guys still remember, it's the BL, which means brilliant. They used to compete in Koa as well, alongside GH. Yeah, so that's from the past. A blast from the past, Eli.
Yeah, we have some. As you mentioned, we have some players. I think Rem hasn't played for a little bit, right? I haven't seen
A year, more than a year.
Yeah, I haven't seen Rem play for a little while. I think Rem was a little before my time. I'm not really sure, actually. No,
Yeah.
wait, no, that's not true. But before like my time as a caster, I think. So that must be it, but I'm not sure.
I'm pretty
it?
sure. Yeah, it's definitely before.
Yeah, it was
I
back too long
believe.
ago for me.
Oh my God, that means it's 2
Been
years
two-
ago.
At least 2 years now, yeah.
At least 2
Must be.
years, yeah. Because
Yeah.
BL was disbanded. BL used to consist of. Fun fact: Mini Blue from FT was from BL as well,
Right.
and they used to have someone. Potato was from BL as well.
And Panda, right?
Panda was recruited as well. They
Yeah,
have
he was
another
there for
person.
last year.
Yeah, there was another person as well. But I can't really remember. But you know what? We're gonna put a pin on that. Too many memories to dig out. UTP Mobius. I believe it's a new addition to UTP. Ranzet, the household names that we know. Rem, XBL Captain. In fact, he has a very let's just say he's the coach. He's the coach most of the time, and he's the shot caller of the team. And you as well, not from the Jackie Chan movie, but you, as in he is a mercenary main, a new player to UTP as well, and they are not going with ZT's name this time and going with Utopia UTP. So that's them.
Right. And for FH here, we do have A380. So A380 will be will be we do say Bonbon. We've seen this be a very common character throughout this tournament so far. We have X-Ray, Toji, Hatari, as you mentioned, in K2. Actually, a fun fact, if I'm not mistaken, Hatari is a
foreign meme. Yeah.
Is a well, it's like a company that makes fans. Like
really?
the blow the wind fans, because obviously here in Thailand it's very hot all the time and we do need a lot of fans. Of course we have AC, we also have fans, and Hatari is a common name that I see on the fans. So
Wow.
I think maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure, but
Maybe you might be the boss of Hatari. Who knows? If you're listening, Hatari, if you're really the boss of Hatari, we would like some fans. But anyway, bringing us back to the game itself, ladies and gentlemen, Utopia is going to be banning Sacred Heart Hospital, which is a surprise, Eli, because SCT, they absolutely love this map.
Yeah.
And Chinatown's going to be picked by FH.
Yeah, we usually would see ZT in the past go Sacred Heart Hospital, but I guess with some new changes to the roster, they might have a different approaches to these matchups. So FH is going to pick Chinatown. Well, now that it is Chinatown, this does open up a possibility of our Mechanic, Composer, Prisoner, Antiquarian versus Clerk, which we almost had earlier, but I don't know.
Unfortunately, it didn't turn out, as the saying goes, you can plan, but God decides the rest. Or something like that along the lines. But yeah, I mean, we would definitely love to see some decoding action going on. A prisoner. I would definitely love to see a composer, a prisoner, or please throw in a postman. Do you think the debuff of a 10% is enough for postman, or do you think the debuff was unnecessary? To keep up with the current meta.
I think Postman's still probably fine. A lot of people don't use Postman as much, but he's still playable. Just not only the coding letter, but also the gate opening speed.
Yeah.
I mean, the gate already opens very fast, right? The gate already opens very fast. It's very hard for hunters to get to the gate in time. But with the addition of if you include the Postman's letter in that factor as well, it's opens up incredibly fast. And the decoding progress boost is also nice as well. So Postman, of course, is still a viable character, just not quite as strong as maybe something like Mechanic is.
Yeah. I mean, Mechanic has gone from being meta gone to being untouched for a short period of time, and then
Right.
coming back again, right? And especially with the debuff, a little bit of adjustments, I think it's very viable now. And it's especially strong against certain hunters, especially like the Clark, for example. Because the robot can't be recorded, if I recall correctly.
Mhm.
Yeah, so probably makes
I
sense
think
there.
I actually forgot, but
It can't be recorded, right?
I think you can record the bot, I believe.
You can? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So maybe...
Unless I'm,
Hmm.
unless I'm losing my mind, I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're probably
No, I
thinking
gotta-
about
pay more. I'm
getting
not
some
thinking.
gains.
Yeah.
Speaking of gains, though, bro, there is the Antiquarian with the bamboo stick. Very signature of UTP. A very good combination of rescue, harasser, decoding, and supporter, decoder, harasser, rescuer. They have everything covered. So with the patient, there's mobility in Chinatown. With Antiquarian, rest assured the support's going to be there. First officer, so I guess it's a really good alternative for the mercenary. Toy Merchant's gonna be banned, and Acrobat's gonna be picked. So Toy Merchant ban. What do you make of this? Wait, what? What's this? Is this the Mad Eyes or?
I think
Oh,
it's,
Itakwa. Yeah, it's
yeah.
Itakwa. Got blurred for a moment there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this with Toy Merchant obviously is a very strong character for a map like Chinatown, so they don't want to have to. This hunter doesn't want to have to deal with that. I think this comp is pretty solid for UTP. Obviously, very well-rounded. Antiquarian Patient are not only good kiters against Nightwatch. Patient is also a very good kiter on this map. And then Acrobat, of course, just very versatile, good against most of the field as well. And with that Mercenary being removed with that ban, we do have the First Officer as the main rescuer here. So yeah, overall, I think UTP has a really solid team comp here. So, how do you? I mean, who do you even really want to chase? I guess Acrobat probably makes the most sense here.
I guess so. But without presence, he can easily leap away. When he's okay, I believe this is correct. If you're in the air, you cannot be vacuumed in, right? So maybe Toy Merchant ban was pretty understandable. Patient, when he's in the air, you cannot be vacuumed in as well. Acrobat, when you're in the air, when you leap in the air, you can't be vacuumed in as well. So I guess it makes sense. Honestly, Antiquarian is the only one that's left that you can chase. There's so many options that you can choose from. But yeah, I guess the real option that he really has now is either Rem on the Acrobat or Zed on the Antiquarian. So between these two, would you go for the Acrobat or the Antiquarian?
I feel like here Antiquarian's just really strong at kiting Nightwatch, so I think definitely Acrobat would make the most sense. Patient, very good on this map, very hard for Nightwatch to chase. Can't really chase Officer, so definitely I think commit to the Acrobat, which means we might see Rem kite. We haven't seen Rem for a few years, as we talked about. So I'm interested to see how this player is prepared for this event. Again, considering I haven't really seen too much of them before. Looks like some nice rotation from the Utopia survivors here. He hasn't actually, Hunter hasn't actually caught sight of anyone just yet.
Yeah, and that's a good sign because when you rotate, you kind of buy time, even though it doesn't show in your containment time. You will be the one spotted, and wow, I think that would have been a really close hit, right, Eli? I thought that was gonna be a swing and a hit when he puts down the pallet, but the first clock watch is gonna be utilized. 380 is gonna commit towards the first officer. So is this the right judgment call here, Eli?
Don't believe so. I think he should be changing targets here. But it looks like he's going to stay on this officer a little bit longer. Trying to wait for the watch to finish out. It's going to finish out right now, but by the time he gets this hit here, Nell, which he does miss that hit, I was going to say, by the time he gets this first hit, the next watch will be available. Misses the blink as well. He can still get this hit, but the next watch is available. So he's removing the Tide Turner character first, which I think is okay. But the problem with doing that is that the first kite is just going to be very long because of the watches and because the first officer does have an extended time on the rocket share.
Exactly. And he did not manage to get the attraction in. Yu is going to be able to extend the kite. And honestly...
he does get that.
Yeah. And honestly, it's just so hard. As what you mentioned, like yes, you get the first officer eventually, but how much time are you gonna waste? And not to mention, first officer can he can sit pretty long, right? So,
Yep. He falls into the
oh,
Night Watch, and he does get knocked down. I think he was predicting the Night Watch was going to jump the pallet, so he went for that went for that vault, and it didn't actually pay off. But you see, I mean, 2 ciphers remaining. That's really just the issue with chasing the officer first. Is that officer now he's going to have a long chair time here, and now he is wasting a lot of time with those pocket watches. We see him go for the win onto the patient, isn't able to get that. Patient needs to be careful he doesn't vault too early here. Goes for a swing and a miss as well, and they get a backdoor rescue. And now he's just going to leave the officer and go for the patient, which is, it's already too late for this. Even if he gets a hit here on the patient, who he does miss the flywheel, but he still has 3 hooks to work with, and they do have a lot of cipher progress already.
exactly. I've actually seen what happened. Yeah, it was 3 ciphers done in 2 minutes. But what a miss going on! But he's gonna leap through them. He's gonna leap through the pallet with the charge attacks. Gonna land the patient down. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because first officer has been healed in the process. Patient still has 2 hooks to work with. Not to mention the tide turner by you. Oh my god, this is gonna be super tough for a 380 here. I believe we've talked about this, Eli, but Cypher Pressure isn't exactly the strongest suit for Itakwa, our friend here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like with the Cypher progress here, 1 Cypher's about to pop, Officer is on the last one. Looks like Antiquarian's going to come for the save. I imagine Antiquarian does not have Tide Turner, but it is an Antiquarian. He's going to try to force the save after half. If he can force the save after half, he's not able to do so. I was going to say, if he forces the save after half, this could be a potentially tied game, but it looks like it won't matter here. Patient is going to fall to the Night Watch, but the last Cypher 50% of the way done. Antiquarian doesn't need to harass here, in that Cypher does have a lot of progress already, but it looks like she's just going to buy as much time as possible right now.
Yeah. I think being here is just to let you know, like, yeah, buying time, just trying not to get hit. Oh, wow, that hit! Almost sending the Itakwa slam onto the pallet, but apparently it just missed by a little bit. But Ram is already here on the Acrobat, coming in for the rescue. I believe Cypher's already primed at this point. A terror shot onto Acrobat! What has happened?
He missed the blink! What just happened?
I have no idea, but Patient needs to get this through. Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, he couldn't. If he manages to get through this window, he'll be able to cut even longer with a hook. But I don't think it really matters, Eli, because the worst case scenario is they cannot get a 4 escape. But at this point, they know that the hunter has already used up the blink, right? So, so I think they have to be happy with the 3-man escape.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to see 1 survivor out the gate with the officer. The other exit gate is open. 3 out the gate here for Utopia, which means they do take an early lead in this one. Yeah, I mean, we talked about how this match looks like it's going to be pretty close, but Utopia, pretty convincing there. Very strong first kite. Really no mistakes for the most part from the survivor side, besides that 1 terror shock at the end, but it still didn't matter. They were able to get the rescue off anyways. They were able to play for the end game. And just like that, Utopia with a very early lead here.
Yeah, I mean, Utopia definitely showing that despite the recent roster changes, they're still able to make it work. I mean, A380, I believe this is the first time I've seen him in FH. I'm not really entirely sure, but we'll have to check that later on. But yeah, getting 1 escape, 1 man down, it's better than getting a 4-man escape. That would be really hard to come back from. So next up, it will be the Hunter of Utopia going up against FH Survivors. So I would imagine that it would probably be a pretty close battle as well, considering that Utopia is also using a new Hunter in their vicinity. Let's just have a really quick look. Yeah, they're using a new Hunter, Mobius. So we do not have information about Mobius because he's new. So yeah, so the unknown factor here coming into play. But there's also another hunter called Nilu, so we do not have any information about Mobius. Nilu, well, he's not in the main roster. at the moment, but he does have a Bloody Queen and a Hermit. Eli. Bloody Queen and Hermit. Yeah.
Yeah. Not very common hunters. Bloody Queen obviously is not too bad for securing draws. Hermit's just is more inconsistent than anything. So I don't know if we'll actually see that here, but yeah, Utopia proving that they still have the strength to be one of the best teams. Obviously, we saw some of those players compete over in Call of Abyss in the Team ZT, and they already started with a strong lead. I think part of it has to do with the hunter did chase the officer first, which again, I'm not really sure the game plan there. Typically, we don't really, as hunters, you don't really want to chase the rescuer first by any means, because the rescuer just not only wastes a lot of time with their items, with their abilities. A lot of them also have extended chair times, which in this case is the officer. So officer has a longer chair time. He has good containment with the pocket watches. Officer doesn't really have to do much to kite. You can literally just run around in circles with your pocket watch, and the hunter can't do much. So that's kind of what happened in that match.
Yeah. I mean, why does he make playing first officer so effortless? I mean, is there a specific way to play first officer, or do you just run around in circles?
I mean, well, okay, to be more precise, you kind of want to not, like, sometimes I see officers kind of use their watch and then just run in a straight line. You don't really want to do that because the hunter can still hit you. You want to make sure you're at least baiting certain areas, like you're going to vault a pallet, or you're going to go to a certain window, or you're going to juke or something. You know, you have to be a little bit more careful. And you also have to make sure you're within the certain range. You have to be within a certain range to use your watch of the hunter, or else the watch won't show the delayed image. So you have to make sure you do that as well, which the officer was able to do every single time there. So
yeah,
yeah, I don't know, Nell. As a hunter there, I just feel like as soon as you see the officer waste their first watch,
you change, right?
It makes more sense, yeah, to just change targets after they waste their watch there.
Yeah, I mean that's the right idea for everyone, right? Most of the players with hunter mains would definitely change after that, because the idea is like, yo, waste the pocket watch, go away. And that costs the team even more than the merc who uses an elbow pad. You see that, like, yo, I forced the merc to use an elbow pad, I change. So it costs the first officer even more in that sense. But honestly, just looking at the stats itself, everyone's just decoding really, really healthily at this point. Of course, Acrobat has the most decoding, 203%. Seen the hunter the least, but got Terror Shock. The most action in those 10 seconds, honestly. The rescue and the Terror Shock coming in. But just want to bring you back for a moment to the first officer mechanic. What happens when you click on the pocket watch? Do you automatically get placed in a different spot? Or are you still at the same spot, but an illusion spawns somewhere else?
The illusion, like, what happens is, like, the illusion, you don't, like, get moved at all, but the illusion will, like, stop. So, like, if you notice when the officer uses the watch, like, he uses it, right? And then he, like, stands still for a second, right? And then he starts moving again. So the officer just sort of stops. The illusion looks like he stops and then continues to run again. But the officer actually doesn't move anywhere else. He just continues the way he was.
So it's like a magician stick.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, like magician.
Yeah, but with a delay time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense, right? Because there's a delay time. How long is... So yeah, so that's the first officer's usefulness, uniqueness in rescuing. And of course, let's not forget the 5 seconds tide turner. Even if you get hit once, if you're at half health, you get hit once, you're still able to rescue within the 5 seconds, right? Unless you get a double hit. Is that correct?
If you can get hit as many times as you want within the 5 seconds, and you won't go down. It's just after the 5 seconds is up. It's still... Oh, Terror Shocks, no, because when you touch the chair, the watch turns off. When you touch the chair. So when you interact with the chair, yeah, the watch will turn off. So you can get Terror Shock, you just can't get, like, you can't get stuffed by, like, a bonbon chips or something like that. So you can still actually make the rescue, yeah.
So something like the mercenary with a chip and a Terror Shock, right? I mean, sorry, with a half health mercenary, the chip and a hit. Right?
Yeah. So that's why officer can still save at like half health, because you go for the save, you get hit, you can still make the rescue. Even if he has like a quarter, even if he has like a little sliver of health left from maybe like a hermit damage or something like that. If you use the watch and you get hit, you'll still make the save as long as it was within the 5 seconds of the tide turner.
I see. Thank you for enlightening us, Eli, with the first officer's uniqueness.
No problem.
Now, let's just recap about the score in the first half. It was 3-1 in favor of Utopia. Seeing MX in the chat as well. Yes, Utopia is half of the members are from ZT. Idol is not XZT. It's actually the new name for AR team. If you guys followed IVA, you would know that AR was the team that was the champion of the most recent IVA, and now they changed their name to Idol. So that's AR. That's Idol for you, the new AR. Okay, so just to clear that up. And yeah, 3-1 in favor of Utopia, showing that they still have it within them. Now, they need to get a 4K. Sorry, the hunter of the survivors of FH needs to get a 4 escape in order to win round number 1. Is that correct?
So yeah, if they want to win,
4 escape.
4 escape. Yeah, if they want to tie, they need
really
3.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really hard. Yeah, but with no information on Mobius, it's totally fine. I mean, the most common perception we have is probably meta. You have to be really strong in at least 1 or 2 meta characters to make it in best of 1. So, well, the unknown definitely gives a little bit of advantage towards Team Utopia. Well, you can't research what you don't know. So FH has a lot to deal with. But in this map, oh my god, it's so hard. Why are we not seeing more Geisha here? Just random thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, Geisha's pretty good. I think people just like to lead with Nightwatch or Dream Witch if they have that as an option. So I don't know. Mobius is kind of a big question mark for us right now. We're not sure what they have, so maybe maybe we'll see something like that. Maybe we'll maybe it's Dongshuan's cousin, and they will play Geisha for the first round. Yeah,
for real,
something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And thank you as well. Shout outs to Femboy, Pollen, IDV. The illusion is your movement but a few seconds ago. Thank you so much for clarifying as well. Yeah, we're gonna head into the band picks. Round 1, second half in Chinatown. It is UTP Mobius taking up the helm for Utopia, and FH survivors are gonna come in. The condition is easy, straightforward. One objective is to get 4 escape. Whereas Mobius, if he gets a draw, well, technically Utopia will be winning round number 1. So leading off with a Seer, Priestess ban, very standard bans. And FH wasting no time, going for Toy Merchant and Patience straight away. What do you make of this? 2 versatility straight away.
Yeah, Merchant is really good early round to pick in the first 2 because, well, we talked about this a little bit before, but basically with Toy Merchant is you can pick around a map in the first round. Maybe that's good for like Chinatown, for example. And then later rounds, maybe maps like Red Church and Arms Factory get picked and she's not really as useful, so you don't care if she's automatically banned. So that's why picking a character like Merchant, a very map-dependent character, is good to pick early. And we actually see the Antiquarian is available now. Mobius actually does not mind Antiquarian, so that probably indicates to me we won't see Geisha, but...
okay.
Yeah, I think looks like Barmaid as well. So maybe Clerk actually. Oh, no Rescuer, maybe.
I'm dead.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm dead, right? I mean, no Rescuer. They have to have some information about Mobius.
Yeah, but they wouldn't ban Barmaid if it's an Undead is really good against Barmaid. So,
I mean, it's hard to say when the
Yeah.
map is so big. Oh, is it Aqua?
Okay, well,
Doesn't.
no,
Yeah,
no
I-
sad.
I don't know what to make of this, but all I can say is Itakwa era, guys. Hashtag Itakwa era coming in strong. Itakwa looking to claim some more victims in Chinatown tonight. Yeah, it's gonna be a mirror match apparently. Everyone's learning Itakwa except me and Eli. So I mean, I can't speak for Eli, but this
I still play-
composition.
I
Sorry?
play sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. Are you still on Crack Artist or you changed
To
your
be
name?
honest, I've been playing Opera Singer mostly.
Opera Singer, yeah. So strong.
I don't even know.
think-
I haven't even found a weakness yet. I just like. I don't think people. I think people don't know how to counter her yet. So that's why it feels so good to play Opera Singer because no one really people don't know how to deal with her just yet, so you just sort of beat everyone.
Don't they
But-
just ban her like in rank?
Sometimes.
Yeah, for me, we just ban Opera Singer most of the time. Every time,
Yeah.
in fact. So, yeah, looks like Itakua's going to make his appearance here. Up against FH Survivor team. Toji will be on the bottom left. X-Ray, obviously, in the strongest kiting area in Chinatown, the corner right, which I love to be at, honestly, when I kite, because it's so good against any hunters. Hatari, obviously, taking a more... he can be anywhere. He has a hook to work with. But, yep, Mobius has to make a draw. He just needs a 2k, and he'll be able to help Utopia win game number 1. Whereas FH, if they get a 3-man escape, well, Eli, safe to say, we're gonna have a game 3. So,
You know, Mobius had an interesting spawn, so he could have spawned. You usually spawn 2 places with that spawn location. You spawn in the top left corner as the hunter, because then you can block the merchant cipher, which is in the bottom right. Or you spawn in the middle right square. So then you can go down to chase the person at hotel, or you can go to middle, chase the person over there. He actually spawns middle left, which doesn't really benefit him too much. I guess it's so you have more options of chasing survivors, but it looks like he's gonna go hotel first. Nope, actually gonna go for I think Atari, actually, the patient.
Atari. But you know what? Round 1, second half, bringing you the commentaries is me, Nelmelo, and Eli O. Shoutouts to Ek as well, calling out for Mobius. Yeah, second floor is so annoying. You come up to the top, I jump down. You jump down, I have a hook to work with, right? So Hatari's making pretty good distance so far. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
the veteran
that's
experience coming in, Eli.
Yeah. And not only, it's not just like, there's no kiting areas here. I mean, there's no pallets, there's no windows, but it's still good. He actually does fall a little bit short. Oh, Hatari actually doesn't use any pallets at all, and he just takes an early hit, so an unfortunate misstep from Hatari. But we do see the psychologist pulling the survivor away, but that insolence is going to allow him to dash and catch up right away here.
Yeah.
Oh, they go for it again.
Wait a minute. Oh,
Wow.
Just as I feel like I jinx every single moment. It's like, yo, we're talking about this, and then, bro, I believe putting down the pallet would have been a really good situation. But I think Hatari's just being really ambitious. Like he's like, yo, if I put down the pallet, I'll be in the area to get attracted by the wind force by Night Watch. So I guess it didn't pay off, but hey, we did manage to see an interesting interaction of Bond. The rescue's gonna happen. K2 still has two more hitbox to work with. Not gonna be able to attract Hatari this time. Oh wow, and an elbow pad to work with, but guys, don't forget, it's an Itakwa, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so
Eli seen this coming, like
yeah, it's kind of like I love the idea of them giving that item. I think it might have been the toy merchant's item, but the problem is that, you know, Night Watch is just that's how it goes. This is why Night Watch is such a strong hunter in the meta. You can close distance. It's hard to transition Night Watch at all because they just dash and catch up. They have the wind ability. They have plenty of ways to deal with that transition. And it looks like we're actually going to see a double rescue. I think Psychologist is going to try to pull the patient here. But no, he's actually not going to pull him. Even if he did, he can just catch up right away. So it doesn't really matter.
missing that. Oh my god, I think this
he
is
gets
so...
the attack recovery. He cancels the attack recovery and blinks for the double down onto the Antiquarian. And just like that, it's turned right into Mobius's favor. It already was, but even more so now. We see a double down. He can share the patient. Will be sent back to the manor here. You can share the Antiquarian on the Psychologist Cypher machine. And because they didn't bring any rescuers, there's no tide turner for this next rescue.
Yeah, this is why you have to bring Rescuer. Doesn't matter how confident you are with kiting. And now he's gonna share it right next to where the Psychologist is decoding. And I believe poor Moby is Vietnamese. So wow, apparently Utopia has recruited a Vietnamese hunter main. So now we have a little bit of information about Mobius. Antiquarian is being chaired in this area. Do you think this is a really strong area to chair? Like, where can you go from here?
I mean, you
Wow.
do have the stun to work with as an antiquarian. You can go for the stick here. Is able to avoid it.
God.
Wow, beautiful juke. He used the speed boost to go in closer to the antiquarian and then jukes back. Any character that can gain any sort of extra speed can be good against antiquarian, and we see Nightwatch usually is not one of those characters, but in this instance he was able to utilize that ability to its full extent and avoid that hit. And now the only person that can save is the toy merchant, but still 3 ciphers remain, so I don't know if it's really going to matter. And even if antiquarian even if toy merchant can come for this rescue, he can actually just pull her back and prevent the save, or he can just go for a double hit before she reaches the chair here.
My god, this is not gonna work well. X-ray already getting hit. Oh my god, being pulled back as well. Eli, this is not a baby hunter. Mobius is here to win. He's strong. Mobius is strong. We can confirm that right now. And she's training 2 survivors already out, and the 3rd one's gonna join pretty soon. Psychologist. I mean, he's not even gonna chair. I'm not sure, Eli. It's kind of like a gamble, right? Like,
Yeah,
what
this is a
if you
gamble.
can't find?
So I'm not sure why he maybe he thought he knew where Psych was, but he actually doesn't. So this is not really ideal. I mean, 3 ciphers remaining. You have all the time in the world to work with, so there's no need to chair. So this might be a problem for Mobius. He doesn't know where Psychologist is.
Yeah,
it could be that his.
For us too.
I mean, well, here's the thing. Yeah, well,
Just kidding.
It could be that his approach is like, well, I've already won this round. But even if he somehow allowed a tie, which I don't think obviously would not happen,
Oh my
but even if he
God.
somehow did allow that, he would still win the round anyway. So I don't think it really makes sense to chair here. So now it comes
Yeah.
down to this mind game.
Yeah. I mean, technically he's already won, right? Because the winning condition is a draw. But
Alright, well.
giving Utopia a 4-man kill is gonna bring the score to a further 8-1. And
Yes.
this is so hard to come back with. Now you cannot come back with points advantage. You have to come back with a round wins advantage, because FH, your only chance is to win round 2. Whereas Utopia, they've built up a pretty significant lead for themselves this time. And answering folk as well. Hello chat, which country is this team? Well, apparently most of them are from Malaysia. The Hunter Mobius is from Vietnam apparently. Just to confirm if everyone's here. So yeah, Eli, what do you make of this game? Notable mentions, highlights.
I think Atari had a good positioning early game, where he was able to get to the 2-story area, but his usage of the hooks was I believe a bit improper. I think what he could have done is he should have hooked while he was upstairs, because when you're upstairs and you use the hook, you actually fly even farther because you already have some elevation. But he waited till he dropped down. I think he waited till he dropped down and then hooked, right? Yeah, he dropped down and then he hooked. So that was unfortunately an incorrect sequencing from Hatari did cost him that first kite, and he didn't throw down the pallet as well as you mentioned. Even if he threw down the pallet, Nightwatch maybe could still get hit, but it makes it easier for him to kite, or at least if he stayed near that palleted area, he actually left it. And then yeah, he just didn't use the hook to gain distance while he was upstairs. He used it after he dropped down, so you gain less distance that way. And it worked out really nicely for the Nightwatch. And Mobius, who we have never seen really play before, came out here and put a great performance. 3 ciphers remaining with that Nightwatch 4 elimination. And in a match we thought could be very close, Utopia already has an 8-1 lead here.
Wow, exactly. And thanks to Nyat Nguyen as well, Kamen Banya. Tour the movie actually means if we lose, it's Mobi's fault. Well, if we win, it's your response. You didn't lose, so. But you definitely helped the team get a 4K, so don't worry about losing. For now, Mobius is doing good. Mobi is doing good, okay? And yeah, I mean, he's been cooking. Itakwa has been cooking, honestly, in recent games, like we've seen from today itself. So many Itakwa mains coming out. Like, yo, we've been hiding all this while waiting to come out in the tournament. It's so hard to say because I've watched Death World, who is an S-Batch Itakwa, played in IVA, and he hasn't really enjoyed a lot of success as Itakwa. He's been getting mostly draws in maps like Ever Sleeping Town as well, which is pretty standard. And Um, what's the difference though? Like, if you can tell from that very vague description, like, what's the difference from him not being able to get more than 3K and now everyone's getting 4Ks with Itakwa? Is there a shift in mindset here going on?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think it's maybe a lot of teams weren't exactly prepared for Nightwatch, potentially. I don't know. Nightwatch is usually like a tie hunter with win potential. That's kind of what Nightwatch is. It is actually a 5-0, not a 3-1 here. But it is, yeah, 5-0 in favor
5-0.
of UTP. So it is going to be an 8-1 lead for them. And yeah, you saw Hatari's kite only 65 seconds. And it's just that, unfortunately, not using that hook while he was in that upstairs area to gain more distance. For those of people wondering, I think Utopia, I believe, is a Malaysian team with a Vietnamese hunter, right? If I'm not mistaken, no?
Yeah.
I think so. I think a few people were wondering about that. But yeah, it is a Vietnamese hunter. Yeah,
Vietnamese hunter. Confirmed. 100% confirmed.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're not really good at maths, but I think it's 3-1 now. Because apparently they put 5-0 in first half, so it still adds up to 8-1. So maybe that's the game plan. But yeah, the score is inevitably 8-1 in favor of Utopia now. I don't think it's really possible for me. It's not possible for them to come back in terms of points advantage. They definitely cannot draw the second round, because if it worst to worst comes to game number 3, a draw's not going to help FH. So FH, if they want to come back, they need to come back in game number 2. And if you're on FH side, any advice you want to give them in how to handle the situation?
I mean, obviously here, I think their best bet is to try to win both of the last 2 rounds. You know, usually when you lose the first round, it's like, well, it's not too much of a problem, right? You can just win, maybe tie another round and then win another round and come back. But when you lose a round by a score of 8-1, which is a very huge deficit, right? You have to come back with a series of 2 wins in a row. Because if it's 8-1, you tie a round, that means you have to win another round 8-1, which we've seen is just, it's not easy to do. It means you have to get a 3-1 on one faction side and a 5-0 on the other, which is just incredibly difficult. So they can easily just come back, maybe go for like a 5-3 this round, 5-3 in the last round. They would still be losing on points, but they would ultimately win on rounds, and that would be their win condition. So I think their best win condition for FH is to win the next 2 rounds straight up.
Yeah. I mean, definitely you have to win 2 rounds. It's either that or you lose, right?
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, the strategy though, like, was FH the one who chose Chinatown? Or were they one?
Yes. FH chose them out.
Okay. So that means it's going to be FH turn to send out the factions that they wish. Do you think it should be the Hunters to start off the thing, or Survivors? Like, which faction has the best chance to set the pace?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Considering that, like, both sides did struggle. I mean, usually there's 2 ways you can approach a match. You can approach it with, like, okay, we're going to set out whichever faction is more successful for us usually, because that way we can sort of have a strong momentum, and that's always nice to move forward. But you can also go for a more strategic strategy, send out the Survivors, and then the Hunter knows what type of Hunter they need to play. Or maybe they have more confidence in the Survivors because it's a Survivor-sided meta, and the Hunter will have more confidence if the Survivors do well. But considering that FH did struggle with both factions, I'm not really sure. Whichever they feel more comfortable with, I would send out first. That would probably make the most sense.
And updates just coming in. UTP, yes, that is the score we're seeing here. First half 3-1, second half 5-0. And thank you to Hung as well. Mobius, first Itakwa before.
Oh,
so was Death World, my friend. So was Death World. But yeah, it's definitely showing now after IVL. It feels like everyone's just looking to IVL for inspiration. Like, yo, this Hunter's working. This is how they make it work. And now everyone's just like picking it up, right? So, I wonder if there's ever a time that's gonna happen when Southeast Asia is the one making the meta. But hey, Peter Pan's gonna come in. A380 is gonna be taking a seat in the business class section, enjoying the scene. But Eli, I feel like, okay, I think I have to say this now. and I don't know if you agree with me, but it feels like MX is the one setting the trend so far. He's the only one setting the trend so far in Southeast Asia. I believe he's the only one who uses Lawyer first, right?
Yeah, I think
Like,
the
and
only
manages
one.
to make an impact, right?
Yeah, I think mostly what happens is a lot of the Southeast Asia, Korea, and AAU, they usually go off of the Japan and Chinese meta,
Chinese
and they
region,
pick
right?
their characters based off of those two regions. But MX doesn't do that. He just plays anything that comes to mind, I guess. Looks like we actually see Hospital banned again. So neither team wanting to play in Hospital here, and it looks like Utopia is going Ever Sleeping, another standard meta map here.
Yeah, I mean, in some places, people dislike hospitals. They don't want to go to hospital even
I
if
don't
they're
think-
sick. Yeah.
Well,
it's
yeah,
taboo.
that too.
Yeah. Why do you not like hospitals? Like,
Well, and there's two ways. I mean, one, obviously hospitals are, I feel like a lot of like horror movies are kind of based around hospitals. So I just don't want to go there.
For that reason?
I don't really like horror movies. I mean, I don't mind. Some of them are good, but I kind of, I
Name me
don't
one
handle
horror
them
movie.
too well. We'll put it that way.
The ones that you like, you enjoy.
Yeah. But I mean, hospitals overall, I mean, obviously hospital is a place, when you think of hospital, it's sort of like, I guess hospitals have a bit of a negative connotation in that it's like, when you think of hospital, someone's sick or injured, it's usually not a positive thing, right? When you're going to a hospital. So maybe that's why. And then also hospital is just, in IDV terms, is the worst map for any hunter, most likely. So not really.
You don't want to play that, right?
I don't want to play that.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Since you brought up horror movies, name one horror movie that you enjoy.
Come
on, no horror movies.
I don't really like.
Okay, any horror movies that you hate?
That I hate?
One name.
I haven't seen. I haven't actually seen that
the
many.
shit out of you. The Nun.
I haven't seen that.
Insidious.
Never, I haven't seen Insidious.
Oh my god.
I don't really watch horror movies that much.
Bro, you go to the gym, you can beat the shit out of the ghosts. You can beat
No,
the...
that's not how it works. They're built different.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just kidding. But anyway, just not sidetracking anymore. They are going to go to Ever Sleeping Town now, and which is kind of weird. Like, they think hospitals inauspicious, but you're kind of relying on RNG in Ever Sleeping Town because of the tram as well. So basically, whoever has the worst luck will get hit by the tram. And honestly, I would like to make a prediction here. Round 2, a total of 3 tram hits. That's
3.
my prediction. 3.
Really? I'm gonna say. Okay, I'm gonna say. I'm actually just gonna say 0. I'm just gonna
0.
I'm just gonna be boring. I'm gonna say 0. But I think these teams are probably. Well, I like to say like, these teams are probably good enough to avoid getting hit by tram, but then, I still get hit by tram daily. So I mean,
all teams get hit by trams too, even during
the good
war.
teams.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm just gonna say 0 just this time.
Okay.
I just feel like I just have a feeling that the tram is just gonna be friendly today. That's what I feel like. I could definitely be wrong. I probably am wrong, but that's what I'm thinking. That's my thought process.
Okay.
But
one thing's for sure here, Hatari, the fan brand company boss, it's going for his signature forward. So looks like we're gonna see some forward action. And fun fact, forward is what made Hatari famous when he was in GH. He was the forward go-to, right? So yeah, we're gonna see a little bit of forward action. K2 taking the helm of entomologist Toji, probably taking a break from Antiquarian. He's been banned, so he's gonna lean back towards psychologist, X-ray on female dancer, and guess what, Eli? Your favorite character, the cracked artist.
Cracked artist, yeah. We haven't seen Wax Artist yet. This is the first one, I believe, right? So, this is gonna be. This is probably one of the best maps for Wax Artist, if not the best. Looking at this team comp, though, it's not easy to play Wax Artist here. So Entomologist is very strong against Wax. Wax Artist swings very slow, so it's hard to for Wax Artist to deal with the bees in a lot of situations. Dancer is very good against Wax Artist as well. Wax Artist already breaks pallets slow, so the ability to throw down a pallet over the slow box, slow pallet breaking speed, plus being slowed down even more because of the slow box, it takes a long time. And Dancer can make a lot of distance that way. Psychologist is a pretty easy chase, and Ford is actually chaseable as a Wax Artist, although it's not that ideal. But yeah, if he finds Dancer Ento first, that could be really challenging. And so I'm really curious to see where they actually opt to spawn.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he's gonna spawn too, and I can already feel how hard this game is gonna be for Mobius. But hey, in Mobius we trust. At least that's the mantra for Utopia at this point. He's gonna choose to spawn below Hatari. Correct me if I'm wrong. If the forward stuns the forward, if the forward stuns the forward, what am I talking about? If the forward stuns the cracked Hades, he gets 50% wax, right?
Yes.
Or is it the normal 25?
50%. Yeah.
50%.
Because he gets like,
Man.
I think it's like, I don't know why exactly, but I think it has something to do with like 25 because he's ran into him, and then it's 25 when he hits the wall, it sprays more wax out, and then it goes up to 50. I'm not really sure. Maybe that's why.
Okay. It doesn't really matter if you're at 0%, right? So,
Yeah.
okay, let's see if Mobius is gonna make this work. One thing's for sure, if X-Ray is the one getting chased, he has to do a hell of a good job here. He's at the grave, so pretty safe. Entomologist obviously is a very hard chase for the Wax Artist because of the bees, but it seems like Toji is going to be the one getting that chase first. He's trying to hide against a cracked Artist.
Yeah. Oh, he does actually get the pallets done, so that is nice. But he does get found out early here, and this is the best target for the hunter here. Is this Psychologist trying to avoid this wax as much as possible? It's gonna vault this, gets a boost, but it doesn't matter. Oh, still gets the hit before the bees can push him away here. This will buy actually a lot of distance here. So he may actually have to find a new target, but yeah, he still sees the trail of the Psychologist. So if he wants to continue to chase here, that is definitely acceptable for him. And it looks like he does have Insolence, Attention, and Blink. Goes for the pallet block, does not get the block in time. He might just blink through this. And he can get, what he can do here is he can get the wax all the way up to 90%, go for the hit, and then wax again right after and secure an instant down.
Yeah, and this is where he calls for help. Hatari's already on his way. Yeah. I think he can safely harass here because he knows that Mobius doesn't have excitement. But honestly, do you really want to risk it here? Because forward is already at 56%. So if he stuns, he's definitely going to get stunned for sure, right? So is it worth it is the question. Nah, he's not going to go for it. 5 ciphers remain though, so not really sure what's going on. Usually around the 2-minute mark, you would see 3 ciphers done, but it's close to 2 minutes. 5 ciphers remaining. I know some ciphers have progress, but yeah, FH needs to pick up on their cipher speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mobius is
Possibly
just
some over-rotation as well, I think. It looks like we're going to see Ford coming for the save. Is able to get that hit there, but the bees... But she runs into the bees. She runs back towards the Wax Artist there. And he swings and misses. Ford gets the stun. This actually allows... That's a huge stun because of this pallet. She can gain a lot of distance here. Psychologist is gone. She has the pallet boost to work with, and the bees are back here. If that first hit connected onto the Psychologist, this game would be totally different. That one stun actually is going to buy a huge amount of distance for the Psychologist to kite.
No, Hatari! Oh my god! Wasting his time to swing. Pretty good stuff, but let's not forget, if you over-support, the cipher is going to be really, really slow. Entomologist is about to finish her cipher, making it 3 ciphers remaining. Entomologist, yeah, finally finishing. Filma Dancer is going to finish one as well, but Toji already at 84% wax. Honestly, he just needs a wax bomb. Toji's going to go down immediately, and I don't know, man. With Wax Artist at full presence, I don't see how FH can rescue here.
Yeah. He's gonna put a slow box, but it's actually not in range of the chair, so he can just break it. So kind of just a wasted slow box. I'm not really sure the reasoning there. So yeah, unfortunately, just does lose that slow box. Here comes the tram. So far, not yet any hits. Does get the rescue off and the body block, so a nice body block. Can the Psychologist go for the trim here? I think that should be the play, is to try to push the trim. He blinks, he gets the blink before he's able to make it to the trim. That was a huge play from Mobius to prevent him from taking the trim. If the Psychologist made it to the chair, Mobius does not have trait swap, so he cannot teleport to that Cypher machine near the other side of the tram. And Psychologist's kite would have been extended significantly, but now it is shortened here to a point where he's already onto his next target and Psychologist is eliminated.
Yeah, X-Ray has to be really careful not to die here because basement is here. But one Cypher remaining, I guess he can afford to buy some time here. He knows that the Wax Artist does not have Blink anymore. Oh, wow, blocking the window in the process. X-Ray being really careful here, going through the pallet. It's gonna get blocked here, and yep, he's gonna go down straight away. But Cypher is at 70%, so Forward probably needs to pop the Cypher. Entomologist is gonna come in for the rescue. I would say best case scenario for FH here is to get a draw, but with a Wax Artist at full presence, kind of hard, right? Here to manage here.
But last Cypher machine is actually ready, so they will. He goes for the block. Oh, but he gets the block before the Cypher's popped. He gets the block, and he can actually chair the Survivor in basement here. He needs to just pick up. Forward does not have any football. He should know this. He's going for the hot wax. Maybe he's just trying to down the forward before they can pop the Cypher. Gets the forward down as well.
God.
And the Dancer's here. He can just down the Dancer as well. The wax will build up super fast here. Going for the mind game. Oh, he has to get this. Gets the triple down. Everyone is down out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't have played risky like that. They should have just went, oh wait, Entomologist is up.
Needs to just pop.
Yeah, they should just pop. No point in waiting. I think they should just pop. One person goes towards the gate. Hatari probably should be the one giving Tinnitus. Tinnitus is still here. Wait. It's actually the Entomologist giving Tinnitus, so they're not exactly at the gate yet. So Mobius is still in control of this game. Forward has little to no balls to work with. If he gets caught here, it's gonna be a 3-man kill, and it's gonna make.
It is, yeah, because he has Blink still, anyways. So he's gonna block the. Does he get the pallet block as well? He gets a double block here. That is going to secure the down, and actually, a 4-kill is now a possibility because this gate has not been started yet. The Wax Artist doesn't have a trump card, but he can walk to the gate and bomb it from a distance. So if he goes straight to the corner house gate, this will be a 4-kill. If he decides to wait around and protect the chair, it will be a 3-kill. But could this be? Does he see the Entomologist is the key here now?
Wow, aggressive. He's super aggressive, trying to block that gate. Has to be really careful. Oh, he cuts out the blood trail. My god, he's making all the right decisions. Not to mention, Eli, he still has a blink to work with, so Mobius has everything to gain. Is he gonna bring through? Yeah, he's just gonna bring through. Entomologist has no more, no more bees to work with. Oh my god! What is going on? Everything started to crumble during that 3-man down during the last Cypher pop, and all of a sudden, Mobius coming back with a 4K. What happened there, Eli?
Yeah, he baited out the fight at the end to get that down. Yeah, it was looking. It really goes to show against Wax Artist, you cannot die in the last Cypher ever. Wax Artist is there's some hunters where obviously most hunters you never want to die in the last Cypher, but Wax Artist is one where you literally cannot do it or you will lose the game. And you saw there. He just bombs the Cypher. If you can't pop the Cypher and it gets waxed off, it's blocked off. There's nothing you can do to pop it, right? And during that time, he downs one Survivor, he downs the 4. I thought it would have been fine just to chair in basement, but he actually downs everybody. And he realizes the Dancer also was on chair once, I believe, right? So if he downs Dancer, puts her in basement, and then he can just down one more Survivor for a 3-kill. But Entomologist didn't actually get to the gate in time. I think it would have been better if one Survivor went to the corner house gate and the other Survivor went to the other gate. If they split the gates, because they know that Mobius has detention, they know he has detention once they see the red eyes, right? And they know that he has insolence because after his first hit, it immediately jumps to the first presence. So they know he has insolence detention, so they know he doesn't have trump card. So if they split the exit gates and one person does one gate and one does the other gate, then they can guarantee one Survivor out. But they didn't do that. They went in the same area together, which means that once he down forward, Entomologist wasn't at the gate yet, and he has enough time to make it there and go for that 4-kill.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between a 4K and a 3K is significant, even though it looks a little bit like getting 5-0 and a 3-1 will make all the difference in the world. But I have to hand it to Mobius, like making the impossible possible. Like we know that Wax Artist, like you mentioned, Wax Artist is going to have a hard time here, right? Because of the slow boxes and whatnot. But
Yeah.
he made it work, and the comeback into a 4K, that's so good. And right now, the only chance for FH to come back from this is if Peter Pan, who has been swapping in with A380. If Peter Pan, who was just swapped in, he has to make a 4K, right? Just to draw the game and bring it to a game number 3. Yeah,
Yeah, it needs to be, and even if
That's
they do
really
get
hard.
a 4 elimination, it's still the same situation now where they're tying this round, they're not winning it, so they still have to win the last round 8-1. So that just seems very unlikely at this point. It's just, I mean, they have to go 13-1 in the next 3 halves of the rounds.
Wow.
And that's just a tie. If they go 13-1 in the next 3 halves, then FH can tie things up. If they get anything less than that, then Utopia will be winning this best of 3.
I would say that Utopia is really fortunate to pick up Mobius to replace the Hunter mains. Before this, they had Sneaky, they had Ares, and they had Meow Pie.
Right.
And now picking up Mobius, yeah, I can see that Mobius is a rising superstar, definitely very strong in his own right. So, well, I have to say MVP definitely has to go to Mobius for the time being. But as you can see for yourself, the match stats don't lie. K2 is the one doing the most decoding. Even Hatari has 137%. So honestly, everyone has been doing ciphers. But Eli, do you think the cipher was kind of slow? Like they did provide support. Like Automologist did provide support with the bees. That happened, but he still managed a 224%. Hatari provides support with the stunts, and he still managed 127 seconds. So I can't really explain why X-Ray is not decoding more. is there a logic there coming in?
I think, I'm not really sure. It must be, I'm trying to think about the spawn. I think Dancer, her cipher might have been blocked. I think maybe it was blocked, right? Because the Hunter spawned near the
top of forward
fake gate. Right?
Yeah,
Fake gate.
yeah,
So it must have blocked Graveyard Cipher. So I think that's why. And then the Entomologist was supporting with the bees, and the forward already decodes slower anyways because he's a slow decoder. So I think that's why the ciphers were slow early game. But I'm not really sure why the Dancer didn't rotate to a new cipher. I think she's just staying and waiting in Graveyard for the cipher to unlock. Doesn't really make sense, right? So
wow.
I think that was kind of the problem there. And then we saw the Entomologist support with the bees, which was good and did allow the Psychologist rebound to kite to last for a while. But yeah, it's just the Psychologist does struggle against Wax Artist for the most part. So yeah, I mean, it's now FH, their Hunter has to get a 4 kill. So based off of this FH Hunter here now, I mean, how do you think they can 4 kill? I mean, what Hunter can they even play here to go for a win?
Honestly, I should be asking you this. But if it's me, I would say Breaking Wheel. But Moru didn't have a good success with that earlier on. You can see why. So I don't know, man. Sculptor, but Sculptor hasn't. I mean, Peter Pan. Okay, let's just research a little bit here. Referring to the notes here, Peter Pan, he does play. Hold up, give me a moment. He does play a Geisha, he does play a Dream Witch, and I think both are 4K potential hunters. Maybe he can make it work with a Dream Witch here. A Dream Witch and a lot of prayers for the tram hits. Because so far it's been 0 tram hits. So come on, pray for some tram hits and maybe it will work in their favor. But yeah, honestly, it's kind of hard. it's kind of hard seeing how FH can bounce back from this, but who am I to talk about bounce back? Peter Pan might be the key for FH with the Geisha and Dream Witch, and it's time to play another game of Would You Rather. So Eli, would you rather Geisha or Dream Witch in this situation?
If I'm the hunter, definitely Dream Witch has the most. I would definitely play Dream Witch. Has the most win potential here out of both of those hunters. I think Geisha is definitely a lot more fun to play. If I was playing a rank match, I'd probably play Geisha because it's more fun. But yeah, overall, if I have to win, I'm definitely playing Dream Witch if I'm in a 4-kill situation. Yeah, there's the win condition. It must be a 4 elimination or nothing here.
Yeah.
So,
whereas UTP, they can afford the Terra Shocks, they can afford the Tram hits, because all they need is just one escape, and they will win. So you know what? While we're talking about this, yeah, it's a really, really hard situation to bounce back from. But just to bring a little bit of lightheartedness, wow, according to Hung Do, Mobius is the best hunter in Vietnam. So can anyone verify this? But so far, what we've seen, he really has been killing it. He's really been slaying. He's been eating. He's been doing phenomenally well. And I don't know why I'm just blurting out all these Gen Z words. But yeah, Mobius is a really, really cool hunter to watch. He's very interesting. But let's not take FH out of the equation yet. Peter Pan might be the key. His name is Peter Pan. Might have some magic within him. So, but yeah. The deal is Dream Witch. So. Okay, so next question. Would you rather 3-6 Patroller or 6-9 Blink?
3-6. I mean, that really depends on the team comp, but I like Patroller. Patroller's more safe.
Stable.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Just double Patroller people, and you get 2 hits, and what do? Nothing. So, I mean, obviously you can try to kite Patroller, but if I'm playing a rank match, I've noticed a lot of rank players that I play against don't really time the Patroller, so I just,
hit them during that time.
Yeah.
I can't remember the timing as well. I believe you have a timing now, a timing indicator now. So what are the timing indicators when the Patroller is gonna bite?
So
what's the cooldown time?
So it's 2 situations. So if you get just a regular Patroller on you, it's 14, 9, and 4 seconds. And then if you got Patrollered while vaulting a window or a pallet, then it is 13, 8, and 3. So that
5-second intervals there, ladies and gentlemen. So if you wanna kite, like if you wanna, flex your kiting skills against a Dream Witch, and yeah, remember the timing, 5-second intervals. There you have it by Eli. 14, 9, 4. If you're getting bitten normally, and if you're vaulting through a window and you get bitten there, 13, 8, and 3.
Yes.
Wow, that's so hard to remember.
Yeah, and it's also kind of hard because you have to, when you do it, you have to make sure you're actually in the vaulting animation or interaction animation, like by throwing a pallet or vaulting a window or something, while it's on that second. So you kind of have to do it like a half a second before the second, before the timing. So it's
wow.
Like, still,
oh my god, sounds so hard.
Customs,
Yeah. So it sounds almost like Flywheel 98% of Naiad's humidity.
Yeah.
Right? And how about Wax Artist? It's possible to flywheel the full duration of the wax, right?
Yeah, it's possible, but it's so specific. It's such a specific timing. It's really
98%
really
as well.
Yeah, 96. Yeah,
96.
And then
Flywheel.
But even then, a lot of wax artists will just they'll get you to around the high 90s, and then they'll just stop and they'll bait out the flywheel, and then they freeze you after. So there's not really much survivors can do if they get baited there.
Well, back to the game itself. The ban picks are going on. It's been settled, ladies and gentlemen. Psychologist, Prospector, Acrobat, and Mercenary will be the team that you are. But it looks like Peter Pan doesn't really want to go for the Dream Witch. Wants to do some Michiko magic, abusing the Michiko hitbox, magical hitbox somewhere. But yeah, what do you think of this pick over the Dream Witch here, Eli?
I think
still work.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp is hard for Geisha. Obviously, Acrobat counters Geisha very heavily. Prospector is not great for Geisha as well. You can once you dash, you can just throw a magnet as she dashes, and it'll push her back. You can hold an infinite skill check. You hold your magnet while looking behind you. It'll prevent the Geisha from dashing. And then Psychologist being able to take many hits against Geisha is very good. So Acrobat, Prospector, Psych, all very good. Mercenary, very good rescuer against Geisha. But it's do or die, and are we going to see the corner house spawn again? I don't know. Looks like we're going to see it again, which means that Prospector actually is going to trap himself in the corner house yet again, which means there will be no rotation for this Prospector, unfortunately, for Utopia. This isn't exactly ideal for them, but we'll see if Prospector can, of course, kite as long as possible.
Sorry. Just see some funny comments coming in. Shout outs to Philip Lumanang. Mobius is the best hunter in Vietnam. He played Dream Witch and the followers evolved to Naiad. I don't. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I can't remember what you said because I have to remember 13, 8, and 4. And 3. Sorry. So, okay, so Peter Pan, best target. Obviously the Psychologist. Oh my god. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Zed is definitely a very formidable character with the Prospector. But hey, he's getting chased first, so we'll see some action here. Bringing you the commentary, possibly the last one. Beautiful dash coming in. Prospector already getting hit once, 2 seconds before he can dash again. Bar flies up. He's going to go up the second floor. This is a pretty good spot to kind of Geisha, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. You can break line of sight here, but I mean, of course, you do see why it's very challenging to actually spawn in this corner house area. We see an early magnet here. This is actually correct. You want to do an early magnet in case the Geisha does dash. You can push her away and cancel her dash. It's really just a mind game here. We're going to see Zed is looping around the backside of this area. Goes for the dash here, is going to get stopped by that wall, and he does still have the magnet to go for either a push or probably can go for a push here, and does get that. Somebody actually stuns himself, gets pushed up, gets stunned, another stun here, and he is out of magnets, so it now comes down to mind gaming at this pallet. He actually throws the pallet down, flywheels the blink, and he avoids the hit. She can dash again, misses the swing, gets the pallet down. What an incredible series of events here from this Prospector. That was it. That's really challenging to do, although I don't think there's much he can do, but she dashes too early, but he vaults into her. And that was wow.
Yeah, from 0 to hero to 0, and honestly, that was impressive. Dodging the blink, and then the flywheel to dodge, and then vaulting through, and then yeah, so many series of events here. You kind of wonder who's the one doing the magic here, honestly. But we have to agree, Peter Pan's the one with the last laugh in the end with the Terra Shock, just 2 hits away from a full presence and a very fast dash, fierce dash. But while all of that is happening, 2 ciphers have been completed. Ram obviously is going to be doing his own cipher at the corner. Mercenary is coming in, trying to buy as much time as possible. Honestly, you don't want to buy too much time. He's not doing the drop down hit here, right?
Is Mercenary gonna save?
He is. He did.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, he did. And 49%, pretty good.
Okay.
He's not doing soul departure here though, Eli.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he was just trying to go for a Terror Shock potentially there. He's going to get the dash and gets down onto the Prospector here, but they actually have enough Cypher progress to win now. So what's going to happen here is Mercenary can pop this Cypher machine, and then he can go for a rescue at half health. There's no need for Psychologist heals. Mercenary can take that extra hit. This is why Mercenary is such a strong rescuer and why this comp is so good here. So Mercenary just needs to pop the Cypher, go for the rescue, and they should be able to secure this victory here. Is Mercenary going to go for it, though?
Psychologist is not even healing, though.
I think they're just going to tie because they only need 1 survivor out, so they're not going to take any risks, most likely.
Okay. But honestly, they can push for it, even if they want to. Mercenary has 3
they actually are. Yeah. He's still going for it. So,
yeah.
Never mind.
Is there a reason why he's not getting healed? Because...
Well, the Cypher machine is almost primed. They want to try to prime these Cyphers in time. Psychologist Cypher is almost ready here. He's going to go for the swing. Are they both ready? 98. And yeah, they're both primed. That's why they just wanted to try to push that Cypher machine and push for the end game here. And it looks like it is going to be still 2 magnets to work with. I believe he has Flywheel now available. Zed is going to go for the stun. Gets a long stun onto the Geisha here. That dungeon is over at the fake gate area here. He's going to drop the magnet in the alleyway. As we talked about, Nell, this is exactly how you want to play Prospector, putting the magnet in the alleyway so there's no way for the Hunter to avoid it.
Yeah, that's a top tier. That's a top tier Prospector.
Oh, he did it again?
Even then? my goodness! What is going on? The dungeon's actually here. Does he have a flywheel? No.
Oh, he's gonna
Yeah.
fall a little bit short. He almost pulled off a miracle kite to that dungeon, but it does not matter. Still, incredible job from the prospector. I think if it weren't for Mobius probably being the MVP here, I think it definitely would go to Zed after that performance. Flywheeling both blinks both times.
Exactly.
So,
And you can see it for yourself, Eli. Zero support. He's just kiting raw. He's kiting raw. He's kiting on his own. Zero supports, and that's the difference between FH and Utopia at this point. FH, they have support. It's good to have support, but the thing is, you slow down progress of ciphers. But with Utopia, that doesn't happen because Zed is good enough to kite on his own, and even with the amazing plays, it's like outplays after outplays after outplays by both sides. And honestly, I very well deserved win by Utopia here.
Yeah.
Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 survivor escape both times, and a 2-4 kills. Just very decisive victory. 16-2 will be the final score here. So, yeah, I mean, Utopia really came out to play here. You see some adjustments, of course, to their roster from that last ZT team, but they really are ready. And I believe they play. They will be up against GH, right, in the next part of the bracket, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I mean, GH looked really strong today. They look like they're prepared for this tournament. But I think Utopia could definitely go out and potentially take them down if they played like they did today.
Yeah, exactly. And if GH continues to play around like with in the case of Little Boy, well, I would say Utopia would have that slight advantage, but let's not forget Seichu is the Guardian Hunter for GH at this point. Up for Utopia, we do have Rem with the Terror Shock, but honestly, it doesn't really matter because the Cypher's been primed. So yes, that is the games that we are having for today. The last one was, as you guys witnessed, is FH versus Utopia. Utopia coming in. Moving on, going up against GH, as what Eli has mentioned. It's so hard to choose an MVP here as well, right?
Yeah.
Like Zed or Mobius. But for me, I don't know about you, but for me, I would say Mobius has been consistent. So he's consistent 4K. So I would say that he is. I mean, I'm just looking back at the replay now on YouTube and like, yo, everyone's like, yo, what's going on? Back and forth. 2 Magnet is a wow. Thank God it's both prime. Yeah, everything's going on back and forth. It's just very high level at this point, which is why in the beginning of the game, I actually talked to Chocho and I said, yo, we can't choose who's gonna win. Everyone's so strong. Like everyone's 16-2. Mobius is 16. Utopia is 16-2.
Yeah.
GH is 16-2. FT not 16-2. That's the only game where you gotta to best of 3. And then there's Idol, who's also dominating as well in their own game matchup as well. So I have to say tomorrow is definitely gonna be a very exciting day. But today, if you have to choose a lineup from today, like a matchup from today, which matchup do you think is the like everyone's doing really great? I know it's going to be very hard, but which one do you think is the most interesting and, in your opinion?
Out of like the games we saw today, or like the next stage of the bracket? Okay.
The games that we saw today, like the ones that you casted just now, like FT.
Yeah, I mean they all. I mean we definitely thought that some of these matches would be very close, but for the most part, most teams had pretty convincing victories. Obviously FT's game did go 3 rounds, but they were still able to hold a nice lead in the long run. We saw GH with a very decisive victory, Utopia with a very decisive victory. Idol versus MP definitely, I felt like could have been a little closer. It was definitely a pretty interesting match, but Idol did come out with a pretty decisive victory as well. So all 4 teams that advanced here really showed that they're prepared for this event, right? They will all be moving on with convincing victories here. We are going to see the overall statistics for this match. 133 seconds from Zed, almost able to get that dungeon kite. We saw, I guess you mentioned, Nell, there was no rotation, just rock kiting. When you spawn in the corner house building, there's nowhere to rotate to. You are trapped back there. But he was able, he gave a really early hit too, very fast hit right out the gate. But he still was able to kite 133 seconds, which was enough for a Survivor victory. And you see, this is Cypher Rush. This is how these teams need to Cypher Rush if they want to win games. If you look at the progress here, it is exactly 200, 200, and 100. That is perfect decoding from this team. They did not miss, this Utopia team did not miss a single beat of decoding. If you look at the overall timing on how ciphers popped throughout that match, I would imagine it was relatively fast. And 133 seconds is more than enough for a victory here. So excellent job from Utopia. Not only excellent kiting, but just excellent Cypher Rush in general.
Yeah. Not to mention the kiting spot was so far away from all the other ciphers. Peter Pan could not pressure any ciphers at all throughout the game. So I guess that's the one problem with playing Geisha over Dream Witch. But hey, as we were talking about MVPs, most valuable player goes to Utopia Mobius with 4.0 eliminations, sharing the spotlight for today with the likes of the other Hunter mains from the other matchups as well. So I have to say, very, very promising here. I actually really look forward to seeing Mobius, and honestly, I'm surprised that other teams did not pick up a Hunter as strong as Mobius.
Right.
Right? Like,
yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Mobius before actually in competitive at all, right? I mean, with the way he performed today, we would have expected to see a Hunter of this caliber potentially be, have already joined some high-level competitive team, but it looks like his first team will be, or their first team rather, will be Utopia, and already a very great performance, already making a name for themselves, and picking up definitely. I know a lot of people, there's a lot of people watching who are already becoming fans of this player, so very nice to see their performance today. So as long as they continue along this route, not only Mobius in general, but also the Utopia team is looking very strong right now.
Yeah, Utopia. Don't let the name mislead you. Means paradise, but honestly, it's not paradise for the hunters chasing them, nor is it a paradise for the survivors getting chased by their hunter. Proven and tested, 16-2. Very great showing, honestly, and I have to say, I agree with you. It's going to be a really intense matchup, especially when it comes to who's going to face GH, which is going to be Utopia tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the chat itself, everyone's like really excited, singing praises about Mobius as well. But guys, let's not forget about FH. I personally think Hatari, Peter Pan, I think that in different situations, I think that would have been a really strong showing of their strength as well. Especially Hatari, I feel like he's been doing a really great job supporting against a wax artist. It's not easy, right? Like, you always have the risk of getting waxed up. You can't perform stun rescue. So I feel like that's a very, very strong showing. Not taking away credits from Team FH, but well, we hope to see all the teams that have gone, that have lost today. But well, it's an experience, and there's always the Southeast Asia qualifiers to come. So hope to see you guys there as well. And guys, just a quick note: we're going to be seeing you in probably face to face very, very soon. But before that, today's result. Eli, why don't you take us through it?
We do have, of course, FT over PX here with a 16-7 victory. Definitely a closer matchup there, but FT was coming out on top as the victor. We have a 2-0 decisive victory for Idol over Mad Penguins. So those two teams will be advancing. I believe it will be FT versus Idol to determine which team will be going to the offline stage, right? The winner of those two teams will, winner of that match will move on.
Yeah.
To offline.
Yeah,
and then,
for reals. Really, and the scores are not even like normal. Everything's like above 15, right? 16-7, 15-3. And then I believe we're gonna see the next one up. GH with a 17-2. How do you get 17-2?
I was 7-2 and then 10-0. So,
7-2, 10-0.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
yeah, because
Okay,
typically we see, I think, what, 8-1, 8-1, so 16-2, but because there's a 10-0, then it's an extra opportunity.
If it's a 10-0, the other one should be 7-2.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Makes sense. So GH is going to be facing UTP, FT versus Sing Idol. Obviously, let's not forget, we still have to go through the other side of the bracket, which is Adams versus Dev tomorrow, Rio versus BK. And for those of you wondering where Potato is, he's in Rio. TNG is actually the TNG is the new Rio. So a lot of names going on. ST is actually versus MW, and Noir versus RCN. RCN's a Thai team with Rifernan in there, and Zeno I believe is there as well. ST I believe is also a familiar name. I think they just changed to a new name here. Where is it? Let me just bring it through really quick. Oh, okay, here it is. ST is also a Vietnamese team. There's Quang at 1S. I remember this name because he's an S batch Soul Weaver. So that's one to take note of. And yep, MW as well. Also a new team coming into the big stages. We are definitely very excited to see new blood in IVC. You know what I mean, not the real blood, but new talents coming in. So I'm very excited to see this tomorrow. Guys, don't miss it. Tomorrow we will be coming in at the same time. And yeah, so just a very, very quick update coming in, because they have already versus each other. Tomorrow we'll be seeing the second bracket of the team. And after all of the preliminary rounds have been done, all these 8 teams will be sorted into groups.
Right.
Okay. So it's not gonna be like direct. It's not gonna be direct. Yeah. So that's one thing to take note of. So there you have it. That is the tomorrow's matches. Hope to see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully, just say hi tomorrow. I just hope that we're gonna have an amazing day tomorrow. I know we're gonna have an amazing day tomorrow. So be there. And Eli, anything you want to say before we sign off?
No, it's just very great start to our IVC. We do see 4 of some of the strongest teams out here. We will have very exciting matches tomorrow, so don't forget to join us again. For those of you in the US or on that side of the world, unfortunate the time zone is like that, but you can always watch the VOD later. You can watch the replay, so keep that in mind. Thank you guys so much for watching, and everyone for joining us today. We're gonna say bye-bye and peace out for now, but we will be back tomorrow with more batches, so we hope to catch you all then.
Okay, see you guys.